Hi, Polly. Polly? Yeah.
No.
I don't hear him. Oh, Polly, can you hear me?
I need to be
heard
on
him say
4?
no. I need to be
Oh,
on
now
4.
I got Maggie.
Just heard him say.
Saturdays at Oaklawn Park. Big crowds, top-notch racing, compelling storylines. You know the Kentucky Derby's in 2 weeks, but did you know a place in the Preakness starting gate could be earned today? Called the Bathhouse Row Stakes. Red Route 1 is the favorite, with sights now set on the 3rd Saturday in May. And the main event, $1 million Oaklawn Handicap title defense for Last Samurai, trying to become the first back-to-back winner since the mid-60s. But this story runs much deeper than just winning and losing. And in New York, the Big A, 2 stakes races. First one is early. French import Belloni is favored in the Woodhaven, race 3, proven on soft ground back home. This is different, working with a firm turf course today. And later, New York Stallion Series continues. 3-year-olds in the Times Square division. Lifetime of Chance, 9 to 5 morning line favorite, guilty of running up the score in his latest. Welcome to the show. I built that statue. This is America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Sometimes we say picture perfect day for thoroughbred racing, right? This time we actually mean it. Gorgeous afternoon in Hot Springs and ready to get this 12-race party started. From the infield, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You know, this meet started way back on December 9th, and there's always certain dates you look for in the Oaklawn Handicap calendar. When is the Arkansas Derby? When's the Apple Blossom? Those races are behind us and did not disappoint. Last week's Apple Blossom was epic, which leads us to today, the Grade $2 million Oaklawn Handicap. This is the biggest race at Oaklawn for older horses, the handicap division, a division looking for a leader. As we take a look at the field for today's $1 million Oaklawn Handicap, 7 deep, mile and an eighth. We mentioned the big purse. Number 7, Charge It, sporting new shades this afternoon, 8 to 5 on the morning line. I welcome in my co-host, Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens. Gary, this is always an important race, the Oaklawn Handicap. Taking it a step further, why does today's race feel like there's an added sense of significance?
Well, the division is wide open right now. I mean, we've had horses all over the world winning these big races. Now we get the Last Samurai, and he's won 4 of his 6 races here at Oaklawn Park. Is he just a horse for the course? I don't think so. He showed that he likes a steady diet of racing at least once a month right now, and that's what Wayne Lucas is giving him right now. So the question is, can he carry these triple-digit buyers that he's received in his last 3 races here at Oaklawn Park forward the rest of the year at other racetracks? If so, he'll be the leader of the division.
Much more on the story of Last Samurai and his connections throughout the course of the broadcast, but he's not the favorite. That distinction belongs to Charge It, 8 to 5 in the morning line as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, we've told this D. Wayne Lucas, Todd Pletcher story in the past, but it never gets old.
It doesn't, does it? And it really comes to the forefront today in this Oaklawn Handicap, Lafitte, where it is student versus teacher. Yes, Todd Pletcher, one of many successful graduates of the D. Wayne Lucas Assistant Training Program, where he has seen 6 individuals go on to be multiple graded stakes winning trainers. Todd Pletcher, of course, the Hall of Famer of the group. And it's kind of interesting because we see, as far as these horses are concerned, it could be student versus teacher too, with Last Samurai being the elder of Charge It, yet Chargett, the son of Tappet, is the morning line favorite. Now he's third off the layoff for Todd Pletcher. He will be applying blinkers today. And Todd has toyed with this idea in the past, saying that he thought about it after the Florida Derby, but you don't put blinkers on heading into the Kentucky Derby. Todd has learned that from experience. But today, they're going to make the change. Where will he sit from that outside post position going in to that first turn of this 9-furlong contest, I think is a major question. But looking forward to this matchup, as always, of the Pletcher versus Lucas. And it kind of seems fitting that Chargett, well, hey, buddy, he can see right down past the camera of Wayne Lucas's barn. So he's eyeing up the competition, but I'm eyeing up my co-host Paul LaDuca, as he has more on all the stakes action today, including the Bathhouse Row, Paulie. That has some Preakness implications.
Yes, it does, Maggie. It has major Preakness implications. The winner gets an invite to Pimlico for the second jewel of the Triple Crown. And, you know, when you look at that race, it's very interesting. You mentioned Chargett, you know, putting the blinkers on. Is that going to add more speed to this race? Two Eagles River has a ton of speed. Is Victory Formation, who looks like Brad Cox, sort of hit the reset button after, you know, an unlucky draw in the Victory Formation? And with all that speed, will it help Red Route 1? Here's a horse that's always kind of brought his A game, but last time he didn't. They put the blinkers on, and he broke very, very sluggish. Now today he's going to get Lasix for the first time. And Steve Asmussen told me, you know, he just wasn't himself last time, but I think he's going to get the pace to run into today. He's the kind of horse that doesn't love to win races, but he loves to come from way out of it, and I think he's going to fire a big shot today.
That's the question, Paul. Yeah, how will Red Route 1 respond after the disappointing effort in the Arkansas Derby? So Preakness implications, as you mentioned, the Bathhouse Row, the Oaklawn Handicap, 3 consecutive stakes races. Post time for the Oaklawn Handicap around 6:06 Eastern. You don't have to wait that long for stakes racing in New York, as we welcome in Acacia Clement, Anthony Stabile standing by at Aqueduct. Guys, what's going on the A train?
Well, as you said, we're looking forward to a good race day today. The Woodhaven and the New York Stallion Series Times Square division coming up at the Big A, as Anthony Lafitte, turns out he has more talents than we realized. No, statue carver as well.
No, that's not Lafitte. That's Michelangelo PK from now on. Lafitte, I mean, the guy builds statues. He goes all over the world to cover horse racing. The guy does it all. And he's the
multi-talented.
Yeah, multi-talented. Fantastic day of racing. Can't wait to get involved in the Woodhaven. By the way, the Woodhaven named for a town literally a mile from here. It's right across Crosby Boulevard. We got the Times Square division of the New York Stallion Series. That's named for Times Square. That's about 11 miles from here. Yeah, you could take the A train, choo-choo, right outside the door here at the Big A. Go about 8 miles on the A train, and it drops you right into Times Square.
A trip I used to take quite often when I lived on 45th Street. Is we'll take a look at some of the contenders for the New York Stallion Series, including Lifetime of Chance, who had this 16-length maiden score last time out against fellow New York breds. These races are for New York sired competition. Lifetime of Chance, though, now in the Mark Casse barn. The big question is, Anthony, where did this race come from, and can he repeat it?
Are you too young to remember the show Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego?
I don't think I've ever seen it, but obviously I'm aware of it.
Where in the world did this race come from? Was Carmen Sandiego there for this race? I have no answers to these questions, Acacia. This horse's Beyer speed figure was 20 points higher than anything he had ever run in the past, and that was on a wet track. So it was like 26 points higher than anything he'd ever run on a dry track. It's a dry track today here at the Big A. We got a lot of clouds in the sky, but there's no rain at least until after the races are over, scheduled for tonight. I don't know where that race came from. We'll see what kind of price he's going to be later on. That, I think, is what dictates if you bet on him today or not.
2 stakes today at Aqueduct, 3 stakes at Oaklawn Park, including that Oaklawn Handicap. We're fast and firm in New York. Fast conditions in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Today's races, as always, presented by Claiborne Farm. You can experience the excitement of the Kentucky Derby with Naira Bets. Join now and get a $25 free bet just in time for the Derby. Plus, new members can earn up to a $200 deposit bonus using promo code DERBY20 25. That's a new promo code, so make sure to mark that down. Bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. We get ready to kick off the live racing action at Oaklawn Park with the first race of the day. It's a maiden special weight for the Arkansas breds, a 1.16 on the main track. Currently, the number 10, Robina, is 6-5 on the board right now as horses make their way onto the track. We'll meet the field. Anthony, kicking things off with Alter Girl.
From the open maiden 20s to the state bred special weight. I don't know what kind of a move that is. Showed speed going this distance last time out.
Petula is the number 2, 11-1.
Bumps up in class from the state bred claimer to the state bred special weight. Sloppy track in the debut. Gets fast ground today.
Stepping up from the maiden 20, here's Bootlegging Girl.
Yeah, big price. Has had an awful lot of chances. This is start number 12. She'll beat me today.
Here's the 4, Pat's Gal, still lightly raced.
Showed plenty of speed in her fourth start when stretching out to this distance for maiden 40 state bred. Another jump back up in class.
Finished right behind your favorite last time. Here's Tis a Strategy.
Yeah, she's taking some money at 5-1. She ran okay last time, flattened out a little bit. I don't know if distance is her friend.
Looking to turn things around. Here's Arden R.
Hall of Famer Calvin Burrell climbs aboard this 5-year-old daughter of Grasshopper who tries a distance for the first time.
Number 7 is coming up next. Sophie's Star, third last time out.
Yeah, her best race yet in 4 starts when she stretched out to this distance. She'll take another bump up in class.
Here's the 8, Dixie Girl 2.
Blinkers went on. She showed some speed. She caught a sloppy track in her first try going long.
5-1, taking some attention is the 9, Wild Rosie from a 20-1 morning line.
First time going long. She's got plenty of pedigree to go along, but her first bunch of races going short have not been that good.
Here's your favorite, Robina.
Makes a lot of sense. She bumps up back to the special weight. When she tried it, it was against sprinters.
Number 11, Mo Wanna Go.
Tries the distance for the first time. She's tiring in the sprints. I don't know if distance is her friend.
And the 12, Dr. Woods Miracle, stepping up.
Blinkers went on last time when she was going long on fast ground for the first time. I think she might be a little bit better with some moisture in the ground, Acacia.
There's your field for the opener at Oaklawn. Looks like a great crowd on track today. Your favorite, Robina, will be piloted by Christian Torres, who has a date a little bit later with Last Samurai in the Oaklawn Handicap. Lafitte and Gary, and what a rise we've witnessed from Christian Torres this winter at Oaklawn Park.
Just 25 years old, Acacia. We'll have a feature on him later on in the broadcast. As she mentioned, the mount on Last Samurai for D. Wayne Lucas. He's been perfect on Last Samurai thus far, and a chance to get his mojo going early on in the program, riding the favorite, Robina Torres at 6-5.
Yeah, this has really been a coming-out party for Christian Torres since the start of the meet. He's riding a lot of horses for Robertino Diodoro, but he's riding for everyone now, including the coach, getting opportunities on these good horses like this. Listen, he was at Remington Park. He's leading right now by 10 wins here. He's headed to Churchill Downs after this meet. He's ready for that step forward, and he's got the backing of Robertino Diodoro, as I said, and I think he's going to have a good meet there. He's jumping into some real deeper water, though.
Paulie, chalking the opener or someone else?
Well, you know, when you look at the board, I think the 9 and the 11 Lafitte are getting played because they're the only fillies in here that have never dropped to a claiming level. So maybe that helps a little bit. A lot of these horses are jumping up to the maiden special weight. I do think the 10 Robina is the one to beat. The 12, to me, I thought was interesting. And you know that the 2 Petulia, if that horse can save some ground, did not have a good beginning last time with the Bug Boy. It's all about saving ground with these Zarky breds. It's tough to figure out. I don't know if I would take 6-5. I think one of these other fillies might pop up and run a big race.
Racing Luck and Trip, 1.16. What'll happen? That cavalry charge to establish position going into the first turn. Robina, number 10, the favorite. High riding Christian Torres in the saddle. Post time for the first of 12 on Oaklawn Handicap Saturday. Here's Jim Byers.
Arden, Arkansas, Hall of Famer Calvin Burrell heads in. Dr. Woods Miracle, light gray. And they're in the gate. And they're off. Mo Wanna Go racing hard from the outside. Takes the early lead. Wild Rosie is second. Bootlegging Girl is third. Arden, Arkansas fourth. Pascal inside of her. Now she's fourth. Followed to the outside by Robina, who has raced into fifth. Petula is sixth. Dixie Girl 2 is seventh. Arden, Arkansas got shuffled. She's 8th now, a path off the rail as they move on to the backstretch. Followed by one of the grays, Tis a Strategy, and then a decent way back to Altar Girl, Sophie Star, and the light gray Dr. Woods Miracle is trailing the field in 12th as they chase Mo Wanna Go. Up the backstretch here, she leads the way by 3. And Wild Rosie is in pursuit from 2nd, and Bootlegging Girl on the inside is 3rd. Robina, 3 or 4 wide to the outside. The favorite races 4th into that far turn. Pat's Gal is just inside of her. Then a gap of 3 to Dixie Girl 2, Arden, Arkansas, and Petula on the inside. The back group is Sophie Star, Dr. Woods Miracle, Tis a Strategy, and Altar Girl is last of all. As they round the turn, still chasing Mo Wanna Go, Mikhail Michelle, leading the way here by some 2 lengths to the top of the stretch. With Wild Rosie racing in 2nd, and Wild Rosie is going to be a path off the rail coming into the stretch. Robina is a contentious 3rd, but is coming fully under urging here. Back to the inside is Bootlegging Girl, and then comes Pat's Gal and Arden, Arkansas. And through the stretch they come here, and Mo Wanna Go on the inside. Wild Rosie and David Cabrera take the lead. Robina up to the outside, a final push, but she's not doing enough. It's going to be Wild Rosie drawing clear with the first on Oaklawn Handicap Day. Robina really a non-threatening 2nd. And then came Mo Wanna Go.
Wild Rosie, David Cabrera, 20-1 on the morning line. Is that right? 7-2?
Yep.
At post time, the handicapper is locked in on this one. Again, 20-1 on the morning line. Wild Rosie, 7-2 post time. David Cabrera strikes in the opener.
Yeah, I think they like the stretch out. First time she was going long today, the 2 turns, and set a perfect stalking trip in 2nd. Had plenty left to hold off Robina.
Is that A-Train money, Acacia Anthony, on Wild Rosie over here?
Hopefully we get some winners throughout the day here today, Lafitte, as that filly took a lot of attention in the opener at Oaklawn, but we've got the opener at Aqueduct coming up, and we'll see if the betting public is right on here too. Kicking things off, Anthony, as we're sprinting on the turf with April 1st.
9 is my favorite number, by the way, Acacia. Yeah, I'm a fool. First time Lasix on April 1st here. Dave's not getting back to the grass since August.
Even though it's April 22nd, but that's fine. Here's the 2 Spoils of War.
Yeah, this horse makes some sense. Ray Handel could put a saddle on me right now, and I'd be 3-1. Horse hasn't run since the Meadowlands, but ran well off just 18 days back then.
The 3 Dance With Me, Babe, first starts in September, went by. Here's the 4 Spooky Lady.
Blinkers Lasix layoff for Dance With Me, Babe, in the drop. Spooky Lady has not run on the turf, though she rained off in her first New York start for Rudy.
First time on the grass for the 5 War Museum.
Yeah, War Dancer out of a Muktakdim mare. The turf should be what this horse wants, but this horse did 0 running in the first 2 dirt starts.
Plenty of pedigree on that one. Drop in class for Pimanova.
Going to turf sprint for the first time since the debut back in August of 2021.
Bandulu Queen, big price, getting on the turf for the first time. And here's the 9 Pasiloquent.
Yeah, Pasiloquent's going to have to take to the turf. Bandulu Queen, the same thing.
Number 10, Reign of Thunder, also getting on the grass for the first time.
My man Gary Richards climbs aboard. The blinkers come off. This horse is going to need to take to the grass by Big Brown.
First-time starter, Mary Catherine.
Daughter of Constitution out of an old-fashioned mare. I don't know how much turf pedigree there is here, but this isn't the toughest bunch. She's taking some money at 8-1.
First-time turf for Maddie's Grace.
Yeah, first-time Lasix, square price at 15-1 for this Daughter of Hard Spun.
And do note the 14 Virtual Beauty draws in on the outside.
Punchy gets to run 2 in here. Blinkers come off this one as well. Boy, this would be some form reversal.
You can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances on all the races on today's show. 5-2 favorite as we welcome in champion jockey Richard Migliori here with us. Richie, not a lot of turf form to sink your teeth into in this first race.
Yeah, maybe not a lot of turf form, but I think that creates opportunity and potentially at prices. Certainly War Dancer, Stallion by Warfront, has his fingerprint all over this race, starting with the 2 Spoils of War. And I agree, Ray Handel's been so hot. His horses are going to take money. Shorter, squatter kind of War Dancer. I think she'll appreciate, getting a start over this turf course. I'm not convinced she's primed for her best today, but she does look good for Ray Handel, who has been holding a very hot hand. The 3, Dance With Me Babe, another war dancer, adds blinkers, and I think this filly ran much better than it looks on paper first time. Didn't break particularly sharp, had a take up, but she showed some run within the context of the race. And when I watch first-time starters, their replays, I want to see them show some ability. Give me a run someplace in the race, and I thought she did make a kind of a middle move before flattening out, adds blinkers for Michelle Nevin. The 4, Spooky Lady, will be my top selection. Looking at her from a physical perspective, I'm seeing a turf horse. She's a half to a turf winner, Chocolate Cookie, albeit that one was by declaration of war. She could not look any better. She gets Maddie Olver, so you get a 7-pound break in the weights. Instead of carrying 125, you carry 118 with the 2-star Apprentice. The 5, War Museum, another war dancer, has not shown anything to date, but looks like a turf horse. Bred to be a turf horse. The mare has thrown 4 turf winners, and I loved her animation in her warm-up. Great energy level. The 7, Pimanova, got her Florida tan. Looks great. Light filly. Filly doesn't carry a lot of weight. I think she'll appreciate the turn back and looks terrific. And I'm going to finish with a big long shot, guys, that I do think will outrun her odds in the 8, Bandaloo Queen. Looks like a turf horse, big, wide, flat foot, what I call a platypus foot. Trained by Cleveland Johnson. A lot of people won't be familiar with the name. Tremendous horseman. Actually won a Wood Memorial on Eternal Prince that V. Cleveland Johnson groomed for Butch Lenzini. He's been a great horseman for a long time. And this filly, I think, will love getting to the turf. She's going to have to turn around in a big way, but I think there's potential, first-time turfers this time of year, to get some value.
You're going to get some good prices on the board, including that 50 to 1 shot. Richie, thank you. Bandulu Queen, as the filly by Frank Conversation gets on the grass for the first time. You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Get started at NYRA.com/showdown. Early pick 5 kicking off here. 2 to 1 favorite on Pimanova. She cuts back in distance. Anthony, as well as dropping in class for the first time. And while the others, a lot of them are trying the turf for the first time, she does have already the experience of some good turf races, albeit mostly going longer.
You know, I thought her turf sprint in her debut was a good race. It was just a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago. I don't know. There's just not a lot of turf form to go off of here in Acacia, so I stuck to a filly who I thought was going to be okay getting back to the sprint. Her last 2 races are abysmal. It's hard to really die on this hill, but, you know, my second choice is Dance With Me Babe, and her one race, she got beat 9.5 lengths. She was 32 to 1. She didn't have a great trip, but she's coming back with the kitchen sink. Drop, blinkers, Lasix. We haven't seen her in almost 7 months. So it's hard, like I said, it's hard to really sink your teeth into anybody in here.
We'll see how she handles it. 92 on Spoils of War, first start since September, where she ran second in open company at the Meadowlands. 2 to 1 though on Pimanova. They load into the gate for the opener at the Big A, sprinting on the turf for these New York bred fillies. Chris Griffin is standing by with the call.
A few more left to load here. There's Pimanova. Virtual Beauty to the outside. Virtual Beauty steps forward. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good break from the outside. It's Maddie's Grace with the early kick in between horses there. Spooky Lady. They're going to be 1-2 head and head. And Dance With Me Babe wants to join them as tightly at the rail. Going to get tight there for Spoils of War and also April 1st. They're now with 4th and 5th. They get past. Up on the outside here from War Museum, who's in the purple silks, followed by Pasiliquent, who's now going to track and take the 4th spot. Then mid-pack, there's Pimanova as to the outside there of Bandulu Queen. Further back in the field, Mary Catherine is progressing but wide, and Virtual Beauty, and far back is the trailer. Reign of Thunder in the opener. They went 22-1 for that opening quarter mile, and they work into the far turn. It's Spooky Lady in front. Spooky Lady, Maddie's Grace, continues to be within a neck of that leader. Dance With Me Babe is trying to rally on from third, and under a drive is Pasiloquent from fourth. The rest with some running to do as they've got less than a quarter mile to go. Lugging out badly there was Bandaloo Queen, and that drifted Mary Catherine out towards the outer rail as they reach the top of the lane. To the inside, it's Spooky Lady. To the outside, it's Maddie's Grace, and Maddie's Grace is trying to push on by, but Spooky Lady won't go away. It's Spooky Lady, Maddie's Grace. They're head and head for a final 16th in the opener. Maddie's Grace to the outside, Spooky Lady to the inside. Maddie's Grace, Spooky Lady, Maddie's Grace. Maddie's Grace in the opener, then Spooky Lady. Pasiloquent far back to Pimanova finished fourth in 1 minute 7 and 4 in the opener.
Tight down to the wire, but the 12 Maddie's Grace, first time on the turf, able to outgame Spooky Lady. Also getting on the turf for the first time on the turn, Anthony. We did see some scary moments there with Bandaloo Queen kind of vaulting and pushing out Mary Catherine as a result. It seemed both have finished up the race in fine form.
Yeah, Maddie's Grace, you know, the last time she ran back in November, it kind of looked to me like she bled. And we hadn't seen her for such a long time. Trainer change, surface switch, and she got Lasix today. She had taken money in all of her starts, 6-1 all 3 times, Acacia, and she was ignored today. 13-1 for the turf debut. A Daughter of Heart Spun gets the money at a nice price. Good ride by Romero Mirage. You know, Romero has not won a lot of races here this winter, but he has quietly ridden very well here against a tough Colony. I believe the plan is to stay here or maybe go to Monmouth and kind of tough it out a little bit. I think he's a young man that has a bright future, and I'm glad to see him, you know, really just believing in himself and staying here and riding against the best riders in the country and trying to make a name for himself. He gave this horse a really good ride today.
13-1 on the number 12, Maddie's Grace, 12-4, 9-7 in the opener at Aqueduct. First time on the turf, and it's a winning one for John Kimmel. When we come back, we'll talk about continuing on a family tradition and legacy, as we lost the owner of Champions, Willis Horton, last year, but his family is making sure that those legendary silks are still in the winner's circle.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000, 191,000,
165,000, 160,000. Thank you.
A dual surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racing is always available with Oaklawn Anywhere. When they can't make it to the track, Arkansas residents can watch and wager on horse races from all over the world with any smartphone, laptop, or tablet, anytime, anywhere. Go to oaklawnanywhere.com or download the free Oaklawn Anywhere app and register for a $150 sign-up bonus. Oaklawn Anywhere gives you access to past performances, live video, and expert race analysis with no subscription fees. Bet online anytime with Oaklawn Anywhere, Arkansas's exclusive window to worldwide racing. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. even as you're walking from the hotel over to the casino at Oaklawn Park, taking you through it. Now you know how to get to the paddock if you're staying at the hotel.
I did this in real time.
Did you move this fast?
Yep. I had to get a bet in.
I've seen you move quick.
I couldn't get on my NaraBets account. There was no internet service. So I had to get outside to the paddock to get to my service. I had to get a little bit late pick 5 in.
In the first race at Oaklawn Park, it was the number 9, Wild Rosie, as Lafitte and Gary mentioned, a filly that took a lot of attention down from that 20-1 morning line as she stretched out in distance for the first time. And as you had touched on in the post fight, she had the pedigree to handle it, and she was able to hold off your heavy favorite behind her.
Yeah, she had some interesting running lines. Remained back, broke through gate, remained back, bothered early. The elixir for all of that, little A, was a 1 1/16 against a suspect bunch of maidens.
She went off at 7-2, took a ton of late money there. $9.80 winner over your favorite Robina in the opener at Oaklawn Park. Back at Aqueduct, race 1 in the books as well. Maddie's Grace got onto the turf for the first time, was able to outgame fellow first-time turfer Spooky Lady, but Romero Mirage and Maddie's Grace victorious in the first race.
Former Rudy runner beats a Rudy runner, and Romero Mirage and Maddie Olver hook up from about the 3/8 pole to the wire, and you see the first-time turf runner. Like I said, I watched this horse's replay last time. I thought this horse may need Lasix, and sure enough, it helped Maddie's Grace. Hey, how about that? Maddie beat Maddie.
I know. It's too bad Maddie Olver couldn't ride Maddie's Grace.
That's kind of weird, right?
$29.60. I guess if your name is Maddie, you might have hit that exacta.
You're a crushed groove on that exacta.
$29.60 for the opener. Big price. 13-1. Maddie's Grace getting on the turf for the first time. A lot more live racing to come, and we'll learn a little bit more about the ageless Rated R Superstar. Now a 10-year-old who gets another shot at the Oaklawn Handicap a little bit later on.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NaraBets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NaraBets.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time.
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Taking a little tour downtown around Hot Springs. Hot Springs, Arkansas, the site today for a big day of racing at Oaklawn Park, the Oaklawn Handicap. Grade 2, and a classy group of older horses charge it. The morning line favorite to the outside, but down to the inside, the longest shot on the board, though he might be, Rated R Superstar. Now at the age of 10, is an 8-time stakes winner and will be running in the Oaklawn Handicap for the 3rd time. And while he's gathered a lot of fans throughout his long career, he's taken his owners on quite the journey too.
Rated R Superstar Snapper Sinclair. Rated R Superstar won the Essex.
You know, I'd been watching Rated R, and he just kind of caught my eye because of his running style. He runs the last, you know, quarter, half mile really hard, but he kind of just takes his time and takes care of himself, you know, the first part of the race, and those horses know how to take care of themselves.
I kind of had to twist Danny's arm. He doesn't like to tell this story very much. He had the claim card filled out, and he's like, man, I don't know. I don't know if I should do it. He is an older horse.
You know, a lot of people give up on them when they turn that age. They run out their conditions, so they don't have any conditions, so then they put them in a tag, and a lot of times they'll get claimed and moved around.
I said, Danny, if you don't do this, I don't ever want to hear you tell me that you're upset about him coming back and beating you later on.
And here comes the veteran 8-year-old Rated R Superstar to run by and win.
I had to ask him, did you drop on him? He said, yeah, I did.
This horse had a lot of back class, and back class don't lie. And I knew if he still had anything in the tank, with our program, we take it easy, we don't train real hard on him, he would love our barn, and so far we've been very fortunate with him.
Rated R Superstar, one more try. Mucho Rated R Superstar. Here's the old man, Rated R Superstar in the center. Plainsman is still there. These three, Rated R Superstar. How about that? The 9-year-old wins the Essex.
He's got his own personality, and if he don't like something, he's not going to do it. If he likes it, he's going to go out there and do 110%. He's got a goat named Teddy that hangs out right by his stall, and you know, it kind of takes his mind off racing sometimes, I guess, and keeps him fresh and happy.
He's been a blessing to us. When you have a horse not only come to your barn and do well, but exceed your expectations, I think that's a really rewarding feeling.
I would have never dreamed that he would have been this good. You know, I thought he still had some gas in the tank, and I thought he would probably run, maybe be an allowance horse for us. But did I dream I'd be running in the Oaklawn Handicap this year? No, I can't say I would dream that. We've been very fortunate that he's been sound and he's doing well, and as long as he does well, we're going to let him race.
13 for 68 lifetime with 10 seconds and 9/3, just shy of $2 million in earnings. And you're dying to talk about the name.
I love the headline. He is named after one of the most decorated WWE superstars of all time, Adam Copeland, otherwise known as Edge. So he's held 31 championships. You could think I'm a nerd all of you want. Everybody's allowed to have a nerd thing. I've been a wrestling fan since I'm 5 years old. I'm 46 now. I don't care what you all think. Everybody has something in their cloud. You all watching Days of Our Lives or something out there. Don't you ain't getting past the big A.
Days of Our Lives.
Yeah, I watched that too.
It's
I
Love
used
is
to
Blind
anyway.
for me.
I'm a wrestling fan though. Yeah, Rated R Superstar. And nobody's ever really talked about it.
Well, he's been around a long time. I think
has.
they did at the beginning of his career. He started his career at Ellis Park in July of 2015, originally trained by Kenny McPeak, the horse I'm talking about. This horse he was 3rd in the Breeders' Futurity, ran in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile behind Nyquist. So that gives you a little perspective.
You can watch SmackDown on Big Fox every Friday night. And I've been known, and plenty of people call me the tribal chief around here.
That I did not know. Let's move on to race 2 at Oaklawn Park. Kicking things off with the Asmussen family. La Mutanacci, here's the 2, outrun them.
Yeah, see if Keith and Steve Asmussen can team up, outrun him, gets a pair of blinkers. Has not done much running in his last 6-7 starts.
Charter Oak, the 3.
Yeah, Charter Oak bounced big time off a huge effort, 2-back, career best, in fact.
JVB is the 4.
Yeah, got back to the conventional dirt to get the money in a 2-life last time out for Tom Vanberg.
Rum and tonic, interesting combination.
Yeah, I would never drink that in a million years, but he got the job done when stretching out from 6 furlongs to a mile on a 16th most recently.
Here's a 7, Great Heart.
Yeah, Great Heart was third in his last 2. He's actually had some good form since returning from a December layoff and getting back to the main track.
And conspiracy fact to the outside, your favorite.
Had a 2-race win streak snapped when joining this group last time. He actually made the lead and tired very late in the game. He was a big price that day, a fraction of that price today.
That's the field for the second race. We are about 4 minutes to post. I don't think that 20 minutes to post is correct, so don't get too excited about that. But let's check in for more in race 2 at Oaklawn Park. Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. A very interesting race in here when you consider what's going to happen with the inside horse here, Illuminati. Now, Illuminati was entered in a race earlier and was scratched to go long today, and man, he was darn good last time off the claim on a fast racetrack for Keith Asmussen. He just broke out the gate, and the race was kind of over. And he ran a pretty fast time in 110 flat. And I think the 6 holds the key to this race, because if the 6 Rum and Tonic can put enough pressure on the 1 in here, I think it makes it interesting. Now, the 1 could go gate to wire, just might be quicker than the 6. So then when you look at that replay, then you get to the 8 on the outside horse, the Great Compton horse. And it looks like the 8 in here, Conspiracy Fact, is a horse that actually, when you look at the PPs, kind of doesn't want to be in front. You know, when he hit the front end last time, Acacia, he kind of got lost. When you look at his other race, he needs to be ridden where he sort of takes back, and he needs his timed run. He can't really hit the front with like a quarter mile left or 1/8 of a mile left, and because he kind of gets wandering around. I'll tell you what, though, the 7 Great Heart looked tremendous for Jerry Hollendorfer, and I have a feeling this horse is going to run a big race. Caught 2 sloppy racetracks. Last time out, brutal beginning, and I think this horse will sit a good trip. I'm just worried that Illuminati could be in great form in here. So I was 7-1-1-7.
All right, Paul, thank you. As Steve Asmussen owns and trains the number 1 La Mutanati, and his son Keith going to be in the saddle. Keith rode this horse last time out, and Keith and Steve teaming up. They have seen the winner's circle together quite a lot this winter.
They have. It's been fantastic to watch, too. Now, I kind of stopped paying attention to Oaklawn yesterday for the second half of the card. Did Steve break the record yesterday?
He tied.
He tied. Right? We were here for that.
Yes.
He tied it. So this could be it. I think this is going to be it. I think Keith's just going to put this horse on a Bill Dailing and say, see you later. 2 turns, short stretch mile, able to protect rail. This horse is the 9-5 favorite. There's some other peripheral speed in here, but this horse is flat out fast, Acacia.
Of course, talking about the training record at Oaklawn Park for most wins by a trainer. It seems if there is some sort of record to be broken by a horseman, Steve Asmussen will do it.
Yeah, the old adage is rules and bones are made to be broken, but apparently so are records.
The all-time winningest trainer in North America. He's hit just about everything you could possibly imagine. Truly incredible, and has really made his mark at Oaklawn Park as well. Back over at Aqueduct, we have a nice race 2 coming up. It's a 1 1/8 on the main track in a maiden special weight, and horses are in the paddock. The entry currently 2-1, as we'll check in with Richie for a paddock report.
Thanks, Acacia. I'm laughing at myself. My notes just blew away, but I was able to gather them up before we got on camera. Listen, very logical favorite here in the 1, First Money. I like the removal of blinkers here, particularly stretching to the 2 turns. This horse showed good speed going a 1-turn mile, gets a good inside post, gets Lasix for the first time. Javier Castellano picks up the mount. This horse looks fantastic from a physical perspective. The 1 1/8 should not be any issue whatsoever. And I will say, City of Light, now standing stud, this horse is remarkably similar in stature, in conformation to his sire, and I like when you see a sire stamp their offspring. First Money will be very tough to beat. The 3, Ballantine, also making a nice impression. Horse ran second going a mile last time. A 2-turn mile at Parks. Parks, a track that can be pretty demanding. I think this horse could take a step forward here. I like what I'm seeing from Ballantine, and obviously by Tappet. trained by Chad Brown. I'm not giving any earth-shattering information. You expect this horse to be well turned out. And then the 4, Shreveport, first time going this far, 1.125, had the kind of tuner up here going 6.5. This horse wants every bit of 1.5 miles. I mean, 1.125 miles, excuse me. Maybe eventually 1.5 miles. I love what I'm seeing. This is a big strapping son of Tappet out of that mare 7th Street, Godolphin's Grade 1 winner. And he is just a really imposing individual. I'm really taken with the physicality of the 4, Shreveport.
3-1 right now on the board. Richie, thank you. Shreveport, who is the full brother to Grade 2 winner, Grade 1 place, Lake Avenue. We'll see what he does, getting a little bit more distance to work with today. Back over at Oaklawn Park, Lafitte said picture perfect, and he was not exaggerating. Beautiful day in Hot Springs, Arkansas, as the crowd comes over to the rail to get a glimpse of the horses for the second race. Again, a mile on the main track in the starter allowance. Steve Asmussen and Keith Asmussen team up with La Mutanati to the inside, currently the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be tough to beat in here. He may have to deal with Rum and Tonic, the number 6, early on, but I would discourage that one as best as I could if I was Keith, and I would just put La Mutanati on the front end.
Paul had some nice things to say about the 7, Greatheart, who would be quite happy if there was a little bit of pace to run at on the front end, as that horse does his best running from off of it. Loading in for race 2 at Oaklawn Park, here's Jim Byers.
Track fast, and they're in the gate. And they're off. Rum and Tonic is heading toward the lead. Outrun him on the inside is next. JVB gets out in 3rd, and now La Mutanati moving to position. He's going to be chasing the pace today. He's racing 4th, and La Mutanati didn't take that club turn very well. Scooting up the inside is Charter Oak, and then 3 wide to the outside is Conspiracy Fact. He got caught on the outside of La Mutanati into that clubhouse bend, and Greatheart has settled back 7th and last. As they turn onto the backstretch, Rum and Tonic with the blinkers on here, showing speed and leading the way to JVB, and then a tugging hard outrun him. But to the inside, Charter Oak is moving up alongside him, a joint 3rd. Conspiracy Fact on the outside is 5th. He's only 3.5 from the lead. La Mutanati has settled down, but now he's in behind horses here with less than a half mile to go. And Greatheart is 5 lengths off the lead and trailing as they come around the far turn and head to the short stretch of this mile event. JVB is up to Rum and Tonic. JVB the outside and Rum and Tonic. Conspiracy Fact is on the outside, and he's poised in 3rd. Then outrun him, and up to the outside, Greatheart, Charter Oak, and La Mutanati. Off the turn and into the stretch. Conspiracy Fact looms up on the outside, 4 wide. Greatheart is wider than him. As Conspiracy Fact takes over, Outrun 'em is making a big bid toward the inside at a big price. And here comes Outrun 'em. And Outrun 'em is going to beat Conspiracy Fact. Then Greatheart and Charter Oak.
Run them at 34-1 did just that, as we did see the dynamic of the race change. Anthony with La Mutanati getting being hard to handle when taken off the pace. Back over at Aqueduct, we have this maiden special weight coming up. We'll kick things off with the entry, starting with First Money.
Yeah, blinkers come off after debuting with them on. Gets Lasix, stretches out from the 1-turn mile, 2 turns here, going to 9 furlongs.
Showed speed, but a bit green in that debut. Here is the 1A, K-On.
Just got beat a nose last time when stretching out to this distance. Has a couple of 2-turn races under his belt, having raced at Parks 2 back.
Huntington comes out of the same race as First Money.
Half-brother to Law Professor. Blinkers go on. This horse took some money first time out. I think this horse is going to improve greatly today.
Ballantine comes in off of a second at Parks.
Yeah, he was 2 to 5 that day. Did not do much running early on. Made up some ground late.
Shreveport, the son of Tappet, is
Richie
next.
sounded like he liked him a lot. Again, the full to Lake Avenue should appreciate a little added distance today.
Start number 12 for Pioneering Spirit.
Yeah, comes out of the maiden special weight rank, maiden claiming ranks back into the special weight ranks for Linda Rice.
And also for Linda Rice, here's the 7 Ride Up.
Yeah, I don't know how much ground this horse is going to want. His 2 best figs came going a mile, but I think he might be better with a little less ground.
He's 3-1 on the board right now. That son of Malibu Moon getting the starting gate into position. They'll break right outside the winner's circle. We'll talk more about race 2 after this on America's Day at the Races.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide. New to Darley.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. There's the starting gate. You might recognize the flowers as the gate is positioned right in front of the winner's circle. Mile and an eighth can be a taxing distance too. We'll see who can handle it. There is a look at First Money, who will make just the second start of his career, this colt by City of Light. Blinkers come off as he gets the added distance today after debuting going a mile. He showed good speed that day. And it's interesting. I noticed he wasn't necessarily the fastest out of the gate, but moved up pretty swiftly to take the lead, kind of fading down on the inside to hold on to third. A little bit green there still, but a horse that should get a lot out of that first race.
Yeah, he should. You know, I'm not a big fan of that, Acacia. When a barn equips a horse with blinkers first time, it more often than not means this horse has done something steadily in the morning to lead you to believe that those blinkers were needed. Yep. I don't think it's anything that's done lightly.
Well, there are certain barns, like Wesley Ward, the blinkers are the extension of the bridle. But if somebody like Todd Pletcher, Brad Cox is a first-time starter with blinkers, it's often a negative.
Right. I agree. I agree. Bob Baffert will do it as well, like Wesley Ward. And then, you know, American Pharoah wore blinkers first time out.
Yeah. Let's get more on these horses from Richie down trackside.
Well, just to keep with the blinker theme, guys, the one First Money with the blinkers off in the second start, stretching to the mile and eighth. I like that move. I like when horses maybe have an opportunity, go to the front, throw their ears up, get in a nice rhythm. And listen, he's a very deserving 4-5 shot. I have no false illusions about that. My top selection will be the 4 Shreveport. I just love this horse from a physical perspective. He's an outstanding looking individual. He's a full to Lake Avenue. Now, Lake Avenue was more accomplished sprinting, but she did win the Demoiselle going a mile and an eighth as a 2-year-old. She did win also going a mile as a 3-year-old. Maybe people will correlate her as more of a sprinter, but she was able to get distances. And from a physical perspective, this colt is absolutely going to love a mile and an eighth. So I'm giving you the third choice here. But from a physical perspective, I think he's going to relish every part of this mile and a furlong journey here at the Big A.
All right, Richie, thank you. Starting gate crew ready to load in this group of maidens. You can earn a $20 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. Bet $75 each at Aqueduct, Oaklawn Park, and Santa Anita today, and you can earn a $20 bonus. Win or lose, all you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in today. You do have the two parts of the entry. I think First Money taking most of that money, but K-On, the other part of the entry, also owned by Calumet, this one of two for Chad Brown. This horse was just beaten to nose last time out in maiden special weight, going 1 mile and an eighth behind his stablemate Systemic Change. Those two kind of dueling to the wire. Do you expect him to show speed again with the presence of First Money?
No, they were really, really slow last time. Fast Money's exponentially faster than him, as well as potentially others in here. I would imagine Huntington's going to have more speed today as well.
Blinkers going on Huntington again. That half brother to multiple graded stakes placed law professor.
I can't believe he's that priced. I like this horse today. I bet a few bucks.
He
on him.
actually ran sneaky, showed a little bit, not the fastest out. He was in the center of the track late. I think it was a bit of an educational debut for Huntington. Let's see how he fares today. Going into the gate is K-On. There he is, the other part of the entry. A nice maiden special weight for the 3-year-olds, 1 mile and an eighth on the main track. There's Richie's top selection, Shreveport. Race 2 at the Big A. Up next, here's Chris Griffin.
Right up, last to load. Is in. All set. And they're off. Good break from Shreveport from an outside draw. It's Shreveport and also First Money right out to the front, but Shreveport will clear. Is going to take him into the first turn, is up by a full length. Right up is going to now track from second with Jose Ortiz. They're going to stalk the pace setter, drift out into the 3 path. In between horses there is First Money, is followed by Ballantyne, who's to the outside in 4th. At the rail comes Huntington, gets passed by K-On, is in the gold cap, and the trailer Pioneering Spirit. As they get set to work to the backstretch, they slow down the pace. It's Shreveport. Junior Alvarado, they're up by a half length. Mild pressure here from right up to the outside, 25-2. That opening quarter mile for Shreveport. Shreveport is 4-1, and right up is tracking right there from second. Ballantyne is now in the clear in 3rd. At the rail is First Money, who starts to progress from 4th, and behind that is K-On in 5th. The 2 at the back, Huntington and Pioneering Spirit, who starts to move in closer, sensing the slow tempo. Shreveport is in front. It's Shreveport, and Ride Up continues to now be within a neck of that leader. Ballantyne is just off of them in 3rd. 51-2 for that half-mile time for Shreveport. It's Shreveport in front, is approaching a half-mile left to go. Ride Up now gets the cue. Ballantyne right there in 3rd. At the rail comes First Money. K-On is trying to rally on as well from 5th. Far back to the rest, Pioneering Spirit, and under a full drive, it's Huntington as they're well into the far turn now. Shreveport just with a nose in front. Ride Up has not been given the cue yet. Went 1:16-2 for 3/4 of a mile. Here comes the run from Ballantyne, who's 3 wide and is looming up on the outside. Ballantyne now gets the cue. Ride Up is in for the fight as they reach the top of the stretch, and Ballantyne now kicks on. It's Ballantyne who's up by a full length. Ride Up is trying to keep up from second. Drifting out there, Shreveport from the back. First Money and K-On, they're trying to rally on late as well. Ballantyne for a final furlong. Ride Up is still not done towards the inside as they approach the 16th pole. It's still Ballantyne finding plenty right now, is up by a length and a half. Manny Franco, Ballantyne, they'll get the score in today's second. Ride Up, Shreveport, then came a late run from K-On and First Money in 1:55 flat.
The other Chad Brown, so to speak, Ballantyne, getting to the winner's circle after disappointing effort at Parks last time out, but he makes his first start going the 1 mile and an eighth, a winning one.
Yeah, in hindsight, this horse probably needed that race at Parks last time. It's a 2-turn mile as opposed to the 1-turn mile here. It was done with intent, you would imagine. He tried to get this horse around 2 turns, and he kept him around the 2 turns, going the 1 mile and an eighth today. And Ballantyne ran, not going to find the fastest final time, but he ran well today, right behind the speed. Produced it around the 5/16 pole and was able to get past Ride Up and win by a couple of lengths.
Shreveport was the one who ended up setting the pace, and he got to do so with a pretty slow pace, and he ends up fading to 3rd after he was taking some pressure from Ride Up in the middle part of the race.
Yeah, pace did not unfold like I think many people thought it would, including myself. First Money just He didn't really break without those. Well, you'll see those blinkers go right back on first money.
He didn't really pick up his feet much today.
Right back on.
Yeah. Richie, your thoughts on that?
Hey guys, I really think, and I think it's something we really have to pay attention to. The inside continues to be a detriment to these horses. Everybody that's running inside, if you look at Shreveport, setting a slow pace, had everything his own way, but he's down inside. He backed up, turning for home, and then when he got to the outside, he actually rallied again. And if you look at the runner-up, number 7, Ride Up, he was going best of all, turning for home. He wound up drifting over to the rail, kind of bogged down. And then Ballantyne got the perfect run in the 3-path. And, you know, just watch the replay again. Shreveport, when he got up the inside, actually was getting back to Ride Up late for second. I think you want to avoid the inside. And when you're handicapping, maybe try to handicap for horses that are going to find themselves in more of an outside position.
Such a good point, Richie. As the other week, I remember Kendrick Carmouche sharing that with Richie and with me too, that he felt the inside of the track was not where you wanted to be, and we've kind of seen that consistently over the past couple weeks here.
Yeah, that was on Thursday. You could tell a difference in color. See what happens as the rest of the day goes on.
Number 3, Ballantyne with the win in race 2 at Aqueduct. We'll bring you prices and a lot more live racing after this.
City of Light, a multiple Grade 1 winner with $5.6 million in earnings. Winner of the Grade 1 Malibu, the Grade 1 Triple Bend, the Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, posting a 110 buyer, and the Grade 1 Pegasus World Cup, posting a 112 buyer. The best son to date of leading stallion Quality Road. City of Light stands to continue his sire's legacy at Lane's End.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
At Gainesway. Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We'll use some prices. Race 2 at Aqueduct went to the 3 Ballantyne, as he was able to use that last race in February at Parks as a springboard into the winner's circle today.
Yeah, nice effort today. Just about 2 months away. I was trying to figure out why the layoff line wasn't in the racing form, Acacia. It's because February only has 28 days.
Yeah, exactly.
How about that?
Don't forget it.
Nice effort. Just sat off the pace. You know, Richie keeps talking about the track, and I don't disagree at all. But I still think this horse ran okay today. I'm not going to worry too much about the final time, like I said. Just his second start off of a June layoff. He's not really built like a horse that looks like he's going to want ground, right?
No, he's a little bit more shorter coupled. 1460 for Ballantyne over the 7 Ride Up and the 4 Shreveport. Stakes action coming up next at Aqueduct. It's time for the Woodhaven, a mile on the inner turf for the 3-year-olds. An interesting little race here with a couple of first-time turfers. And Chad Brown will look for another win today. Jose Ortiz will be aboard the current favorite, Belluni, the French bred, who is making his second start here stateside.
For a 6-horse field of stakes runners, This race gave me fits.
It's a tricky little race.
This was really just, a real head scratcher because normally a race like this, I would try and gravitate towards the speed. Now that's High Strike, who, in my opinion, is clearly the outlier in here.
Never been on the turf before.
Never been on the turf, shipping in from Penn National. So many question marks, and just looks like he probably is more than a cut below these. Now what do you do? And, I kind of lose my best friend gravitating towards my favorite angle, trying to find loose speed in here. I don't know, what do you do after that? I went to the horse who I think is going to be sitting just off of him in Inflation Nation, but it's probably not going to be that easy to figure out the winner in here.
Inflation Nation going long on the turf for the first time. We've got a couple horses in here trying the turf for the first time. Coming up tomorrow from 12 to 6 p.m. Eastern, it's the 5th annual PDJF Telethon to promote the Permanently Disabled Jockeys Fund. Take a look at how you can call, chat, or contribute. Check out their website. A wonderful, worthy cause. Some Hall of Fame jockeys will be participating, all for, again, a wonderful cause, looking after our riders who have been permanently disabled. This is a very dangerous sport and a profession where they have an ambulance following them every day. So really important to highlight all of the great work that the PDJF does.
But can you imagine describing your job, right, and saying that they are not allowed to go to work unless there are 2 ambulances at the racetrack? Not allowed to run the race unless there are not 1, but 2 ambulances here. That just about sums it up.
We'll have more on the PDJF Telethon tomorrow. Again, make sure you take a look at how you can donate and participate. Also coming up today, though, in a little bit, we'll have the cross-country Pick 5 sequence. It's a lot of fun, always a great sequence to participate in, and even more so when it's like the one today, an all-stakes cross-country Pick 5.
Yes, and I have a ticket for you, fine folks at home, today. I think we're going to, you know what? I feel very good about this ticket. I don't feel good, Acacia. I feel very good about this ticket. We're going to spread in the Elkhorn at Keeneland. I'm going to bet the number 7, though, Howe Street to win. He's the longest price of the 4 horses. He's going to be 10 to 1 on the morning line. He'll probably be 8 or 10 to 1. He's the new shooter to the group. I'm going to use 4 horses, though, some of the old guard in there, including multiple Grade 1 winner Channel Maker, the number 1. 3 horses in our Times Square division, led by long shot, the number 6, Dr. Kraft, who's 10 to 1. So let's try and get it 7-6. We'll single Skippy Long Stocking, not just because it's a fantastic name, in the Ben Ali at Keeneland. 2 deep in the Oaklawn Handicap, which you'll see here later on in the program. I've been holding this back. I like Proxy today at a little bit of a price to upset the Oaklawn Handicap. We're going to use Last Samurai as well. And then in one of the best named races of all time, the Bathhouse Row, we're going to use the 3 favorites. Red Route 1, who I was kind of more against yesterday, but I'm not going to let Asmussen and Rosario beat me. First-time Lasix. Victory Formations, first-time Lasix as well. And 2 Eagles Rivers getting his Lasix back.
Make sure you check out that cross-country Pick 5 sequence, all-stakes sequence, $36 ticket for Anthony Horses walking over for the Woodhaven, our first stake of the day. There's a look at the French-bred Belluni coming out of the Colonel Liam at Gulfstream, making his second start here stateside. Can he get to the winner's circle? We'll talk more about his chances and this Woodhaven field after this.
Fighting back, coming down to the finish. If a picture is worth 1,000 words, this is one stunning picture.
1,000 words just in front. 1,000 words wins the Robert B. Lewis.
Honoree P is full out now, second on the outside. And they're coming down to the line, and 1,000 words has done it.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Check out NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started today. Historic District in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The Oaklawn Handicap coming up a little bit later on today. Big day of racing at Oaklawn. Love seeing the fans lined up against the rail as they get a look at the horses for this upcoming third race. The Arkansas breds in the spotlight, a maiden claiming for $25,000. We're going a mile on the main track. The number 9 Percy Road is currently your favorite, meeting the rest of the field, though, as it's the Asmussen family yet again here, Anthony. Storm Strategy.
Hit the board on all 3 of his starts, going in for a tag, drops back down for a quarter. It was claimed for 16, 3 back by Steve.
Here's the 2 at Rudiano.
Stretches out off 8 sprint tries. He's hit the board just once in those races, but he is dropping in for a quarter for the first time in his career.
The 3 is Mad Mardigan taking a drop as well.
He finished 4th with a sneaky good effort, 2 starts back sprinting. He stretched out to no avail last time, drops in for the $25,000 tag for the first time.
More Money Mo went by. Here's the 5, 4 Dice.
Yeah, stretched out to no avail last time. This horse has been beaten double digits in his last 4 starts.
The 6, Willie Win, looking to turn things around. Here's the 7, Loud Boy.
Yeah, Loud Boy, another one stretching back out. He tried 2 turns, 3 starts back to no avail on the slot. Maybe the fast track will help him.
Here's the 8, Seeking Chrome.
Yeah, his last 2 starts for 40, not that good. He drops in for the quarter. We'll see if that class relief helps.
Still your favorite on the class drop, Percy Road.
The 8 stretches out to last 2 starts with blinkers have been pretty good. They haven't been much better than his other races without him. Big drop in class as the season starts to wind down.
The 10 other times went by. Here's the 11, Cybertown.
Yeah, got the win last time and was disqualified after bumping with second place finisher. Always like to see a horse get the job done, especially against a bunch of maidens who have had trouble finding the board.
And the 12, Cadillac Cowboy.
Double-digit defeats in all 4 starts, back in for a tag for the first time, second time in this barn.
Lovely look at Oaklawn Park as we'll check in with Paul LaDuca. Paulie, you have braved some real weather there at Oaklawn Park. It's nice on some of the big days we've gotten some sunshine.
You know, crazy statistic I saw last night, and I actually almost tweeted it out. The most rain in Little Rock, Little Rock, Arkansas, and the surrounding areas. You ready for this? Since 1882. It's been the wettest, I guess, 2023 since 1882. I had to look back. Chester Arthur was our president, and I want to say that Arkansas became a state in like 1835 or something. I was on the research button last night after I saw that stat. So, yeah, the weather has been all over the place, but an absolutely beautiful day today. And we got to try to figure out these Arkansas breds in here. And when we look back at the last Arkansas bred races, you know, the 2 horses that got bet from 20-1 down to 7-2 was the 9, won the race. The 11 was 20-1 to 11-1, and those were the 2 horses that had not dropped for the maiden special weight. And you look at this race, the 9 looks pretty tough in here at Percy Road, considering the drop in class for John Prather. I thought Anthony brought up a great point towards the end of the meet. Sometimes some of these traders don't want to take some horses with them, especially in Arkansas bred. You know, this horse is probably not going to run maybe till next year if he's able to keep the horse too as well, or maybe have to go somewhere else. So I can understand where they're going with the 9. I thought the 2, Rudiano, listen, Dwayne Loy's pulled off a couple upsets in here. Huge rider change here for Francisco Arrieta, another horse that's trying long for the first time. Has some gait issues, but I think this horse is going to show up at a decent price. And when you get to some of the favorites in here, you know, the 9 deserves to be the favorite. The 11, Cybertown, I guess it was warranted. The horse was wide most of the way, but Walter De La Cruz has been somewhat on a heater. And then back to the 1, Storm Strategy. You know, never ever, by the way, do you want to see a comment knifed? I'm hoping the horse wasn't packing a knife. And back to where you were going, Anthony, you know what? We all have our simple pleasures, okay? Murder, She Wrote is my favorite. Nobody ever messes with Angela Lansbury.
She is a legend, Paul. She's an absolute legend. I love it. I've gotten some comments about General Hospital, you know, some other great shows. I mean, you just opened up
Pandora's Box?
Yes, you did. Yes, you
It's
did.
funny.
I'm going to go watch some Love Island tonight.
It's fantastic. Love Island? Wow.
Yeah.
When Angela Lansbury passed away, I put up Murder, She Wrote the reggae song up. Nobody reacted to it.
Oh,
Terrible.
you have to send it to Paul.
That's just terrible.
There's your favorite for the Woodhaven Belluni, as we'll check in with Richie for a paddock report.
Guys, I got to go with the theme about the shows first, though. In the paddock judge's office, there was a Rockford Files on, and it was about horse racing, and the jockey was the main murder suspect. I didn't get to finish watching. I had to come out here and look at horses, starting with the 4, Belluni. I think this horse ran better than it looked at Gulfstream Park, and I was talking with Chad Brown the other day about his horses running at Gulfstream and how, just it's a very kind of short turf course. They run over the top of it. It's looser, and how a lot of his horses don't get a real good foot over it. I will say this, looking at Belluni from a physical perspective, I almost wonder if a little bit shorter in distance wouldn't be better for him, but he was keen last time into the first turn and certainly can improve. The 5, Inflation Nation, great races as a 2-year-old. I'm not seeing a horse that's going to love a mile, though. I'm seeing a horse that looks more like a turf sprinter to me. He's by Speightstown out of a Galileo mare, but certainly favors the Speightstown portion of his family considerably more from a physical perspective. And the 6, Neural Network, making his first start on the turf. He's been running well on dirt, but he switches surfaces. And I think from a physical perspective, he's going to love the turf. I love his longer, slacker pasterns. I love his flat foot. He's well drawn. He should be able to sit a nice trip. Manny Franco has just been riding so well, just in another stratosphere, honestly, between how he's approaching races from a mental aspect to the way he finishes on horses from a physical strength perspective. I really love what I'm seeing from the 6, Neural Network, trying turf for the first time.
9-2 on Neural Network. Richie, thank you. I have felt all along he's a turf horse, so I'm excited to see him on the grass as well. As we turn our attention back over to Oaklawn Park, great crowd. I like to see that little kid on his dad's shoulders there. He's got a great vantage point.
That's a pretty good vantage point. You're not wrong.
Right by the gate. He's got it made. Love that. Love seeing everybody out for the big day of racing. Some nice sunshine as well. As Paul had mentioned, had been a pretty rainy winter. Paul toughing it out every single day there at Oaklawn Park, and good to see the sun shining for the big days here. Loading into the gate, the number 9 Percy Road on that big drop in class is still your favorite. Jim Beyer standing by with the call of race 3 at Oaklawn.
4 Dice in the turquoise silks. Willie Wynn next to him. Cybertown. Number 4, More Money Mo, just reared a bit. Enough to unseat Eduardo Gallardo. He's getting reset. The last one in is Cadillac Cowboy. The Cowboy is close, hasn't quite made it all the way in yet. Now he does. They're in the gate. And they're off. Good start for Rudiano toward the inside. Willie Wynn, and there goes Loud Boy. Loud Boy and Willie Wynn. And they are determined there at the front end. Rudiano is racing in 3rd. Cadillac Cowboy 4th. Seeking Chrome is 5th. Storm Strategy hugs the rail in 6th. Right alongside him is 4 Dice. Then a length and a half to More Money Mo. Other times 4 wide around the turn. And just to the outside of the favorite, Piercy Road, he's splitting horses 3 wide and about 7 lengths off the lead in a blue cap. And then the back pair are Cybertown and Mad Mardigan as they race up the backstretch. A solitary leader now, Loud Boy and Alberto Pusek lead the way here to Cadillac Cowboy. 4 Dice is bulling his way through. He's now a joint 2nd. Seeking Chrome is racing 4th. There's Storm Strategy, and Cybertown is making a huge rush from the outside. Cybertown gaining on the far outside. Storm Strategy is locked in behind horses here. Meanwhile, a wide trip continues for Piercy Road. He remains on the outside of horses within striking range, though, if he's good enough. Then comes Rudiano, More Money Mo, and Other Times, and Mad Mardigan. They come to the top of the short stretch. Here is Piercy Road gaining on the outside of Cybertown. Those two closers have made it to the front here. Followed by Storm Strategy toward the inside third, and Rudiano fourth through the stretch into the finish. From between horses, it is Cybertown, Piercy Road on the outside, Storm Strategy right there on the inside for Keith Asmussen, and it is very close under the wire. Cybertown, Piercy Road, Storm Strategy, very tight to the wire, those three.
Noses down on the wire, the one Storm Strategy along the rail, the number 11 Cybertown in between horses, and the 9 Piercy Road outside. I think, well, the 9 I think got the best bob actually, but it looked like the number 11 Cybertown was a little bit more forward. We need Paul's help on this one. He's the best with calling these photos.
I thought it was the goalposts. I thought it was the 11, but I could be wrong.
I thought so too at my first inclination.
Right. First call. I thought Storm Strategy was going to get the candy at one point, but then it looked like Cybertown intimidated him just enough. I think the 11 got the head down. Who knows? That's a tough photo down there.
We'll keep you posted on the outcome at Oaklawn in race 3. Horses stepping onto the track for the Woodhaven at Aqueduct will meet the field, kicking things off with the Louisiana-bred Regal Kingdom.
Looking for 3 in a row, first-time Grand Motion. This horse made up ground in all 3 of his turf starts. I think this horse is a live long shot today.
Here's an Oklahoma-bred Winter's Lion.
I don't think this horse did much running in his 2 turf starts, and the tote board kind of agrees with me here with the 2 Louisiana shippers.
First time on the turf for the 3 High Strike.
See how far this son of B Jersey can lead him here. I would imagine Jackie Davis just going to put this one on the front end.
Number 4, Belluni, as he's 8-5 right now.
I don't know how much running this horse did, if any at all, first time in this country last time, Acacia. We'll see what kind of, if this horse just needed to race.
On his toes, Inflation Nation.
I would imagine he's going to sit right off of High Strike, couple of lengths behind him, see if he likes to stretch out.
Neural Network, first time on the turf.
Yeah, you've talked about liking them on the grass, and you know these Chad Brown horses don't seem to have a ton of turf pedigree. They seem to fire on the grass. He got put up in the Gander last time. I don't know how much trouble there really was. He was good in his debut. We'll see if he likes the lawn.
I've always felt that he moves like a turf horse, the way that he covers the ground. He's 3-1 right now, Neural Network. Let's go back to Richie.
Guys, I'm all about the 6 Neural Network. He looks like a turf horse to me from a physical perspective. He moves like a turf horse. He's shown really good ability on dirt, but I think that's just because he's talented. I think he may be getting on his preferred surface today, and I think he's going to work out a really good trip. He's not slow, but he has enough speed to put himself in the right spot. Manny Franco could not be riding any better. And guys, we're very, very privileged. We have a bunch of the Carolina Hurricanes here. The hockey team played last night at UBS. A really good group of young men here come out to enjoy the races, and I love when we get that crossover from other sports, and certainly hockey being my favorite sport outside of racing. I kind of hope we see the Carolina Hurricanes with the New York Rangers here, but here are the guys, and we wish them best of luck. You guys play again Monday, right? Good luck, guys. Well, actually, tomorrow, Sunday night.
I wonder if Richie told them what a big Rangers fan he is.
I wonder if Richie cleared that with our buddy Jason Bychek downstairs in the booth, that he's rooting against his Islanders. Jason's about as big as those guys on the Carolina Hurricanes. I don't know if I was Richie, that would not have been a good move for me.
Very cool to see the members of the Hurricanes here. And as Richie said, always cool when you get a chance to see the crossover in sports. And you see a lot of professional athletes who really enjoy horse racing too. It makes a lot of sense and very easy to kind of cross over into horse racing too. A lot of professional athletes who own race horses as well.
Eric Johnson. Johnson. Colorado Avalanche. Yeah, there you go.
Stanley Cup champion.
Yeah. I had a crossover from UBS Arena. Joey McIntyre, New Kids on the Block. Yes.
That's right.
Maggie sent them my way, thankfully.
Maggie interviewed them. Maggie got some tickets out of that interview.
So did I.
Too.
Me and Maggie danced all night at the New Kids on the Block concert. Little Rick Astley was there. Never gonna give you up. And we had a good night. We had a fun time.
I like it. There is a Neural Network getting on the turf for the first time. He does come out of the Gander. This last race is on the dirt, but it's worth showing, as you said. His foe, Maker's Candy, ended up drifting into him in the stretch. I don't know if Neural Network was going to win this race. As a result, he was closing, he was steadied, and it was ruled that it was worthy of a disqualification of Maker's Candy at that point, and Neural Network would get on the turf for the first time today.
Yeah, Maker's Candy, yellow cap, Neural Network in the familiar red and white of Klarovich stable right there. Yeah, it was close to the wire. Regardless, that was a dirt race, and we're going to see if he can take to the lawn today. Greg Wolf and I were having this conversation Thursday when we were previewing the Woodhaven, how sometimes these Chad Brown horses who don't have a ton of pedigree, and this horse does not have a ton of turf pedigree. I think
the dam was a turf horse.
Yeah,
I know the grass.
But do you think this horse would you say this horse has a ton of turf pedigree?
Well, he doesn't have much pedigree, period, to be completely honest. Both of the siblings were winless, and I think when he was purchased, the jury was still out as to how Cloud Computing would do as a sire. I actually like him as a sire, and he's a son of McLean's Music, who I'm a huge fan of as a stallion. But the dam was a turf horse. I don't mind him. Like I said, and I'm completely with Richie. Physically, in the way that he moves, the way he covers the ground, Neural Network just has always struck me as a turf horse.
So maybe that's a better way to put it. If you like this horse today, on the turf, you like him more for his physicality than you do for his pedigree.
Yes, you wouldn't look at the pedigree and say, oh, wow, I've been waiting for this horse on the turf. But there's enough to make sense, yeah.
Yeah, he debuted in November. He could have very well ran on the turf in November.
For sure.
With that said, Chad Brown's program is more of a quote-unquote turf program. So the horses are trained in general, like turf horses. That's why he had success with horses on turf that don't necessarily have the pedigree. They don't all take to it, but they're trained and they are conditioned to handle it better than some others.
There's a look at Inflation Nation making the first start of his 3-year-old season. He has talent, but the question, as Richie touched on in the paddock, is how will he handle the stretch out in distance? He's only ever sprinted before.
He's by Spikes down out of a Galileo mare. The bottom half of that pedigree tells you it's going to be just fine. And he's had a penchant for finding, I don't want to say trouble, but he doesn't get the cleanest of trips. And maybe now at a smallish field, stretching out, not as bunchy in the race, maybe now he gets to just lope along a little bit, I would imagine he's sitting a very clean pocket, to use a little harness parlance. I did call the races at Yonkers last night. Maybe sitting second to High Strike, a couple lengths off the lead, and he a little more free running than he's been in his past races.
A little bit antsy in the starting gate is the 2 Winters Lions. Comes out of back-to-back turf stakes tries out of town. Let's see how he does coming here to New York for Joe Sharp as they load into the gate for the Woodhaven first stake of the day. Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Gets tight there for High Strike in between horses. Belloni just looking for some room as Inflation Nation has the early lead, and here comes High Strike. High Strike and Jackie Davis, now they get the clear running room. We'll take them into that first turn. They're ahead in front of Inflation Nation and Dylan Davis tracking right there in second. Then a group of 3 in behind that. It's Winters Lion, who's going to save ground to the inside, is at the rail as they try to slow things down. Belloni wants to go. It's Belloni who's now in between horses, is in the 3rd spot under a very tight hold from Jose Ortiz. Here comes the run from Neural Network, is out wider. Losing some ground there around the turn was Winters Lion, is second to last, and the trailer is Regal Kingdom. They work to the backstretch, and on the front end, it's the long shot. High Strike get a big number, 30-1 on the board, went 24-2 for that opening quarter mile. Inflation Nation is comfortable in second. Belloni, more settled in third, is saving ground to the inside. Neural Network encouraged to move forward by Manny Franco, still at the back. Winters Lion and Regal Kingdom. 49-4 for that half-mile time. They move into the far turn in the Woodhaven, and now High Strike is called upon for the effort. Inflation Nation is getting closer, is within a half length of that leader. Here comes Inflation Nation up on the outside. Belloni just wants somewhere to go and just had to get checked there. Belloni, who's looking for room, got shuffled back, is still waiting for room in fourth. A tough trip. Neural Network is 3 wide. Belloni is crying out for room, and there's the seam is now going to burst on through to the inside. Belloni is unleashed. Inflation Nation is ahead in front. Belloni now gets that clear running room, and now Belloni is in front. It's Belloni for a final 16th. Inflation Nation is second. Neural Network, not the easiest trip, but Belloni gets the victory in the Woodhaven. Tight there for second. There was Inflation Nation in a photo with Neural Network and Regal Kingdom in 1 minute 37.69 seconds.
Belluni, as you heard in Chris Griffin's call, this horse had absolutely nowhere to run, got stopped multiple times in the stretch, and finally finding that seam as pace setter High Strike fading when the rail dropped out there. Anthony able to get clear run and get to the winner's circle.
As soon as they hit the gap on the inner turf course, it was his Belluni's best friend today, because you saw High Strike kind of back out of there. The hole opened up, and Even Money. You know, I thought this horse was a terrible favorite, especially at that price at Even Money. But how many times have we seen these Chad Brown horses come over from Europe, maybe not dazzle in their U.S. debuts, but they run one time off the long layoff, he tightens the screws, he crosses the T's and dots the I's, and they come in and they just gallop home. Because if he gets through earlier, this margin of victory is probably a lot bigger.
And it just, I got it. I got the name during the call too, Belluni.
It's just like, it was like an epiphany here.
It clicked.
Yeah.
Good or bad? Belluni. Got it. Good or bad?
Good or bad?
Because I was like, Belluni, I don't recognize that word. I even Googled it. Nothing came up.
Nothing came up.
Yeah.
So
then
what should it have been? What should it have been, like spacing between the L and O and the U and N?
Right.
Okay. Belluni.
Yeah.
Huh.
I'm guessing that's what it is.
Knee is bad?
Good or bad?
Good or bad.
Even money.
That's everything in life.
Even money on Belluni, the French bred. Inflation Nation able to just hold on for second over Neural Network 4-5-6-1. Jose Ortiz piloting the winner to victory. We'll bring you prices and reactions from the Woodhaven after this.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward. It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. 50. And never gonna 50. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. 50. And never gonna 50. 50. And never gonna 50. We're $1,950,000. And $1,950,000. $2 million quickly. $2 million. $2 million. $2 million. $2 million. Hold on. $2 million. $2 million. 50. All through, and I have. Boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Rogers way. Good luck.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. In the Woodhaven, Belluni did not have the smoothest trip, but finally able to get a seam under Jose Ortiz and gets to the winner's circle.
Yeah, I was able to find the gap and able to shoot on through and gallop home. I think the final eighth of a mile was 11-1.
Wow. Finished up quickly. Even money, $4.30 winner, 4-5-6 in the Woodhaven. Belluni with the win as he got his picture taken in the winner's circle with a bunch of hockey players.
Yeah, a bunch of Carolina Hurricanes here. Former Hartford Whalers. There you go.
Yeah.
It's all you. And
Yep.
is Brian Courtney a hockey guy?
We were Hartford Wolfpack. season ticket holders when I was a kid.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
I know.
I actually won the howling contest at the Wolfpack game when I was about 6 or 7.
The secrets will come out on America's Day at the races today.
I was on the Jumbotron. I was, yeah, it was my big moment.
Whenever I'm on something, it's a Jumbotron. It's just how it works.
Well, take a look at the stretch once again. Watch right here. Jose Ortiz has to steady Belluni multiple times, trying to find a seam, trying to get out there because Neural Network is lugging in, hanging on that left lead. He's not able to get out, finally able to do so when the gap comes.
So it was knee until about the 8th pole, and then it was all Bell.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Got it.
Jose Ortiz's patience paid off. He's standing by with Richie.
Yeah, Jose, you had a lot of horse around the far turn, and the 6-horse, Chad Brown's other trainee, Neural Network, kind of got first run on you. You were waiting for room, anxious moments, but did you feel confident you would have enough to get there?
I was confident every step of the way. Like you say, I have a lot of horse. When he felt Manny's horse coming around the turn, I knew he was there every step of the way. But when my horse felt him, he went to go with him. And I had Dylan in front of me, so I kind of clipped his heel a little. But, I mean, thankfully nothing bad happened, and then I find the scene inside, and I was full of horse.
Well, and watching the horses in front of you, just waiting for the inside horse to kind of fade so you can take that spot. How good a feeling is it to have a horse take advantage of that?
I mean, it's a great feeling. I mean, he was a good horse. He was the favorite going into the race. And I just ride it with a lot of confidence. I find a nice spot going to the first turn. I think that's where I win the race going into the 6 furlong race. I got to drop in behind Jackie. I knew probably Jackie's horse would kind of fade late. And you know, when everything happened out on the quarter pole, I said he's going to stop now. So if I rode Dylan horse before, I know he leans out a little bit. If he leans out a little bit, I'm going to have plenty of room in there, and I did.
Terrific ride. Guys, that's what it's all about. Saving ground, patience, and knowing your competition and how to exploit their little bit of weaknesses here and there. Great ride by Jose Ortiz.
And he got to the winner's circle today. Yeah, you rode Inflation Nation back in October. Jose did in the Futurity when he just missed. And so he knew the little quirks that that one would have, using that to his advantage for the trip on Belloni today.
How amazing is that to have that in the back of his head, right? It's almost like when a hitter knows a pitcher's tendencies when he has them in a certain count in the pitch count at the plate. How a linebacker knows a quarterback's tendencies, right? He knows a horse's tendencies that he's ridden one time. He rode this horse one time in his career, and he knew that he has this penchant for leaning out, and he's going to exploit that when the gap opens up here. Just unbelievable.
That's why he's had the success that he has.
Yes,
Jose Ortiz aboard Belloni in the Woodhaven. When we come back, we'll talk about a colt heading to the Derby. Practical move, now Grade 1 winner. We'll learn a little bit more about where it all started for the talented colt after this.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Glad to have you with us as we see a little bit of B-roll of the OBS sales. The OBS April 2-year-old sale coming up April 25th to 28th. Today is the final day of the Breeze Show, and some really talented horses have come out of this sale in the past, and it'll be a lot of fun. I'm heading down Sunday night after the races. My husband there, take a look at some 2-year-olds and see if we can find some future graded stakes winners. That's the challenge everybody is looking for at these 2-year-old sales. But talking about some of the graduates, of course, Last Samurai, one of the favorites in today's Oaklawn Handicap, a graduate of an OBS sale, the OBS March 2-year-old sale several years ago. But last year, Practical Move went through the OBS April sale. Anthony, consigned by Barry Eisman after working 10-1, sold for $230,000 and is now a Grade 1 winner on his way to the Derby.
Yeah, Santa Anita Derby winner. We'll see how he handles the pressure of the first Saturday in May. Surprisingly, amazingly, I should say, just 2 weeks away. And you see him second in points. A Practical Joke warms the cockles of my heart. I was a big Practical Joke fan.
And I've been a really big fan of his offspring, too. So you see the Kentucky Derby leaderboard presented by Claiborne Farm. Take a look at the Santa Anita Derby, where Practical Move was very game to get the win. And I think there were a lot of questions of whether a son of Practical Joke could get the distance, and that, of course, will be a question going into the Kentucky Derby. He was able to get the win in this Grade 1 Santa Anita Derby, and we'll have to face the next step in just a couple weeks.
It's like one of those old 60s cops and robbers movies, right? We got you surrounded, come on out. He refused to lose.
He did.
It's an unbelievable effort, real gutsy effort. Wasn't a fast final time. I don't know what's behind him here. You know, he's already outrunning his pedigree. He has to do this against much, much better horses, going another 1/8 of a mile outside of Southern California. Best of luck to him. He's a fun little story so far, but I don't know. I think the clock might strike midnight in a couple of weeks.
Well, he's a Grade 1 winner. You could find your next Grade 1 winner at the OBS April sale coming up in just a few days. Sale kicks off on Tuesday. We'll have some great content and some interviews, hopefully, down from that sale as well. Taking a look at race 4 at Oaklawn Park coming up. It's a maiden special weight, a mile on the main track for the 3-year-old fillies. We'll meet the field, kicking things off with the 1 gold ticket.
Could use a golden ticket right about now. Stretching out from the 6 furlongs to the 2-turn short stretch of the mile run.
Here's your favorite, Ornately, for Steve Asmussen.
Ships over from Fairgrounds, a good second sprinting on debut.
Number 3 is next, Candy Coop.
Made up a lot of ground in the debut. Son of Candy Ride out of a Malibu Moon Mare should have no problem with the extra 1/4 of a mile.
The other Steve Asmussen, first-time starter, Scarletta.
Daughter of Gunrunner, has a sharp gait work for this.
The 5, Insensitive, stepping up in class.
3 consecutive sprints after trying the special weight on debut. Much better in the claiming races so far.
Here's Barstool Babe, 3rd place finish last out.
Stretched out nicely for Ron Moquette. Daughter of Bolt Doro did not have a problem handling the edit distance.
Perfectly Golden coming up next.
Yeah, she ran okay in the maiden claimers. She's been going a route of ground in her last 4 starts.
First-time starter, pretty sharp, Royal Laughter.
Yeah, daughter of Cairo Prince out of a Coronado's Quest mare. Mile shouldn't be the problem. She has a nice little decent bunch of gate works as well.
Start number 9 already for Divinely Bolt.
She's run 9. It'll be her 9 times. Bolt Oro again. The one try going long locally wasn't very good.
And Freedom for All on the outside.
A typical debut from a Ken McPeak runner. Slow early, made up some ground late. We'll see if second time out is the charm.
Christian Torres going to be in the saddle. That's the field for race 4 as we bring back Lafitte Pinkai and Gary Stevens. Of course, guys, we have a lot of graded stakes, exciting action coming up later, but these maiden races are where it all begins.
Yeah, Keisha, I don't know why anyone says we're high maintenance. We did 5 minutes of live television, so we needed a 90-minute break. But we're back just in time for this really good 3-year-old filly race, the 4th race. And you got to love this, Gary, because the favorite in this race, Ornately, just finished second to the filly who was favored in the first of the 3 stakes races, Merlaza, a little bit later on in the Valley of the Vapors.
Yeah, and ornately, you've got to be excited about watching her run today after how bravely she fought in this her first race. She set extremely fast fractions in here from the word go. You didn't get to see that, but she was in front early, had company to her outside being pushed all the way, and you're going to see ornately run up on the outside of her. And she fights on. It looked like she was going to maybe weaken mid-stretch, and watch when Merlaza comes to her outside. She tries to fight back, go on with her. So looking forward to seeing her stretch out today, see if she can stretch that speed, settle a little bit early on.
Merlaza aired in her next race. Again, the morning line favorite for the Valley of the Vapors, ornately. For that reason, the 2-1 favorite. Joel Rosario in the saddle and loaded in terms of the stakes racing this afternoon. He will ride Merlaza, 8-5 in the morning line. Proxy, the runner-up in the big cab in the Oaklawn Handicap, and the morning line favorite, Red Route 1, the deep closer in the Bathhouse Row. And for Rosario, Gary, looking back to the Apple Blossom a week ago, the victory by Clairiere, how was he able to pull this off in a race that we billed all afternoon as a jockey's race?
Well, look, he was using a target up in front of him and Secret Oath, and he waited. He was patient. That's hard to do in a race like this. He sensed that he maybe was moving too early up in front, and waited and waited. And they talk about timing. Well, this filly's got great timing as well, and she loves to win races. But when you fly in to ride on a day like today, where there's 3 stakes races, and you've got a flashing light on every one of the horses that you're riding, it's pretty exciting.
I hate to bring this up because you rode Winning Colors. For me, they're like shades of Personal Ensign Winning Colors in that 88 distaff watching the final furlong of that Apple Blossom.
Thanks, Lafitte. The agony of defeat.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Maggie Wolfendale is with us. Maggie, ornately, how does she look out on the track? And again, Steve Asmussen still tied with Robert Holthus for most wins all time here at Oaklawn Park. Maybe that changes in a few moments.
And Lafitte, it does feel like it could happen here. And P.S., don't make that guy angry next to you. I'm worried about you guys over there. No, I'm kidding. But exactly what Gary said is what I picked up off of Ornately's debut effort. She's a fighter. I mean, she was determined not to let the horse that pressed her the entire way by. And it was like Merlaza was closing down the middle of the racetrack, and she just didn't quite see her until late, and she still fought on to the wire. Now, stretching out here, she draws favorably towards the inside. Could be the early pace setter here. And she just exudes class. Furthermore, looking at her physically, she should love the added ground. I mean, she's so calm, cool, collected for this first start, going a route of ground, that it just really gives me positive feelings about your 7-5 favorite. Now, Steve will send out another horse in here. First-time starter, daughter of Gun Runner. The Dam, well, she went 0-for-8 in her racing career, mainly while running on the turf. Now, half the siblings, some of the half-siblings were good sprinting on the dirt. The second Dam, however, multiple stakes winner from 6 furlongs to a mile. I'm a little dubious of her starting her career at a mile, but, you know, in the Hall of Famer we trust, and winningest trainer in North America, as well as he looks to become the winningest trainer here at Oaklawn. She's well-muscled. She's a tank of a filly. She was just very green when she got out here on track. So just indicating to me that she'll need it and she'll move forward from it, especially mentally. To the outside, number 9, Divinely Bolt, tries her hand at a route race again. Now, 2 back, it was contested over a muddy, sealed racetrack. She gets back to a fast track today, stretching back out. Physically, she looks as though she should love a mile. She's a bit of a longer, lankier filly, presents herself well as Mitch Merle teams up with his main man, the Chris Hartman barn. Number 10, Freedom for All for Kenny McPeak, a second-time starter. I've been a fan of these American Freedoms stretching out in distance. Second Dam, she had a little bit of quality to her, stakes winner from 7 furlongs and good at a mile too. I liked what I saw from her, especially stretching out in distance, incredibly fit too, and looks to move forward from that first effort. Lafitte?
4-1. Divinely Bolt, Mitchell Merle filing into the gate. Love that angle. Game face on the riders. And here, Gary, kind of a different race. A 1 mile short run to the first finish line.
Yeah, and don't be surprised. Ornately, she broke like a shot in her first race of her life. I mean, extremely quick. So I think she'll be in front going into that first turn.
Rosario in those Clairiere Stone Street colors aboard Ornately. Will this be the one for Steve Asmussen, seeking victory 688 to become the all-time leading trainer here at Oaklawn? It's post time, race 4 on the undercard of the Oaklawn Handicap.
Insensitive heads forward. Freedom for All, second-time starter, will move forward on the outside. Freedom for All steps in. 10 maiden 3-year-old fillies. They're in the gate. And they're off in a perfect line. Barstool Babe is hustling for the lead. Ornately was away quickly. Gold Ticket on the inside of them. Then it's Divinely Bolt on the outside, and inside of her is Insensitive. Insensitive fourth, Divinely Bolt fifth. Scarletta, the first-time starter, sixth on the inside, followed by Perfectly Golden. And then the back three are Royal Laughter, Freedom for All, and Candy Coop is trailing the field onto the backstretch. It's Richard Aramia and Gold Ticket. They're leading Ornately by some 2 lengths. Ornately is settled in the second spot here, about a length to the good of Barstool Babe, who sits outside in third, and Insensitive hugs the rail up the inside in fourth. And then comes Divinely Bolt. She's fifth. Way out there is Perfectly Golden. She's racing in sixth, while about 3 wide. And then to the inside, Scarletta continues a ground-saving path. And then the back three are Freedom for All and Candy Coop. And down along the inside, Insensitive as they round the turn. And also Royal Laughter at the back end of the field. Insensitive mid-pack as they round the turn here. Up front, it's still Gold Ticket. Barstool Babe is pushing up here, a closer second. And Ornately is racing now in behind them in third. And here is Divinely Bolt coming to the top of the short stretch. And she is able to go on by. And look at Divinely Bolt and Mitchell Merle just draw clear. Coming on is Freedom for All. She's splitting rivals and getting into second. But Divinely Bolt's going to win this by 5. Over Freedom for All, Perfectly Golden, and Barstool Babe was fourth.
Oh, a tour de force. Divinely Bolt hits another gear, takes off, and buries this field in the fourth at Oaklawn, 4-1 at post time with Mitchell Merle. Wow.
Yeah, they've tried her going long before, failed, came back, ran a decent race last time sprinting, going 6 furlongs here at Oaklawn Park. But man, stretching out today, this was super impressive.
Mitchell Merle, Chris Hartman, they'll team up with 2 Eagles River in the Bathhouse Row a little bit later on. Results forthcoming as we send you back to Acacia and Anthony getting ready at Aqueduct for the 4th. Guys.
We're going to stay on the turf for this 4th race coming up at the Big A, but we're sprinting this time. New York bred allowance race coming up, 7-2 favorite as we'll meet the field. Anthony kicking things off with the 6th. 3 Union's going to come out first.
Yeah, first-time Lasix moves Dave Duggan. This horse's last turf sprint resulted in a gate-to-wire victory at 11-1.
Here's the one Master of Tunes on her toes
Hit
today.
the board in 2 of the 3 starts at this distance. This horse is 1 for 18 lifetime. Always seems to find trouble.
First start as a 5-year-old, you should be dancing.
Has hit the board in 9 of her 11 starts. Another one. She gets a clean trip. She usually gets a piece.
First time on the turf, Harlan's Bond.
Yeah, not much going on there. We'll see if she can pop at a big price.
Fleet-footed off the layoff.
I think this horse is interesting. First time Lasix. This horse could be one of the only speeds in here.
Here's Tis a Pity.
See if this horse can overcome some slow buyer figures to get a piece of the pie.
Burn, Rosie Byrne is the 7.
Yeah, Mike Maker, first time here, getting back to the grass after a bunch of dirt races.
I'm Just Kidding, getting back on the turf as well.
Yeah, first time Lasix. This horse's turf sprint was really good. Then she tried the Miss Grillo going long. First start in over 6 months.
Here's the 9, Saratoga Gaze.
Back to the grass after trying the dirt in her first start in 5 months for the newborn and Mark Hennig.
Sikkim.
Hasn't raced on the turf since last June. A series of races down at the fairgrounds. First time on the circuit for Cameo.
Lisa's Vision off the bench.
There's a couple of bad Jorge Abreu stats out there for this one. First off a 6+ month layoff. She's hit the board in 4 of her 5 grass tries. 3 for 3, finishing second at the distance.
And Royal Dancer, another one making her first start of the year.
Yeah, she hasn't run since October. She broke her maiden 2 starts back as a heavy favorite in a race that did not feature much. Ran behind Lisa's Vision to the party as the 9-5 favorite in her most recent outing.
That's the field for race 4. Let's check in with Richie.
Guys, really interesting event here. Starting with the 2, just from a physical perspective, the 2 You Should Be Dancing. She couldn't be better turned out for Rudy Rodriguez. Made a lovely impression in the paddock, and I love the way she looked on the racetrack. I do think on paper she needs to be a little bit better, but from, I thought she was worth noting how good she looked, again, physically. The 6-3 Unions coming off a layoff. First time for Dave Duggan, our friend and colleague Rick Schosberg, successful with her last year. She looks great. She's really sharp, really on her toes. I think she's a bit fresh. I think she's versatile. I don't think she needs a lead, but as sharp as she looks, I do think she's going to flash really good speed here under Trevor McCarthy. In the 8-horse, I'm Just Kidding. Regally bred daughter of Concord Kid, Chester and Mary Broman, John Kimball. She's grown up a lot from 2 to 3. She's filled out in the right places. Her hind end is bigger, stronger, and I love the way she's acting. Now, she gets Lasix for the first time. Could be part of the reason why she's just a little bit calmer. She's always just at that simmering point where you feel like she's going to boil over. A lot more settled today. I really like her attitude and the way she was handling things here in the Aqueduct paddock. I think she's grown up physically and mentally, and she's bet down to 5-2. Now, she'll be my top selection. I think she was a 2-year-old that had a lot of ability. I think she's truly a turf sprinter, and I think she's made a nice step from 2 to 3.
She's regally bred indeed, Richie. I'm Just Kidding. She's by Justify, half to Breeders' Cup winner Bar of Gold. And she gets back on the turf. Her lone turf sprint was a victory. And it's interesting. I remember I was in the paddock for that race at Saratoga, and she was almost going so fast that she couldn't quite keep up with her legs that day.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. But, she's 2-year-old.
She was a little green, yeah. She didn't really realize what was underneath her yet. So good to hear from Richie that she made that jump from 2 to 3. There's so much development that can happen when you come back as a 3-year-old after you show something as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, she'll find her way. It took Bar of Gold a while to figure out what she wanted to do with her life. She wanted to pay $133 in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint.
Yes, she did.
Is that right?
Yep.
She paid right about that, right?
Yes, she did. 5-2 favorite on her half-sister, I'm Just Kidding, who gets back to sprinting on the turf now, too. The number 11, Lisa's Vision, is 9-2. You mentioned some stats about Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, I think it was 0 for 34 off of this type of layoff, and only 5 of them have hit the board. That's more frightening than the winless stat, because if you're trying, this was just 9-2. So if you're playing the gimmicks vertically in here, right? Horizontally, if you're playing like the pick 6, no carryover today, so it's a fresh pick 6 pool. You're playing pick 3s. I mean, 0 for 34. I don't live and die by stats. That's a pretty rough number to overcome at 9-2. So it was 15-1. I tell you to throw the stat out the window.
Yeah.
But she's 9-2. Now, I picked a 3rd in here. I picked the race 8-4. I thought Fleet-Footed was very interesting. But Fleet-Footed took a little money. I thought Fleet-Footed might get ignored in the top board and maybe go the other way. 3-year-old facing older for the first time. Maybe there's some other speed in here. I think she's going to be on the lead.
She's quick.
She's quick. She's first-time Lasix. So I boxed 4-8 in here.
Filly by Speightster, Fleet-Footed, getting back on the track. She broke her maiden against fellow New York breds back in September, then tried open graded stakes company in the grade 3 matron to no avail, but she does have that early speed, which will be to her benefit. 5-2 on the number 8, I'm Just Kidding, who gets back on the turf now. Interesting race coming up. Race 4, this nice allowance for the New York breds. And this is always an interesting time of year because you get so many horses coming back, making their first starts of the year, starting back with these turf horses that have had the winter off.
Yeah, I preach, especially in the sprints, I'd rather see some recency, but you just don't have nothing tickled my fancy. It had any recency that I wanted to bite in here. I guess Saratoga Gaze, I can't believe the price Saratoga Gaze is, and she could affect fleet-footed the most, but I think maybe her speed's gone.
25-1 on Saratoga Gaze as they load in for the fourth pick six kicking off here. Good luck if you're playing. We send it up to Chris Griffin.
And in. All set. And they're off. Three Unions breaks well. Saratoga Gaze, they line up on the front end. Out wider there is Lisa's Vision. Royal Dancers in the early fray. There's Fleet-Footed down towards the inside. And Byrne, Rosie Byrne, now splits rivals. Seacombe's in that mix as well. 6 across the course. They are 6 wide, and Seacombe is going to be the one that backs out of it now. It's Fleet-Footed who holds that rail position, is now ahead in front. Byrne, Rosie Byrne is right there in second. Just off of them is 3 Union, who takes off the pace in third. To the outside, here's Royal Dancer. Nowhere to go, Saratoga Gaze. Seacombe is right outside of that rival. Lisa's Vision's trying to progress, is now in 6th. Then comes Tis a Pity, is in the red cap towards the back end of the field. Master of the Tunes, You Should Be Dancing. Harlan's Bond is back there as well. With a wide run, that's I'm Just Kidding. Fleet-Footed is just that. It's Fleet-Footed with a quarter mile left to go. Reaches the top of the lane, and Fleet-Footed now kicks for home and is up by 2.5 lengths. It's Fleet-Footed still finding plenty on the front end. Up on the outside, Royal Dancer is coming closer. Lisa's Vision, Seacombe in the pink cap has got room. Byrne, Rosie Byrne. Fleet-Footed is not stopping. Here from the back, You Should Be Dancing is launching a rally. A 16th to go. It's still Fleet-Footed. I'm Just Kidding. Seacombe is making up some late ground as well. Fleet-Footed is almost there. Fleet-Footed gets the score. Fleet-Footed gets the victory over Seacombe. Then comes that late run from I'm Just Kidding, and Byrne, Rosie Byrne is in a photo with a host of others in 1 minute 8 and 1.
Well, Fleet-Footed, she lived up to her name. She was quick early and quick late, but how about the flying late run from I'm Just Kidding? Just missed getting second.
She was dead last turning for home. I don't know what happened to her positional speed. It was like she was completely disinterested in the early running. And once she was, I don't know, right around the 3/16 pole, I guess, Acacia. I get confused by the poles on the turf courses. Right around the 3/16 pole, I guess, she kind of figured out, she's like, oh, there's a horse race being run here. I should probably start doing this. Much like what Richie said, her feet not catching up to her. Like, it was almost like she got lost. She falls about, I don't know, neck, half length, neck short of the place money. Seacombe ran well back on the grass.
32-1 in second, but the number 4, Fleet-Footed. Anthony liked this filly, sung her praises, had that early speed, getting back to the track, back on the turf, back to the winner's circle. She was really dominant pretty much every step of the way, too, under Javier Castellano. He was not fooling around either. Right on the front and knows that she's quick and just kept pulling away from these.
You know, I'm not I shouldn't say I'm not, because part of the thing when you handicap and you're a handicapper, you have to be willing to change. I hate change. You have to be willing to change. Turf sprints, speed horses in turf sprints, nobody rides turf sprint speed horses better than Javier Castellano. Because he wasn't messing around. He does not mess around on the front end.
Fleet-Footed at 7-1 gets the win in race 4 with the Hall of Famer Javier Castellano in the saddle. Bring you prices and more. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Rock Your World in command. Medina Spirit making no progress. And it's going to be Rock Your World to take them all the way in the Santa Anita Derby. He's undefeated and wins by 4.
These are the trainers and teachers, the cooks, carpenters, and clockers, grooms and gardeners. These are the hard-working people who show up every day to keep horse racing running across the state. Good-paying jobs that support New York families, along with the thousands of local businesses that depend on Belmont Park. Modernizing Belmont Park would generate $1 billion in economic activity and protect and create thousands of jobs. Albany, create New York jobs. Modernize Belmont Park.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere. Surprise Boss, look at this effort.
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hill & Dale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Off the layoff and into the winner's circle at Aqueduct was fleet-footed, but first we're going to go back over to Oaklawn. It was Divinely Bolt who, in start number 9, she found the right spot, and she was dominant with this victory in the 4th race.
Yeah, nice effort from this horse who had been, you know, the quote-unquote professional maiden up until today. Gets out of the maiden ranks. Get rich, bet Mitch.
Angel Merle in the saddle, $10.80 winner. Now we go back over to Aqueduct. Fleet-footed was just that. Javier Castellano in the saddle as this Speightster filly gets back to the winner's circle.
Flag fall to that's all. Javier put her right on lead. Honest fractions, 21 and change, 44 and change. And she built an insurmountable lead. Sikkim was coming. I'm just kidding, was flying late. But like you said, Acacia, Javier was not messing around. He went fast early and was able to build up a big enough lead. Right there, you see, he's drawing away there from the horses that were chasing him. That's the key to these turf sprints. Get enough separation, because the closers are going to come running, and they're running in the last 16th of a mile. But lead was too big. Sikkim held off by a length, and I'm just kidding, was flying late.
Flying late. $16.20 winner, though, was Fleet-footed. Big price exacta there as well. More live racing to come. When we come back, we'll preview the New York Stallion Series Times Square division, which is coming up in a few races. A showdown to come. Lifetime of Chance, an impressive last out maiden winner, versus General Banker, who's faced some of the best 3-year-olds going on to the Kentucky Derby. It's backed with the New York Stallion Series Friends today.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2. It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Great to have you with us on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Cool town, downtown Hot Springs. Those aren't springs, just a fountain. He's a Hall of Fame jockey, Gary Stevens. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Horses still in the paddock for the 5th. Looking ahead to the Oaklawn Handicap, race 10, the most prestigious race for older horses here at the meet, Gary. And one of the bigger stories, of course, is Last Samurai. It is the America's Best Racing's race of the week. 70 mile and an eighth, $1 million purse. Last Samurai, the second choice in the wagering. The favorite charged it at 8-5. And a big part of the story, Last Samurai trained by Dwayne Lucas, trying for a 5th Oaklawn Handicap. His first, 1985, the same year you won an Arkansas Derby for Lucas right here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, it was the first $500,000 race I'd ever ridden, and Tank's Prospect in '85 gave me my first ride in the Kentucky Derby as well, finishing a bad 5th. He did come back to win the Preakness, so in '85.
Made amends. Made amends did Tank's Prospect. Dwayne Lucas still going very strong. 87 years old. Will take charge 9 years ago for Willis Horton. A feature on the Horton family later on in the broadcast, Gary. But in terms of the horse in Last Samurai, a chance to make a real statement today in the handicap division, a division with Flightline retired, with Taba disappointing in his first start this year overseas. A chance for Last Samurai to say, look, I am one of the best older horses in the country.
Yeah, and as we talked about earlier on, I think that this horse has really matured as a 5-year-old. He's found his stride, found his rhythm. He looks like he appreciates about a month off in between races. That's what he's getting here, is almost a complete month off with the series of races that they have here, and he's running the best that he's ever ran in his career right now.
That's later on. And the Grade $2 million Oaklawn Handicap call to post for the 5th race. And this is a good one. $75,000 allowance optional claimer, mile and a 16th. You were looking at Seize the Night, owned by Kevin Horton, Last Samurai's owner, trained by Dwayne Lucas. You'll hear from the coach very shortly. Current favorite drawn inside, Speed Bias, Gary, at 5-2 for Ron Moquette. Luis Saez will ride. There, Steve Asmussen still tied with Bob Holthus, most all-time wins here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, it's only a matter of time. We've got a couple of weeks left in this race meet, including tomorrow's racing, so it's only a matter of time that he holds the sole lead himself.
Could happen right here in this 5th race for Steve Asmussen. Presidential, number 5, outsider at 17-1, though we've seen a couple of upsets this afternoon. Guntown, number 8 at 12-1. Make the circle. We'll kick off the post parade here. Speed Bias, though, at 5-2. Oaklawn Handicap, not the only stakes race. We have 3 of them. 2 for 3-year-olds. Valley of the Vapors, race 9. Oaklawn Handicap, race number 10. The winner, by the way, with an automatic invitation to the Pimlico Special Preakness weekend. And the Bathhouse Row, the winner in invitation, if Triple Crown nominated, to the Preakness.
To the Preakness, yeah. It's a great deal that they've got here. And the spacing is perfect. If you don't think that your horse is going to get the 1 1/4 of the Kentucky Derby, drop back in distance to 1 3/16 of the Preakness. It works out the timing perfect.
Last 3 Preakness winners did not run in the Kentucky Derby. Something to keep in mind moving forward. Post parade here. There is the favorite, Speed Bias, and Luis Saez, followed by Eastside Cool. Nick Juarez's agent is sitting right next to me.
Yeah, and this horse has been a win machine here at Oaklawn Park. 12 starts in his career here. 6 of his 7 wins are right here at Oaklawn Park.
Acaris, Francisco Arrieta, $16 winner from far back last month. Number 4, aforementioned, Seize the Night.
Seize the Night lacking in some early speed, but look for David Cabrera to get away a little better today.
Presidential, originally a $625,000 purchase. Number 6, Life is Hard, 9-1.
Yeah, Life is Hard. He's coming off of a 5th place finish, sprinting last time out, getting back to the distance he wanted, broke his maiden at last year here.
This jockey, leading jockey and trainer.
Christian Torres having a great meeting for Robertino Diodoro, and this one coming off a nice victory last time out.
Guntown, Powerhouse Connections, $750,000 purchase, followed by Zoomer, 11-time winner, 46 lifetime start.
Yeah, and ran a good second last time out, 11 wins in that career.
And on the outside in Trafalgar, and Mitchell Merle, Chris Hartman looking to go back-to-back.
Yeah, so far been a great day for Mitch Merle with 2 wins on the card.
That's the field for the 5th race. Post time 5 minutes. Seize the Night Just like Last Samurai, owned by Kevin Hartman, trained by Dwayne Lucas, standing by with Maggie.
Thanks, Lafitte. And here with Wayne Lucas, the coach, as you send out Seize the Night in here, Coach. Talk a little bit about him. Seems as though he's a little bit better when forwardly placed, but also I want to ask you about the relationship with the Horton family. And it's nice to see Willis's son, Kevin, taking the reins and really, going forth with the operation.
You often wonder, when the matriarch of the whole program, passes away, and Willis was so involved and so much into it that it's been exceptionally good with Kevin. Though we've haven't seen even a bit of slow up at all. They're getting right in. They got yearlings coming, so it's been a lot of fun because we seem to always get along and get good horses.
I love what Kevin said. He said, wherever Wayne goes, we will go too. So talk a little bit about, Last Samurai. It feels as though, Wayne, you are 87. We're not going to pull any punches there. But just a career that at the top throughout. And you have two of the leading horses in their respective divisions. Last Samurai, you got to own it here at Oaklawn Park.
We were talking about that just here the other day. That's the thing that keeps it going, I've had, some great runs, and I enjoyed every minute of it. And it's been wonderful, life all the way up to now. But now it's suddenly, even at 87, here comes a nice filly, a mare, and then Last Samurai starting to get better too. The other thing that's really, really exciting is we've got a strong set of 2-year-olds. We get up to Saratoga with you, and we'll have another interview, and you'll like that one. We got them.
And there's no denying you are the king of those 2-year-old races that we have up there too. Wayne, I gotta give you a compliment. You have the best polished boots. Chado, could we get a shot of Wayne's boots? You said you've been doing this since you were 4 years old.
Yeah, I know. It's a funny thing. I get a lot of comments on it. There's a couple of things I learned when I was really young that people would comment if your shoes were shined. And the other thing is, if you had good handwriting, people would say, boy, you got wonderful handwriting, great script. And so I practiced my handwriting and started shining my shoes every day.
Wayne, thank you so much for your time. Best of luck later.
Thank you. We'll be excited. It'll be fun to watch.
Lafitte, I got stuff to work on. My shoes and my handwriting, that's for sure.
For Lucas, for decades, he has preached, Gary, as you know, attention to detail. At his barn, at his stable, everything is absolutely immaculate. He's always said that that's really just part of a winning mindset.
Absolutely, and when you walk in that barn, walk in his office in the morning, the exact same thing. Nothing is out of order except for if the cats. He's got 2 cats that he spoils to death. They're the only one that can get away with anything in there, and they do like to make a little bit of a mess now and then.
Clients have been spoiled over the years with all the success. And, it's not like this really nice story about this trainer who used to be really good and used to win a lot of races. At 87 years old, still going really strong in Reference Secret Oath. And later today, Last Samurai trying for a 5th Oaklawn handicap for Lucas. Some 2-year-olds he was discussing. We'll look forward to it. Saratoga, and maybe a win here with Seize the Night picture. We go back to March 16th right here. It was in the slop. Speed Bias and Seize the Night on that afternoon running 2nd and 3rd behind Smile Happy.
Yeah, and Seize the Night had set the pace the entire race, and Speed Bias got the perfect setup, laying 2nd there, and finally Seize the Night caved in a little bit towards the end of the race. But it was a big run from Speed Bias that day. Only got beat a length and a quarter, whereas Seize the Night was beaten about 4.5 lengths. So we'll see what the setup is today. There's a little more pace in here today than either one of them have seen in their last couple of races.
Yeah, Seize the Night 3rd there, Maggie. The runner-up was a Speed Bias pictured. What are you noticing from him in the preliminaries?
Lafitte, that I like what I see. I feel as though I've liked favorites, though, this weekend, and they have not delivered. We'll see if Speed Bias adds to that tally. But he kind of looks as though his pedigree suggests he should. He's by Uncle Mo. He always stamps his horses. Hot summer. She was a graded stakes winning sprinter. And this guy, well, he likes running longer, and I can see it. And you know, when Laura Moquette, Ron's wife, comes over with the horse, they tend to be special. And I asked Ron, Laura probably likes this one, right? And he's like, yeah, she does. She likes anybody that wants to fight with her. Probably why she married me. But anyway, I really like what I'm seeing from this colt. He just exudes confidence and just a happy, bright demeanor, and that's what you want from your racehorses as they head towards the starting gate. Number 6, Life is Hard. I'm a little intrigued with him stretching back out in distance. He does have 2 wins to his record, one of which at this mile and a 16th around this oval. And just watching his sprint races, he kind of has to be niggled at the whole way just to keep him together and keep him into the race. And now he gets to settle into that stride a bit more as Ricardo Santana picks up the mount. Number 7, Disc Jockey, returns to the races off of a 2-month layoff. Now, I don't know him that well, but he's a bit of a chunky monkey, as I like to say. He does well. He gets into his feed tub, but with that in mind, does he need this start? And as one of the shorter priced horses in here, I would be looking elsewhere, Lafitte.
This jockey at 3-1, Maggie. Leading jock trainer in his corner, Christian Torres, Robertino Diodoro, as they march towards the starting gate. We've reached post time for this 5th race. Number 2, Eastside Cool, Gary, with your rider Nick Juarez in the saddle, trying to pull off an upset here at 17-1.
Yeah, a little surprised at the price. I thought he'd be a little shorter than that, but that just shows the competitiveness of this race. He's coming off of a big victory last time out, where Zoomer, the 9-horse, and he's at 21-1. He finished 2nd that day, but Eastside Cool, he was able to set the perfect trip. He's better if he's got somebody to follow, sit just behind, so we'll see what Nick Juarez decides to do here.
Moving into line, in the orange colors, Luis Saez, couple of weeks, date with Tappet Trice in the 149th Kentucky Derby. Rides the favorite in the Oaklawn Handicap. Charge It, 8-5 in the morning line, and the current favorite in this one, Saez aboard Speed Bias at 2-1. It is post time for the 5th on the undercard of the Oaklawn Handicap. Jim Beyer standing by.
He'll load in last on the outside. There, in the gate. And they're off. Running start for Life is Hard. And he takes over early on. There goes Speed Bias up the inside, and now Speed Bias will not be denied the lead. Life is Hard is next in 2nd. Eastside Cool is 3rd. Presidential in the turquoise gets out in 4th. And then the other Asmussen, Guntown, 5th on the outside. Followed just to the inside by Seize the Night. And then Disc Jockey in the white blinkers on the outside, trying to move to mid-pack. The late-running Icarus saves ground around the clubhouse turn. Trafalgar is next to last, and Zoomer is trailing the field as they advance up the backstretch. Speed Bias and Luis Saez with the lead by a length to Life is Hard. And then Eastside Cool on the inside is racing in 3rd as Speed Bias tries to scamper away here as they approach the half-mile marker. Speed Bias leads the way by a clear 2 lengths. Life is Hard on the outside, and Eastside Cool to the inside are next. Then Presidential. Disc Jockey is in for a run on the outside. He's 4 wide. He and Presidential are moving boldly here on Speed Bias as they come to the head of the stretch. And Presidential is making a big bid. And splitting horses is Life is Hard as Speed Bias is on the inside trying to fight back, while 4 wide is Disc Jockey, and farther out is Seize the Night. He is 5 deep through the stretch as they line up. Presidential and Isaac Castillo. Life is Hard right to the inside. Speed Bias, very game. And up on the outside, here comes Seize the Night. Seize the Night, Speed Bias coming back on. Seize the Night wins at a half length to Speed Bias. Life is Hard, and Disc Jockey might have been close for 3rd.
Maybe it's the boots. Seize the Night from off the pace. D. Wayne Lucas at 14-1. Kevin Horton in what could be the start of a big afternoon, a win here, and the big horse is still back in the barn. Last Samurai awaiting the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, and David Cabrera giving this horse a patient ride. He's never won with this style of running before. They weren't going that fast early on. They went 24 and change, which was slow for these horses. 1 3/4 and 114 and change. And the patience paid off here for the coach. Maybe it's just the coach.
Could have a lot to do with the legendary coach, D. Wayne Lucas. Horton Racing, Kevin Horton, David Cabrera riding in stakes racing later this afternoon. Cabrera aboard Santa Fe Gold in the Valley of the Vapors. First of 3 stakes races, beginning race 9. Race 5, though, sees the night in an upset. 14-1 results, reaction, much more from Oaklawn Park as we send it back to Acacia and Anthony in New York.
Gotta practice some things too after that interview with the coach. Shining shoes and handwriting, great stuff as always. Love seeing Wayne Lucas in the winner's circle. Race 5 from Aqueduct coming up next. We have a nice New York bred allowance coming up here. 6 furlongs on the main track for 3-year-olds and upward. 2-1 on the number 6 Agility. We'll meet the field. Anthony kicking things off with Clash AJ.
Yeah, we'll see what he does from this rail draw. He used to have some speed. He might behoove him to use it today.
2 for Charging, first start of his 4-year-old season.
Yeah, I haven't seen him since late July at Saratoga when he broke his maiden going 7 furlongs. He could use a little pace in here.
I feel like you're going to say the name of this horse better than I will.
It's brajol. It's a meat dish stuffed with eggs and raisins and whatever you want to put in it, cheese, other meats, pepperoni. It's delicious. This horse has come running in his last 3 starts. 2 of them resulted in wins.
Here's Debo off the claim.
Yeah. This horse was claimed for $16,000. Was making a move and tired late last time out.
Central Pride off the claim. More on him later. Who's your favorite, Agility?
Yeah, Agility was second in his last 2. 5 seconds from 12 starts in his career. Tough to take at a short price.
Number 7, Juggler, second time off the layoff.
Yeah, he made up a little ground late in the mud last time. He hasn't run good on wet tracks overall. Gets fast ground today.
And Lundgren 2, who has that speed from the outside.
Matty Oliver climbs back aboard. The weight comes back off, and he should be loosey-goosey on the front end in here. I like him a lot today.
Matty piloted this 8-year-old to victory, 3 starts back. 9 to 5 on your favorite. But first, let's check in with Richie. I hear standing by with a special guest.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And this is really special for me because I am a big fan of Derek Stepan, who now plays for the Carolina Hurricanes, was a New York Ranger for many years. What's it like coming back now to play in New York after having spent so much time here?
Yeah, the fan bases in New York are incredible, obviously. The building last night was extremely loud and it was a great game. Obviously, we would like the result to go the other way, so playoffs that's the way it works, is momentum swings, and obviously big tilt tomorrow afternoon.
Well, you're still leading the series 2-1 going into the game tomorrow. Hockey's such an intense game, but it seems like the intensity ramps up even so much more for the playoffs and obviously heading to the Stanley Cup. What's the difference like?
I don't know. Me and you were just talking about it. It's almost like it switches to a whole new season. It's every little play matters. Intensity ramps up. There's physicality that maybe doesn't happen through the 82-game schedule consistently, and it's just the best time to play. I mean, I've been fortunate enough to be a part of a lot of playoff runs, and it's the best. It's the best hockey by far.
Well, and we were talking off camera. You're basically getting to live your dream, and I mean, and that's just such an incredible thing. Did you ever think that you would come this far and make it to the NHL at the level that you play?
It seems a long time ago, but ultimately my goal is to get a college degree and get a scholarship to play hockey, and you never really think past that point when you're a kid growing up in Minnesota, but I was fortunate enough to get an opportunity in New York and took advantage of it, and here I am 14 years later.
And here you are at Aqueduct at the races, and you say this isn't your first go-around with the races. How are you enjoying it?
Oh, it's a blast. It's a good kind of little distraction from the intensity that we've been talking about. It's nice to get away, have some fun at the track. It's too bad I can't pick a winner yet.
Well, we're going to try to change that right now. I like the 8-horse here, guys. Me and Derek are going to go get our money down.
I love it, Richie. Thank you. And I think, yes, while Derek might be living his dream, I think Richie spending time with all these hockey players is living his dream as well.
He loves it. He's in his glory right now. Yeah, I think Longman 2 is just going to take him gate to wire in here.
Mm-hmm. He has that speed. We know is the name of his game. Matty Oliver is familiar with this horse. He's posted to the outside, 7-2. Nice price on him as well.
Yeah. I'm surprised, but he's the second choice, so I guess I'm not surprised because they're betting the 2 a little bit, they're betting the 3 a little bit. 2 for Charging, I understand.
Agility, the favorite at 8-5. He's obviously run some fast races, but you brought up, I think, a very important point. He's had 12 starts and the 1 win, but 5 second-place finishes.
He's such a hard horse to take at that price, Acacia. And, you know, it's not like he has a ton of speed.
Does have some tactical speed to offer to the party. Jorge Abreu, the trainer. The other one for the Abreu barn is 2 for Charging, who had a big win closing really well from off the pace at Saratoga back at the end of July. The thing is that he won that race and we haven't seen him since.
And we talked about the turf sprint numbers. We didn't talk about the dirt sprint numbers. I don't have them. The problem is, you want to talk about no speed. He tried showing speed in the mile. He was awful. Was it the mile? Was it the aggression early? I picked him second in here because I think he's got a ton of talent. He ran an 83 Beyer speed figure in just his 3rd start.
As a 3-year-old,
As a 3-year-old, you know, if he has that routine improvement to 4, but he didn't debut until April of his 3-year-old year. And now you see the long layoff again. So obviously, Georgie's had a tough time keeping him on the racetrack. He has the favorite in here as well. So, you know, it's a nice jumping off point. You have the 3-2 favorite. All right, let me get this horse going for the year. He probably needs a smidge more ground. I don't know. Like I said, 6 furlongs, Longren 2, right to the top, Matty Oliver. She almost got the job done in the 1st. I think she gets the job done in the 5th.
Race 5, New York bred Allowance coming up next as they load into the starting gate. We'll send it up to Chris Griffin. There goes Longren 2, speed from the outside.
2 left to load, Debo. Longren 2 to the outside. Longren 2 goes in. All set. And they're off. Stumble at the start for Clash AJ. Speed to the outside from Lohengrin 2 is right out front, and Lohengrin 2 will cross over very easily, up by 2-3 widening lengths now. Further back is going to be Agility, who's alone in second as this leader is getting away. It's Lohengrin 2 and Agility 1-2. Moving through to the inside here is Debo, who's tracking in 3rd. In between horses comes Central Pride, who's now securing 4th. Out wider, that's going to be Juggler. In behind traffic, there is Clash AJ. Towards the back end of the field, 2 for Charging. The trailer is Brajol, and they're chasing Lohengrin 2, and Lohengrin 2 is loose on the lead, is 3.5 lengths in front. Agility, the favorite, is the only one within range right now. Gets encouraged here by Dylan Davis to move forward. They are now 6 lengths clear from the rest. Juggler's trying to run on with Central Pride from the back. Brajol, it's Lohengrin 2 at the top of the stretch, and Lohengrin 2 is still doing it nicely enough. It's Lohengrin 2. Here comes Agility now down the center of the racetrack. These two are still well clear. Lohengrin 2 with a final furlong to go. Agility starts to move in closer. Lohengrin 2 is trying to gut this out. Matty over here for a final 16th. Agility is trying to nail Lohengrin 2. Lohengrin 2, Agility, Lohengrin 2, Agility. Lohengrin 2 takes them all the way and gets it done. Lohengrin 2 over Agility. A late run for 2 for Charging, and Brajol in 1 minute 12 and 1.
A little leg weary in the late stages of the race, but Lohengrin 2 able to hold on under apprentice Matty Oliver.
Excellent ride. Excellent ride.
Right
to the top, fast as you can, as far as you can. Build an insurmountable lead. Let a horse who has the worst disease at the racetrack, seconditis, come and chase you down. And guess what? At the 8th pole, you thought Agility was going to run right by Lohengrin 2. And then Lohengrin 2 remembered that he's won 8 times, and Agility remembers that he's won 1 time.
Agility reluctant to switch to the outside lead. He was chasing Lohengrin 2 through every step. If you ever wonder what we talk about with switching leads, there's a perfect demonstration of it right there. The number 6 Agility on his left foreleg, leading with that leg. The hope is in the stretch that they'll switch to the outside lead, get a little bit of an extra push there. But for apprentice Matty Oliver, Richie, she did everything right here, opening up that lead and able to hold on with Lohengrin 2.
she did everything right. That's how you ride a speed horse. Use their speed. Make everybody else play your game. Play to your horse's strength. But she saved a little something. Stripped it out off the fence, which I don't think has been the greatest place to be. And went to her left hand late. Got a little bit extra out of Lundgren too. And I gave Derek Stefan a cold exacta, guys. I think I'm in good with the NHL guys.
I love it. I love it. Hey, he said he hadn't had a winner yet. He gets an interview with Richie, and there you go.
$8 horse. Who's better than him?
We're making dreams come true all over the place today. Big congratulations to Maddie Olver. Lundgren 2 gets a win, taking them every step of the way in race 5 at Aqueduct. Bring you prices in a bit, and when we come back, the coach, they call him that for a reason, Wayne Lucas. Look at all of his former assistants that have gone on to be terrific trainers in their own right. And that one, now in the Hall of Fame, Todd Pletcher will go up against his former mentor in today's Oaklawn Handicap.
Eclipse champion Blaine, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His recent top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Litigate.
Litigate going to go on to win it here.
As well as Kentucky Oaks hopeful Wet Paint. Also an emerging broodmare sire, his stakes producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion and Kentucky Derby favorite Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Gunrunner is the sire of 6 Grade 1 winners from his first crop and currently ranks number 5 on the general sire list. In 2022, he led all stallions standing in North America by percentage of Grade 1 winners, percentage of Grade 1 stakes horses, percentage of stakes horses, and percentage of stakes winners. Owner Breeder Magazine wrote, 3 Chimneys is home to one of the most exciting young stallions in North America, one that is already eliciting comparisons with Danzig and Mr. Prospector.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. So glad to have you with us as we take a look at Oaklawn Park. Our program is brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the app today. Lafitte and Gary are somewhere in those tents. Hopefully they're not being blown away today. Looks like some nice weather this afternoon. The coach, Wayne Lucas, gets a winner home to a nice winner circle too. Perhaps a little bit of a premonition of what's to come. The Willis Horton Silks with Wayne Lucas sees the night a big price at Oaklawn.
Yeah, huge price here, just coming down the center of the track. Can Last Samurai do the same thing a little bit later on in the program? Be curious to see. Seize the night, seizes the day. Appropriately, the son of Carpe Diem. See what they did there with the name.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
$30.20 winner sees the night over your 8-5 favorite Speed Bias 416 in race 5 at Oaklawn. Back.
Pick 5 paid $75,000 for 50 cents.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Hope you had it.
I did.
I think some people throw in the
With
coach.
the Royal U? I wasn't. Oh, that wasn't directed at me. That was directed at you. The Royal U.
Our fans and the
That would
public
be
betting
great.
and watching. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you and Richie and Derek Steppen had Lundgren 2 at Aqueduct in race 5. Took them every step of the way.
Yeah, $8.70, generous win price. Exacta comes back a little short, but that was really, if you liked Lundgren 2, agility made a lot of sense because he did what he loves to do for the 6th time in 13 starts. He finished second.
Yes, he did. And Lundgren, too, knows how to find his way to the winner's circle and did just that under apprentice Matty Olver. As that means it's time for me to say farewell, at least for now. I'll be back reporting a little bit later for the New York Stallion Series. And you're sticking around a bit.
I am.
Looking forward to
Au
it.
revoir.
I'll be watching. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk.
Wolfman, he's in the
I'll leave you in very
offing,
capable hands.
Ready to go.
He's ready. Greg Wolf coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. A lot more to come as we'll continue the conversation with the Oaklawn Handicap. The 1-2 finishers from the Big Cap and the Santa Anita Handicap coming over to Hot Springs. Can Stiletto Boy or Proxy make some noise this afternoon?
Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire. He has 3 Grade 1 winning juveniles, including Dancing Rags and Union Strike, and standout older horses like Express Train, Paradise Woods, and Catalina Cruiser. And with multiple 6-figure yearlings each year, he gets results in the sales ring. Union Rags, a proven Grade 1 sire, standing at Lane's End.
The industry has a few things that we have to take care of better, and one was the aftercare of the horses.
If we did nothing, these horses would end up in very bad places. That can't happen.
We have a social responsibility to make sure that thoroughbred aftercare is also #1 on the list.
The cost could be the entire industry. We have to take care of these horses.
I remember that meeting at Belmont Park. It was a dream.
It's different than any other program that was put into place.
It is a first line of defense for those who are concerned about what happens to the equine athlete after he's done racing.
We started with some 21 organizations across the country, and now we're up to over 82 facilities throughout the country and giving away almost just under $25 million.
It's the one shining accomplishment that we have that we can point to say we really do love our horses.
Good to be with you in our continuing FS2 coverage on America's Day at the Races. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Clement with Anthony Stabile, our crew across the country. As we get set for these big ones to come, we got our feature here in New York and, of course, a date in the Pimlico Special and the Preakness on the line out in Hot Springs.
Yeah, the Bathhouse Row is going to punch somebody's ticket to the 3rd Saturday in May. We'll see who it is.
All right, got that still to come. We're looking forward to it. Of course, our ABR race of the week Date to the Pimlico Special on the line in that one. Very good group assembled for the Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. $1 million purse. Take a look at that stake schedule. Valley of the Vapors as well. We'll have it 5:30 Eastern time. Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, the defending champ, is back, and he is in even better form than when he won this race last year for Dallas Stewart, of course, with D. Wayne Lucas now trying to win a third straight at this meet. Got to deal with some new faces, though, including some West Coast invaders like Stiletto Poi and Proxy coming out of the big cap.
Yeah, 2 Grade 1 winners. Stiletto Boy by way of this victory, Proxy by way of his Clark win. We'll see if they bring their class and a neck photo here in the big cap over at the Great Race Place, or if Last Samurai can hold home court advantage. He has been real good, the defending champ of the Oaklawn Handicap. He's won the 2 big ones, the Essex and the Razorback, so far this winter down at Oaklawn, into the spring, I should say. Throwing a little charge it, and you got yourself a good old slobber knocker there, Greg.
A lot of intrigue with, he has obviously that coming out party race for him last year in that Dwyer. Hasn't been quite that same horse. We thought he was going to be the dominant 3-year-old sort of that second half of the season. Didn't quite pan out. We'll see if an equipment change can get him back to all that promise he showed as we get to race 6. Post parade coming up, approaching the 5-minute mark to post. And our favorite, we'll see in a moment here, the 3 Andy Cant, maiden special weight, mile and an 1/8 here. We're going to begin with Stand Proud. Meet leading rider Christian Torres will be aboard. 6 times in the money in 7 starts.
Yeah, off the Brad Cox claim, this horse got beat 2 lengths, ran well in the short stretch of a mile run. I think the extra 1/8 of a mile helps his cause in here.
See him coming up here in a moment. Ran very good. Had a mile last time out. 13-1 as mentioned. Second to Black Powder. And it does seem like, at least going a mile to 16th, he's run some better numbers. So we'll question mark really for everyone in here. Most of them going this 1.8 mile distance. There he is. 5-year-old son of Flashback. 5-year-old who's been in the money in 6 of 7, still trying to get that first win. 5-1 on Go Cats, who's making just start number 2.
Made up a bunch of ground after breaking slowly, going the mile, an extra 1/8 of a mile. Another one should love an extra furlong today.
Andy Cant looked like he was going to be potentially a really good one for a while for Bill Mott.
Yeah, 0 for 10. Bill Mott shipped a bunch of horses in. He hasn't gotten to the winner's circle yet.
6-1 Southern Sunset for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, just got beat 2 lengths last time, 3 parts of a length last time when he was disqualified. He'll put it all together one day. I think this might be out of his scope, though. Whoa.
That 3 parts of a length was against Major Blue as well. Horse was in the Derby picture for a while. Gatlinburg went by. Here's Cairo Breeze.
Gatlinburg was acting up with the pony a little bit. Cairo Breeze got beat 10 lengths sprinting in the mud. He stretches out. Winnemac Avenue blinkers off. Fresh gelding.
Here's the Heights. Rider change, Nick Juarez.
They dropped him in for a tag off the December layoff. He ran okay, and now Lindsey Schultz puts him back in for the special weight.
Bolsey for Don Von Hemel.
Not sure what to do with this one. He ran okay in a stretch out, but he didn't run much better than his sprint debut, and he saddled with a not-so-great post out in the 9-hole.
And another McPeak runner to the outside. Here's son of Quality Road, Quality Chick. Or Chic.
Chic, Quality Chic, as he's buying Chica Boom Chic. Another one with a tough draw with this post. Extra distance might help the son of Quality Road out of a Tappet mare as well.
Take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll have this one for you live when we come back on our America's Day at the Races coverage. It kicks off a pick 4. Stay with us.
Yes, there's family. If we say La Troyenne, you'll get the picture. And of course, form. G1 this.
A breathtaking run.
G1 that.
Dig down deep to win it.
But take a long, steady look, and the word that most likely springs to mind is fantastic. Maxfield. Family. Form. Physique. Fantastic.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on our FS2 coverage, America's Day at the Races on Oaklawn Handicap Day. That's still to come. We're getting set for the 6th, which will kick off at Pick 4 in Hot Springs. We're 2 minutes to post. Maiden special weight, mile and an eighth. The 8-5 favorite, Andy Kant, start number 11 for that 4-year-old. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
And Greg, I feel like we were on set together when we were talking about Andy Kant, or his last race at least. And look, there's nothing wrong with him here, but I'm going to look at a group of the 3-year-olds, all of which, facing older company for the first time. We'll begin with the second-time starter. That's number 2, Go Cats, for trainer Steve Asmussen, who does send out 2 horses in here. Watching his replay, looking at him physically, he screams mile and an eighth. The longer, the better for this son of Gunrunner. He kind of had a really laid-back disposition at first. He got a little flirty with the pony, but then he settled right down. And 2, while he didn't have any speed last time, he also, early speed, he got a really quick pace to close into. So it was a race that fell apart in the end. Seeking Unity would return to win. Actually, 3 other horses as well would return as winners, too. And he's just this big, kind of laid-back, long-strided horse that's made a really nice impression on me, especially facing some older foes. He stacks up well with them physically. As number 5, Gatlinburg, he's the higher price of the Asmussen duo. He's been a little bit of a bad boy. It seems as though Steve's son, Keith Asmussen, who rode him last time, was prepared for it. He knew what to do with them, not deterred by this. He wasn't acting up this badly, to be quite honest, last time. But long, leggy horse that should really appreciate this 9-furlong distance today. Number 4, Southern Sunset. Kenny McPeak will also send out 2 in here. He's a bit of a bad actor himself during the running of a race. He loves to lug in. And I thought Christian Torres did what you should do with a lugging in individual, and that is take him immediately to the rail. They can't, typically they won't go into the rail. And he's really sloppy with his leads. He needs to grow up and really put his races together mentally, because there's talent there. I just don't know when we're going to see it. As I'm actually a little interested in Kenny's other horse in here, beaten by stablemate Seeking Unity, was number 10, Quality Chic. He lost the most ground of anyone in that race, hung really wide, breaking from the 8 hole. He continued to move up wide around the second turn. Then he kind of exchanged some bunts with some rivals and kind of idled down the stretch. If he didn't have that trouble, if he didn't have that wide trip, I feel as though he would have finished better. The problem is, Greg, he's out wide again, but really lovely warm-up for this son of Quality Road. Intrigued to see what he does.
Yeah, it's a tough outside post to try and overcome here at a mile and an eighth here in Hot Springs. We'll see if he can do it. 8-1 on that 4th-time starter here for Kenny McPeak. Luis Saez, will be aboard.
And sometimes they need those McPeak horses need to run into shape and run into, racing fitness, if you will. And now he's got 3 two-turn races under his belt for a 9-furlong tilt. And at the very least, going the mile and an eighth at Oaklawn, Greg, starting right off of the far turn, there's enough of a run to the first turn where the 10-hole might not hurt him. Unlike Ballsy, who does have some positional speed, he's more likely to be impaired by the outside draw than the 10.
Jim Byers, the call. Here's a 6 from Oaklawn.
And they're off.
Gatlinburg came out well. So did Bolsey on the outside. Southern Sunset in the purple. Cairo Breeze is prominently placed as well as Gatlinburg. Keith James Asmussen with the lead here. And there's Winnemac Avenue. He has worked his way up to second. Followed by Bolsey to the outside in third. And to the inside is Cairo Breeze in fourth. Length and a half then. And Southern Sunset has settled a fairly distant fifth as they turn onto the backstretch. Then comes the Heights. Andy Cant, 3 wide, trying to gain from the back there as there's a bunch of them gathered together at the back end of the field. Stand Proud, Quality Chic, and Go Cats got away okay this time, but he is still well back there as they advance up the backstretch, chasing Gatlinburg. Gatlinburg with the lead here to Winnemac Avenue. Ricardo Santana has him placed just a length off the lead. Then Bolsey, Southern Sunset, Cairo Breeze in between them. Andy Cant going for an early run. He's 4 or 5 wide in the green cap. Andy Cant is now racing in fourth. The Heights is fifth. Followed to the extreme outside by Quality Chic. He has moved up to mid-pack here, and Quality Chic is making an impression outside of Andy Cant. Meanwhile, Southern Sunset awaits clear sailing. He's tucked in on the inside. Contentious battle comes to the top of the stretch here. And it's Bolsey and up to the outside, Quality Chic. Bolsey ahead in front. Then Quality Chic, Stand Proud. Winnemac Avenue drops back. Southern Sunset buried in behind horses. Bolsey leads the way the final 16th. Quality Chic is racing in second. It is the well-bred Bolsey putting it together today, drawing off by 2.5 to Quality Chic. Stand Proud, and Andy Cant was fourth.
Bolsey with the victory here. 3 prior starts had not hit the board. Extra ground, 1 1/8, maiden breaker.
Yeah, nice effort here today. Bolsey was able to gut it out on the front end. Quality Chic had every chance to run him down from the 8th pole home. He just could not get by. Bolsey appreciated that ground. I wonder if Quality Chic just hung on him a little bit. You know, more often than not, Greg, you say a horse hung and they get beat a neck or a head or half length. Not a horse that gets beat 3 lengths, but he looked like he was going by him, and he just could not get to him.
6-1 on Bolsey to kick off a pick 4 as we get back to New York, mile and a 16th. Over the inner turf, New York Breds, $40,000 maiden claiming race, and it is a wide open group. 3-1's your favorite right now. Horse was 0 for 15, a 5-year-old, by the way. It's Addicted to You, the 4 with Manny Franco. So maybe some opportunities to try and catch a price in a race that'll kick off the pick 4 here at Aqueduct. Here is No Regard, John Terranova, back to turf.
Yeah, fresh gelding. The horse got back to turf. I had a little push on this horse first time out. He got bothered at the start. Now you see him return to the grass. He's stretching out. Astern was a turf sprinter, but he was by Medaglia d'Oro, so maybe he can handle it.
Metamorphoses, 27-1 with Eric Cancel.
He returns to the grass for the first time since his debut. He has not done much running in the entirety of his career.
Debut for Forward Cast was sprinting on dirt. Now comes turf.
Yeah, we'll see what he does. The 4-year-old gelding is going to have to turn it around.
Addicted to You. Here's the favorite coming out of a straight maiden race on the turf at Tampa.
Yeah, New York bred shipped down to Tampa. He ran just once. I would imagine something went wrong down there. I can't imagine they shipped him to run one time.
And here you have a first-time starter, 3-year-old for Linda Rice.
Yeah, first-time starter for Linda. They usually run better second time out. We'll see how this one does. Not facing the toughest field we'll ever see.
Christophe Clement's Aula went by.
Yeah, he had blinkers and Lasix first-time grass after off the turf race.
First on the turf for Volker Rules, David Duncan. Here's In My Shadow at 35-1.
Both Volker Rules and In My Shadow have beaten double digits in a combined 7 starts to begin their careers.
Another Clement runner getting on turf here in start number 2, Miles.
Half to Quiet Out East. Looked like he gave him a race on the dirt first time out.
First turf for October Bliss, Bruce Bound.
Yeah, another horse, 5-time five dirt tries. Claimed this horse for 40. This horse has some dirt pedigree. Protected him last time for the special weight turf pedigree, rather. Now he's on the grass.
11-1 on the 11. May this be the one for Mark Hennig.
Best race by far was a turf race back in April of last year. In fact, 1 year to the day. His dirt races are abysmal. His form's real dirty. He's decent price at 11-1.
Fourth start, first on turf, Campbellito with Jackie Davis.
Not a ton of pedigree here. This horse has done no running on the dirt. It might be an act of desperation, and it's a terrible post in the 12-hole.
2 minutes to post, 6 coming up here in New York. It's the start of the pick 4. Let's head downstairs to Richard Migliori.
I love these races, guys. I just think there's, opportunity here if you can kind of zone in on a few that may really like the turf. And I'll start with the 6, Ola from Christoph Clement's barn. I mean, it was meant to run on the turf. They ran to save their date, because if you don't run, then you lose, preference going back into a turf race. Drops down into a, maiden claiming here, and he looks like a turf horse. I just think there's a lot to like here. I'm looking for basically a new face from what I've seen from proven turf forms. I think the 6 makes a lot of sense. The other Christoph Clement runner, the 9 Miles, he's got a big, wide, flat dinner plate of a foot. I mean, if you go by the old adage about horses' feet and how they'll take to the turf, I mean, he fits the bill nicely here. I think Miles makes a lot of sense trying the turf. Also a turf pedigree there on the female side that's thrown some turf runners. And the 11 horse, I agree with Anthony. I think this horse's form is very dirtied up. His one turf race was good, his best race to date, and I think he was even better than it appears on paper. I think that he could really take a big step forward getting back to the turf for trainer Mark Hennig.
All right, Mig, thank you. Minute to post here coming up in the pick 4. Of course, you could play it by getting signed up, started with Naira Bets, that promo code. New members, Derby 25, 15 days away.
14
days away.
Sorry, I ordinarily would not.
I didn't work yesterday. I forgot.
I ordinarily would not correct you on air. You always protect your partners, but it's the Kentucky Derby. We have to let these people know that it's it. We're going to have you covered, by the way. I don't know when we're going to start posting everything, but last year we had a horse-by-horse analysis up at Naira Bets. We are going to have picks and plays for all of the Oaks and Derby races. There's picks and plays for each and every race. Oaks and Derby Day. I'll be tweeting out videos. I'll be up on Mohegan Sun for Kentucky Derby Day. But we have you covered soup to nuts over at Naira Bets.
Here's Manny Franco, addicted to you. 0 for 15, 5-year-old. A couple of reasons alone not to play this horse. And the fact that he's the top choice on the board as well. But he is coming out of a straight maiden race at Tampa. There's a big drop down. This will look to a couple of starts back.
Yeah, these horses coming in and taking this drop, is this really a drop? The maiden special weight race, the pot is so cheap at Tampa Bay Downs for the maiden races and the allowance races that the A other than wins in the allowance races don't count towards the A other thens here on the circuit. You can win the A other then, come back here, and win the A other then.
Well, and the bigger concern, too, like he's been in this condition several time after time and not gotten it done. So it's not like it's a straight drop. He's been here already.
No question about it. No question about it. Yeah, I mean, he's a tough horse to trust. And like I said, when we were doing the post-bridge, kind of rushed through it. I had to rush through it a little bit. This horse shipped to Tampa when turf season ended here in New York. He ran once. I cannot imagine you're wasting, as a racing manager, now I know these things. It's about a $1,200 ship bill. You're not wasting $1,200 to ship him down to Tampa to run him once in December. So something obviously happened in this race. The intention wasn't to run him once. If it was, it's one of the silliest things I've ever heard in my life. So the intention was to run him multiple times, I would imagine. He only runs one time in 5 months. And now he comes back off of what I'm gonna think it was an issue. He wound up in Ocala. So I think I know I'm right now. He runs once, and then he winds up in a training center in Ocala the beginning of March. A couple of breezes there. Sends him back to Gary. 3 ho-hum works over on the training track over at beautiful Belmont Park. 3-1. You want to take 3-1 on this horse? I picked him third. So it's not like he's impossible. But you don't want to go to your Naira Bets account and take 3-1 on this horse. If a horse like him wins, you let horses like him beat you with 3-1 every day of the week.
Knocking on the door on several occasions at this level, but again, starting to add up to becoming a career maiden at this point, over 15, 5-year-old. And yeah, again, been here in this level several times before. Here's the 10 October. Bliss moving in, getting on turf for the first time. Interesting couple of over the cap. First time start of the 5, intriguing. And Clement with 2. He's got the 6 Aula. He's got the 9 Miles. And both those 2 getting on turf for the first time. There's that 5 in the background, the Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz runner over the cap. We're set for the pick 4. Chris Griffin to kick it off.
A few more left to load. Alla is now moving in. Alla and Cambolito to the outside. Set for the late pick 4. Cambolito rearing up. Now steps forward and goes in. All set. And they're off. Slow start for Over the Cap and had all kinds of trouble at the back end of the field. Feet out of the irons there for Jose Ortiz. Now recovers, but tall task for Over the Cap, who's at the back end of the field. 3 across the course now, and on the front end, it's Miles. Miles and Trevor McCarthy there, a neck in front, and they're going to widen that margin a touch as they pass the wire the first time. Down at the rail, that's No Regard in the purple silks, and Outwiders October Bliss, who's going to challenge for that second position as they work into the turn. Just off of them, that's Forward Cast, who's in between horses in the 4 spot. Outwider, that's going to be Alla, who's a touch rank there, is trying to circle runners and move closer to this pace setter. Really tapping on the brakes was Addicted to You, is now in the 6th position, saving ground. They're followed by In My Shadow, who's the gray with the pink blinkers. Out wider comes the run from May This Be the One. Down at the rail is Volker Rules, who's towards the tail end of the field with Cambolito. Metamorphosis and Over the Cap, after the trouble at the start, is 8 lengths the trailer. They work up the backstretch 23-2. Pretty honest fractions there, but they slowed it way down. Now 50-1 for that half-mile posted time. It's Miles in front and October Bliss. They'll work into the far turn together. They're a clear 1-2. Just off of them is Alla's. Now in the blue cap is progressing nicely. May This Be the One has got a wide run, 4 wide, but has some momentum. At the rail is No Regard. From the back, In My Shadow's trying to rally on. So is Addicted to You. The sprint is on for home here as they approach a quarter mile left to go. Miles is still in front, but here comes the run from October Bliss, and now October Bliss is ready to challenge Miles, who tries to be game down towards the inside. It's October Bliss who now sprints for home. Miles is back to second, but is still coming on. It's October Bliss and Miles. Addicted to You is now loose late, and here comes Addicted to You and Manny Franco. It's October Bliss, Addicted to You, October Bliss, and now Addicted to You in the late stages. Addicted to You, Manny Franco, they get a victory. October Bliss second, then May This Be the One, and No Regard. Final running time, 1 minute 45.37 seconds.
Addicted to You had been knocking on the door at this level on several occasions and gets it done today. Start number 16, his first career win.
Yeah, congratulations. Guy did a good job getting him ready off the layoff. I couldn't take him at that price.
3-1 on your winner. Manny Franco, when he asked for more, there's a 4 Red Silks. Middle of the pack here. And he finds more, certainly.
Yeah, see, he explodes. It looks like October Bliss is home Jerome. And October Bliss gets run down in the last, I don't know, 60, 70 yards of the mile and a 16th affair. Linked winner. Nice job by Manny.
3-1 favorite here, kicking off this pick 4. Manny Franco quietly collecting win after win after win, coming off a meet title. And your winner about to enter the picture. There he is in those yellow silks.
Yeah, they went a really quick opening quarter, and then they backed it all down. Check that opening quarter time, because it seems like a 27-second second quarter doesn't seem realistic.
4:10, 11-1 here in the 6th at Aqueduct. Prices from this when we come back, saying so long to Anthony Stabile.
After that result, I'm going to see myself out.
All right. We still got more races. You got time to get it back.
I'm getting out of here. I'm going to go hang out in the owner's lounge, hobnob a little bit, play a few more races, get ready for tomorrow.
All right, good luck to you.
PDGF Day tomorrow.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
We'll have coverage throughout the afternoon, and you can do your part to contribute as well. We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We'll have the story of some owners that had some incredible champions and now carrying on that legendary legacy. We'll take charge. Take charge, Brandy. A couple of the champions. The Horton family has campaigned. Stay with us for more right after this.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. I gotta say, I never thought I'd leave New York and find some of the best pizza I've ever eaten, but that is the case when you come to Hot Springs. Go to DeLuca's. You will not be disappointed. Also, the cheeseburger, really yummy as well, and just a great atmosphere, a lot of fun. And if you can get in, just say hello to Anthony, the man in the middle there, as we're here in the Oaklawn Park paddock for this maiden special weight for the fillies, going the 6 furlongs. And we'll start with a horse that's coming back off a bit of a layoff, and that's number 5, Rubia, daughter of Tapiture, for trainer Steve Asmussen, who's still searching for that elusive win to make him the winningest trainer here at Oaklawn Park. Now, last time she was kind of hustled to get forward position from the rail. It was behind a quick pace, and she just got tired in the end. But then you would have to think maybe something happened, because we have not seen her since New Year's Eve of last year. I like what I see here. She's built like a sprinter. She has a massive and strong hind end to her, and she's so well composed. You often wonder, will these fillies that maybe emerged out of their first start with a little bit of an issue, do they get nervous? Do they worry? And that is totally not the case for Rubia. See what she can do for her first 3-year-old start, as this is a OBS March graduate. They paid $155,000 for her last year. Number 4, Perfect Wish. She ships in from Fairgrounds. I thought a really game effort that she showed a lot of professionalism. I mean, she even bounced off the rail as she was bravely sent through there by Corey Lannery, tracking a kind of quick pace too. I like the effort she comes in here, but will it translate? I have not seen many of these horses come up from Fairgrounds and be as effective, you know, on a day-to-day basis. It really does seem as though it helps to be able to train over this surface. Number 2, Yesternight, she's one of 2 first-time starters in this group today, and she makes at least a very sharp appearance. She came in, she's been bouncing on her toes, she's very keen here with her groom, has a lot of size to her, this daughter of Midnight Storm. Now, the best sibling won on, well, a surface that's not the dirt, synthetic and turf. Though if you go back a generation, the dam have to a decent sprinter by the name Edgemont Road. I kind of remember that guy. He was a very dark bay, I believe, like she is here. And I'm intrigued to see what this Lindsay Schultz first-time starter does here for Isaac Castillo. And she looks physically like she might be able to make some noise here, but we do see currently number 8 in here, Dwaro Street. She's your favorite. I have question marks though. Greg, her best effort did come when sprinting on the dirt first time out. Greg, I think you have a new partner next to you now.
I do indeed. Andy Serling stepping in on the desk, so welcome in Andy on their Saturday coverage.
Well, thanks. Nice to be here. Nice to see you. Nice to see everybody else from afar.
Got the whole crew here this afternoon, and we'll get to this race coming up. Obviously, that Oaklawn Handicap, we look forward to that. Date you earn by winning that race, the Pimlico Special. We were talking about it off air just a second ago. It is a wide open race.
It is. I agree. I think there's a lot of questions to be answered in there. I think you have to ask yourself about Wayne's filly, Wayne's colt. I keep thinking of Secret Oaks. She's sort of on my brain. Whether or not he's going to continue that streak. You know, he's obviously been in absolutely terrific form. Last Samurai, Stiletto Boy, and Proxy coming in from the San Anita Handicap where they ran so well. And then there's Charge It. And Charge It feels to me like he might be the best horse in the race. But at some point, I'm getting a little tired of saying he might be. Because he should have won last time. I really felt like he should have. And today is kind of a put up or shut up day for him a little bit.
Well, this was not last time. This was 2 back. This was his 4-year-old return to the races. First time we'd seen him since summer the year before in that coming out party in the Dwyer. Unfortunately had to go to the bench. Came back with a race that made you seem like starting point wise, we're going to see again the very good Charge It.
Yeah, I wonder about the blinkers on a little bit. I looked up some stats with Todd Pletcher. Blinkers on in graded stakes, first-time blinkers, that is, just 1 for 14 over the last 5 years, which says to me, I think what a lot of us assume, it's a little bit of a desperation move. Now, I don't think it's time to get desperate with Charge It. He didn't run badly behind Endorsed. But this is a horse that's held to a very high standard as potentially one of the best horses in the country. And at some point, he's going to have to show. I know he ran extremely well in the Dwyer last year. Unfortunately, injuries kept him on the sidelines. Today's his day. It's third off a layoff. It's a big race. Today is the day. He's got to be forward, and he's got to be impressive. And I'm at 8-5, I'll try to beat him, but I'm curious to see what he does because we know he has a lot of talent.
I'm curious to see where he is with the aggressive Luis Saez on him, too. How forward is he going to be?
Well, I mean, I think theoretically he could be in front. Now, I don't see Classic Causeway giving him an easy shot, but I think you're going to see Luis be aggressive with him, and I think he should be.
Especially if they feel he is the best horse. A lot of times when you feel you're on the best horse, you don't mess around.
I couldn't agree more.
All right, looking forward to it. Big one to come in the older horse division. $1 million on the line in that Oaklawn handicap. Meanwhile, back in New York, 5-year-old maiden who was 0 for 15 coming in. Addicted to You gets that first victory.
Well, I did bet the 10, so I'm a tad bitter. Gary Siaka's been on a good run now. He's had a couple of big-priced winners lately. This was not a big price. It was a 3-to-1 shot. And the thing about the winner of this race is he was really the only horse in here that actually had turf form of any substance. And Addicted to You got a good trip. He got a good ride. And he got it done under Manny Franco, who just continues to ride at the very top of his game.
8-10 on the win. 16th time out. Maiden breaker for Addicted to You. 7th race we'll get into when we come back, as well as the 7th from Oaklawn. Approaching the 11-minute mark to post there. Maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprint. Maggie talked about Doro Street, the 8. That's your current favorite, cutting back in distance. Last time this one was sprinting. Third, I should say, beat less than a length to a very good one named Classy Bridget, who's running in a stake today.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad. The leading turf sire of 2022 by stakes winners and stakes performers. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Good magic in a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Haskell Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Nest, much the best. Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
We're back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, getting set for the 7th at Oaklawn. Maiden special weight, 6 furlong sprints. Only 7-2 favoritism on Doro Street, who, yes, cutting back to sprinting for the first time in 3 starts.
I think Doro Street is very much the horse to beat. The Diodoro numbers turning back are okay, not spectacular, but thought she was the one to beat.
Last time sprinting, faced Classy Bridget, beat less than a length. Here's the one, Gustavi, start number 2.
Did break a little slow in her debut, but that was a wicked fast pace that collapsed. So while she ran fine, the pace helped her out quite a bit.
Lindsay Schultz, 10-strike, first-time starter here.
Taking a little bit of money. The dam was okay, and a couple of them ran 70-ish buyers.
Another first-time starter at a price 13-1 Tara's time.
No money for this first foal.
Perfect Wish comes in from Fairground, start number 3.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Maggie. A lot of the Fairground shippers seemed to underperform, but I still think this one's a player.
Rubia had to deal with a rail in the debut for Steve Asmussen. She didn't take a lot of money first out.
That's what worried me, Greg, the fact that she was so chilly on the board.
Sharp Attitude, 17-1 for Corey Owens.
Yeah, just off the races, just doesn't seem like a contender.
Here's the favorite, Doro Street, 7-2 still.
I think that's a very generous price on a horse that's very much, in my opinion, the one to beat.
Kamikaze Blue rider change, it's Kelsey Haar.
She's going to need more than a rider change, maybe unless that rider comes with a jet pack.
Flying Bessie at 5-1, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Asmussen.
Just had a lot of chances for good connections, but has run well enough to win.
Yeah, ran a good one in the mud against Classy Bridget, who again is going to be in a stake later today. And then Beautiful Bolt, Chris Hartman, runner to the outside, 15-1.
Yeah, but the other speeds in that race actually finished ahead of her in there. I didn't think she ran very well.
They have come out to see the action today in Hot Springs. Look at that crowd on hand. For Oaklawn Handicap Day, minute to post here in the 7th. Maybe they came out to see Paulie, though.
Being very insulting, actually, there.
I don't think they came out to see me at all, but yeah, a beautiful crowd here at Oaklawn to witness the Oaklawn Handicap, and $1 million on the line. Just an absolutely beautiful day. Got a little coverage from the sun. It was getting a little hot out here, and we got another tricky race here in race number 7. When you look at the form, Dioro Street is the horse to beat on the cutback for Robertino Diodoro. You know, you look at some of the other runners in here, you know, that horse in Flying Bessie, you just see Classy Bridget in the running lines, and Classy Bridget, no pun intended, is a classy little filly, and she's going to be in a little stakes race a little later, like Greg mentioned, so I can understand why the public is gravitating towards the 8, towards the 11. I do like the 8 more than the 11. You know, the 11 Flying Bessie is a horse that comes from way, way out of it. You know, Rosario to Santana, maybe Santana will have this horse a little bit closer to the gate. And Rosario ends up on the 5 in here. The one that Maggie's kind of liked in the paddock here, Rubia, filly by Tapiture, should be really good second time out. Listen, I love the 4 in this race. I didn't think this horse would be 2-1. You know, this is a horse that has natural speed. And nothing against Corey Lannery. Corey Lannery's a great rider, but he is not a send rider at all. If they get on the front end, they're there by default. Now you're going to Luis Saez. I would think the 4 is going to be on the front end, and Louis tends to be very hard to pass in the lane. I don't know about 5-2. I wish I was going to get 7-2 or 9-2. And I also think the one, Tom Swearington and Chelsea Bailey, they got off the horse last time. She said, kind of broke a little bit flat-footed, and then she got her feet underneath her. And Andy's right. She rode the rail, but I thought it was a decent little effort. Maybe she could pick up a piece. But I'm hoping that the price on the 4 goes up and that Luis Saez sends and just keeps on improving his position. Maggie?
Well, Paul, I'm in the same boat as you. I wish it was a little better of a price on the 4. Like I said, I'm still curious to see what she does coming in from Louisiana. But between the 2 favorites in here, I much prefer number 4, Perfect Wish, to Doro Street. I can't recommend her physically, number 8. She is the daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, yes, but so therefore a lot of times we see Medaglia d'Oros, they kind of have that weaker hind end, a little bit of a weaker top line, and to me that does say longer, but there's no arguing that her best effort did come first time out while sprinting over a fast racetrack, which she gets to do again for the first time since that debut. I just don't like her physically. I'll put her right in the winner's circle. But between the 4 and 8, much prefer the 4. As let's talk about another first-time starter, Tara's Time. They paid $250,000 for this daughter of Not This Time, who strikes with 17% of his first-time starting 3-year-olds and upwards. The Dam, she won her first 2 starts as a 2-year-old, albeit one was an Iowa-bred race. But this is her first foal. She was green when she got out here with the pony. But talk about a filly that has a lot to build upon. Beautiful frame. I mean, just a big filly, a lot of solid bone to her. So she's intriguing. We'll see what she does. And then Gustavi, I would not discount, as she was sharp in the paddock. I'm hoping, albeit from the inside post again, that she does break a bit cleaner, as she was beaten by a heavy favorite in Donnie. As we get it up to Jim Byers for the call of the 7th race from Oaklawn.
And Perfect Wish. And the last pair will be Rubia and Beautiful Bolt. 6 furlongs, 1 turn. Track fast, and they're all in line. And they're off. And toward the outside, Doro Street came out well. So did Flying Bessie yesternight right on the inside. Perfect Wish. Perfect Wish is now 3rd. Rubia 4th. Flying Bessie is racing in 5th. And in between horses is Sharp Attitude. Length and a half then. And racing up on the outside is Beautiful Bolt. And then inside of her is Kamikaze Blue and Gustavi. And it's far back to Tara's Time around the turn here. Yesternight leads Doro Street. It's Yesternight by a half length. Doro Street is right alongside. And then 3 to Perfect Wish and Rubia. Flying Bessie is off the pace here. She's in that 3rd flight. She's 5th. Outside of her is Sharp Attitude. They swing into the stretch. And from the inside, Yesternight has been there from the beginning. Feels the whip left-handed. Doro Street to the outside is put to the test. Here comes Rubia. Farther out, Flying Bessie. As they move through the stretch, though, Yesternight has slipped away. Yesternight leads at Flying Bessie, running well to get into 2nd. Yesternight by 3.5 to Flying Bessie. And then came Doro Street and Rubia and Beautiful Bolt in the photo for 4th.
Lindsay Schultz having a terrific meet in Hot Springs, 14-1 here, teaming up with 10 Strike and Isaac Castillo.
Now, this horse was ready to roll, and not only 10 Strike, but boy, Lindsay Schultz just really had this one ready. Castillo went to the front, and this horse was in control the entire way. You could see how easily she was running. A very nice win. The 11 picked up the pieces for 2nd, but the winner was much the best.
I've seen a very nice 3-year-old filly. Nice debut. Yeah. Well, those prices coming up. 14-1. Not many saw that one coming as we get you back to New York in a post break for the 7th mile and a 16th outer turf 30,000 claiming race. Horses who have not won 2 Lifetime coming up here in Queens. And we start with He's Got a Short Fuse, Ray Handel.
Well, Ray Handel's been on fire, but even Ray Handel's hot streak will have trouble getting this one home.
Splendid Summer, contender Todd Pletcher with Kendrick Carmouche.
No question about it, and Todd Pletcher's numbers off 6 to 12-month layoffs in turf routes are very strong.
Toga Dancer, 2nd last time out. That was in November at Aqueduct.
Never finished 1st in a race, a technical maiden in a lot of ways, and would have to improve.
7-1, this is Fire King, Jose Camejo.
Yeah, Fire King ran the turf earlier in his career, and he too would have to improve dramatically.
Mauritius, Tom Morley Barn has Javier Castellano.
He's a little bit interesting, has a mild amount of pedigree, taking a little too much money right now at 5-1, but if he goes up in odds, not the worst horse to throw in.
This is the 2nd start on the turf for Stronglight, whose turf debut came last out.
Had the rail and just really did no running that day.
Born a Gambler at 8-1, Dylan Davis.
Does have those good races the last 2 and 3 back, but switched to a trainer that has had no success in New York for a long time.
From synthetic back to turf, this is the Brad Cox favorite with Manny Franco, More Than Work.
And it's just way the horse to beat. And 9-5 is probably a fair price.
It's a great appearance on the track as well. Legendary Lord 8-1, Trevor McCarthy.
This is the one I picked on top, more as an alternative to the number 9. Bill Morey has been on a huge streak. The Dam was a multiple winner in the turf. She's produced 2 horses to try the turf. It's sort of turf move up breeding the Dam side. And Practical Joke, not a great influence in the turf, but not necessarily a bad one.
This one here, it's Pletcher off the bench. He has Kendrick Carmouche to ride. With more, let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, a really interesting and kind of contentious event here. I do like the 3 Splendid Summer. He checks all the boxes, makes a lot of sense on paper, and from a physical perspective, he just could not look any better. Fit, ready to go, gets a good inside draw. He's post 2 here with the scratch of the 1. I like Splendid Summer a great deal. A couple other horses that I'm a bit interested in. The 6, I'm not even going to say this right, but Meridius. All right. Thanks, guys. I think this horse is going to like the turf. From a physical perspective, he really looks like a turf horse to me, a horse that has flashed ability in the past but hasn't really kind of followed through. Maybe it's the surface switch that'll help him, kind of facilitate him finding his best form. The 9, More Than Work, your favorite, looks good. No knocks on him whatsoever. Obviously he's a contender and looks the part as well. And I like the 11, Legendary Lore. From a pedigree standpoint, should take to the turf. And from a physical standpoint, he really should like the grass a great deal. Not an ideal post position. I just don't favor outside draws because you got to work to get your position. There's not a lot of run to the first turn, but he looks like a turf horse and he's a decent price.
Thanks, Mig. Meanwhile, there's the favorite, the Brad Cox runner, More Than Work, that 9 horse who just left our screen. Off since early February. Back to him there, 2-1 right now with Manny Franco.
My only concern with him is that he's been a lot of short prices, 3-1, even money, 5-2, even money, 7-5, and he's only got the 1 win in 3 seconds. When you're a trainer like Brad Cox, and you're losing more often than you're winning at short prices, and you're piling up the seconds, I think it's a negative. Brad has good numbers going synthetic turf for what it's worth, or synthetic turf on routes. He's 6 for 14 with a 276 ROI. He's been racing horse at Turfway. I guess he didn't want to ship to Fairgrounds. Makes a lot of sense in this race. A very, very logical type horse, but he's also a horse that's taking a big drop. Brad is looking to lose him. You got to imagine he's going to lose him. Turf season's just starting, and maybe Brad's being realistic. He's a 4-year-old that's having trouble getting through his conditions, and maybe he's worth a little more than 30, but he's not worth 100, and so he's probably being realistic. I have no knock on him. He's the one to beat. I just thought a Legendary Lure was a little bit interesting, and I'd always rather take a bigger priced horse that I'm going to bet a few dollars on top.
Meanwhile, back to the one that Mig is pretty high on. That's that Pletcher runner. There he is, 4-year-old son of Summer front. We'll have Kendrick Carmouche aboard. And this is back to August 7th, Saratoga. This is the last time we saw him. He came from very far back to get second at 20-1.
He got an exceptional ride in this race from Flavien Prat, as he did in his prior race, and he really took advantage of those circumstances. There's nothing wrong with this race. I think Digital Software, if not the favorite, was one of the favorites. A Chad Brown-Klarovich runner that was dropping down. He ran fine. I have no knock, except, he did run at the beginning of August, and now it's almost 9 months later, so where has he been? Now, for what it's worth, you look at Todd Pletcher's numbers. I looked up 180 to 360 days in turf routes, 18 for 86, 16 for 80, 20%. $1.92 ROI. Those are strong numbers, so I don't think there's any reason to expect that he won't come back and run well. I think he's a little inferior than 9, but it's not that big a gap, and I don't have any problem. The thing about this race is it's a fairly dichotomous race, right? The 3 and 9 are the ones who have had form. After that, it's the 8 who's a little bit tough to take in here, those connections. People are guessing with the 6, and that's fine, but I don't think he's any kind of value taking that price on him. But I threw him in protectively with my 11. But I think the 11 is dangerous here. Bill Morey's been on a very, very good run here. A lot of logical horses. I worry his form has tailed off a little bit, but he might be running on the surface he belonged on all along.
And, back to the Pletcher runner for a minute, the 3. Short price, off a layoff on a horse who, not always his fault, but just about every single time he's run, he's had issues getting out of the gate. Whether he's been bumped or it's been a fault of his own, and quite often it has been a fault of his own.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, you do worry about horses that have issues coming out of the gate. They seem to keep recurring. I don't know. I didn't watch to see how severe those bumps were. I mean, sometimes you watch and it's like, well, it really wasn't that big a deal. You know what I mean? So I'd like to watch it, but we'll see. I mean, I don't have a knock on Splendid Summer. I think he's a very logical horse. I think they're betting the right 2 horses, and they're probably about the right prices.
3-2 favorite, More Than Work. The big drop down for one of the most potent barns in the country. And obviously a rider that is dominant right now. There he is, Manny Franco and those silks of Robert LaPenta. Campaign Catholic boy to a Travers victory. Grade 1 winner on dirt and turf.
One of
Now
your
it's
favorite
stud.
horses, Catholic Boy.
Can't even...
If they had a Briar horse of Catholic Boy, I would buy it for you.
Several thousands of dollars that horse
I could
cost
get
me.
that horse and the Chad Brown horse and put them together on your desk, and one just a nose ahead of the other one.
Here's Chris Griffin.
And they're off. Good speed from Fire King right out to the front. It's Fire King in between horses to the inside. He's got a short fuse, but Fire King is well clear, and Jose Ortiz, and they get an easy lead into that first turn. He's got a short fuse. We'll track in second. Just off of that is More Than Work from third. Following that, Rivals Born a Gambler saves ground to the inside in fourth. Pretty strung out here early. Then in the fifth spot, that's Splendid Summer. Just had to settle just a touch. It's Legendary Lore to the outside of that. Rival is now in sixth, and at the rail, that's Mauritius, who picks up a placing. Strong Light is towards the tail end of the field with the trailer. Toga Dancer alone up front. It's Fire King, and Fire King is 2.5 lengths clear. 24-2 unopposed on the front end. He's got a short fuse, and a big number is right there from second. More Than Work, and Manny Franco, they're moving forward from third. They are to the outside of Born a Gambler, who still saves ground to the inside as this leader starts to slow things down up front. Now the pack is getting closer. Splendid Summer is in fifth. To the outside of Mauritius, who needs some room down at the rail. Strong Light is the gray up on the outside that's trying to rally on as they move into the far turn. The two at the back, Toga Dancer and Legendary Lore. They work into the far turn. It's Fire King still the target. Fire King is up by a half length. He's got a short fuse, and here's the run from More Than Work. And now More Than Work is scrubbed along from third, is slowly making up the ground as they reach the top of the lane. He's got a short fuse to the outside of Fire King, who kicks back to the inside. It's Fire King in front. More Than Work lugs in a touch, but is now coming after this leader as well. Up on the grandstand side, here comes a big run from Splendid Summer, who's chasing More Than Work, and More Than Work is the new leader. It's More Than Work, Splendid Summer, late run Mauritius. More Than Work is clear. More Than Work, Manny Franco does it again. It's More Than Work with the win over Splendid Summer. Then came Mauritius and Born a Gambler in 1 minute 42 flat.
Favorite at 6-5, holding off that Pletcher runner. More Than Work, Brad Cox, Manny Franco, Robert LaPenta.
The logical horses ran 1-2 in here. Manny got position and just proved to be best in here. Both horses ran fine. More Than Work just a little bit better than Splendid Summer. And Mauritius ran the money he took. Logical horses finishing basically 1, 2, 3, 4.
6-5 over 5-2. And the class drop, you would, as you said, especially with turf season swinging into full form, this horse...
Oh, he was claimed.
Probably very, very popular in the claim box.
I would agree. I wouldn't be certain the second horse was claimed, but it's possible. But it's almost a guarantee the winner was claimed.
One more look. And there's Manny going to work.
How many is that for Manny today? It's at least 3, right? I know he won the second race. He won the second race. Now I'm making it harder on myself. Maybe it's just 2. Maybe it's just 2. I could be wrong.
9, 3, 6, 8.
No, it's 3.
And More Than Work with the win on the drop down in class. Here's the 6-5 favorite. Well, the price is for you when we come back. Going to take a timeout. Manny coming off a meet title, and a man closing in on a meet title. Christian Torres has been leading the way out in Hot Springs. Can he finish things off? It's been a quick rise for that young man. We'll have his story next.
Hello. Yeah, I saw his second first crop leading sire. He's second crop leading sire now. We might have sold him a little early.
Here's Long Range Toddy.
Hello. Yeah, I know he's third crop leading sire. I'm glad we got that clause to buy him back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see what I can do. Kenny, we've got to Take Charge Indy back.
Back with you on our live coverage on FS2, America's Day at the Races. 3-win day. Manny Franco, Brad Cox, Robert LaPenta. And the drop down in class. Probably lost the horse, but to get a win going out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you play the game. And to be fair, it was the right drop. I mean, the horse won by what? 3/4 of a length in the $30,000 race? Where was Brad going to run this horse? Where he was going to run an effective race and make him worth more money? I think he ran this horse exactly in the right spot, got the money, and lost him. And that's how you play the game. And Brad Cox has a powerful barn. Bob LaPenta, a guy who's won his share of huge races. I think he was involved in the upset in a Triple Crown attempt, as a matter of fact, with the Tara. He isn't buying horses to win $30,000 made claiming races.
$4.70 on the win. Very logical exacta there. $6.40 coming back. And up next, New York Stallion Series and General Banker, who have been on the Triple Crown Trail. Most recently ran in the Wood, collected points though in the Withers, the Gotham, the Jerome before that. Got to deal with a horse that was coming off a monster effort. Lifetime of Chance now with Marquez. He was with Linda Rice, transferring barns. 91 buyer and a 16-length win last time out. We'll have this coming up momentarily. Right now it's back out to Hot Springs with Lafitte Pincay.
Yeah, Greg, I don't know how logical the winner is going to be in the upcoming 8th race here at Oaklawn Park as the wind really starts to kick up. We've had two $30 horses and a $77 horse. And now time for the 3 stakes races. Starts in race number 9 and the 50-cent late pick 5 in race number 8. This thing is really, really wide open. We have a 4-to-1 current favorite. You get 4-to-1 favorites in the Derby for this $20,000 allowance optional claimer 6-furlong sprint. Fillies and mares 3-year-olds and older. There are the updated odds awaiting a post parade shortly. Told you the favorites were 4-to-1. Pistol number 5 and Lil Grayson to be ridden by Christian Torres at 4-to-1. You know, you could make the case that it's harder to win an Oaklawn riding title now than ever. With the purse structure that is skyrocketed, it lures better jockeys, stronger competition. The meet is now 5 months long. You have to be at your best longer. Enter Christian Torres, Oaklawn's current leading rider, and as talented as he is, imagine how good he would be if this is what he wanted to do right from the start.
I used to play baseball, but I didn't see myself growing up much, so I decided to quit and just finish school.
Growing up in Puerto Rico, Christian Torres would watch television with his grandpa and cousins, which would eventually influence what sport he'd pursue.
I decided to be a jockey when I was, I can say like 10 years old, because I grew up around horses and animals in Puerto Rico. And I grew up watching races with my grandfathers, and they used to take me to the racetrack too. I fell in love with it.
Christian moved to Orlando with his family to attend high school before moving back to Puerto Rico to attend the jockey school.
But I was in the exercise rider program. I wasn't like in the jockeys. They have the exercise rider and jockeys program.
Unfortunately, Hurricane Maria complicated those plans.
And I entered the exercise riders program each year. And that was when Hurricane Maria hits Puerto Rico, and I didn't finish it because the racetrack, you know, we couldn't do anything.
Christian has had his patience tested with all the detours that have included stops in Pennsylvania, working as an exercise rider for 2 years.
Yeah, it's been a rough trip, but it's been worth it.
He'd win his first race in April of 2019 at Gulfstream Park. 2 months later, Christian's grandparents and cousins visiting from Puerto Rico watched him win in the United States for the first time, wearing t-shirts with his picture on the front and our champion written on the back. Torres closed out 2022 with a bang.
And now, returning to the Larry Snyder Winner's Circle, jockey Christian Torres.
He was the leading rider in 2 states, Arkansas and Oklahoma, helping him win Jockey of the Week honors.
We've watched this guy for a little while, and like I said, good young kid and good attitude. He's got a bright future ahead of him.
On December 17th, Torres rode at Oaklawn during the day, and that night, he won a stakes race on the closing day at Remington to wrap up his first riding title.
Flew to Oklahoma, rode over there at night, came back the same night. It was really tough, but it was worth it. You know, we got 2 wins here, 1 win over there. I love everything. I love the atmospheres, I love the track, I love the people. Since the first day that I got here, I just fell in love, and I love it.
Oaklawn's 22 and 23 meet will especially be memorable for Christian and his longtime girlfriend, Valerie. They were married on Valentine's Day in Hot Springs with their daughter, Ainoa, by their side.
With everything that is happening now, I'm just very blessed.
Life is good for Christian Torres, hence the smile, both personally and professionally. Gary, what do you see when you watch him ride?
Maturity and confidence, the 2 main keys. He's kept a low profile here. He works extremely hard in the mornings, and it's paying off in the afternoon. And it doesn't hurt to have the support of Robertino Diodoro.
That
in your
always
corner.
helps. And he's about to ride Lil Grayson, who you're looking at, the current tepid 7-2 favorite in this upcoming 8th race. Torres rides in all 3 stakes races today, including a date with Last Samurai in the Oaklawn Handicap, Gary. And Last Samurai had lost 7 straight races after last year's Oaklawn Handicap until being ridden by Christian Torres this year.
Yeah, and maybe just a matter of Last Samurai getting back to his favorite racetrack. But, yeah, undefeated on him. 2 big wins back-to-back, and looking to go back-to-back in the Oaklawn Handicap today with Last Samurai.
Which would be the biggest win of Torres' career, and doing so for D. Wayne Lucas, looking for a 5th Oaklawn Handicap. Strategically, what do you think Torres wants to do in the early stages of this Oaklawn Handicap?
He's going to be forwardly placed. I don't see him on the lead. He just gets that high cruising speed, sitting just off the pace, and he's relentless when he starts making his run. We saw that in the Essex in his last race when he just continued to power through the drive, and that's what I expect to see today as well.
And for Torres, riding a horse who's that versatile, Last Samurai can be effective if the pace is slow, closer to the pace, and if things heat up early, he can come from a little bit further back, as we've seen.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, he just steady. He's got a generous heart and gives you everything that he's got every time that they lead him over here. And I'm expecting to see another big race from him today.
Christian Torres, Last Samurai, perfect together so far. We'll see if that continues this afternoon in the Oaklawn Handicap, the 2nd of 3 consecutive stakes races starting in the 9th. When we come back, start of that late pick 5. And for Torres, cap it all off. Make it nice if he could take down this 8th race aboard Lil Grayson. She just had a 5-race winning streak snap. How will she respond?
Caraconte has potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. On the track, his recent top runners include these star performers.
Surprisingly down the outside, Scottish Star here, surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
It's Midnight Memories who takes the lead. Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. With the big one still to come from Hot Springs, Arkansas, in that Oak Lawn handicap. Right now it is the 8th from Oak Lawn next. We're approaching the 2-minute mark to post. This race, 6 furlong sprint, allowance optional claiming field, and wide open, as you can tell from the wagering board. We'll see the favorite first, Can Tex, who is undefeated, but those 2 starts more than a year apart.
Right. Can he win a race with less than a year layoff between starts? But he looked like he was shot out of a cannon last week.
A dominant performance, 4-1 on the debut, 6-1 second time out. Here's Unbridled Twister, 3-time winner.
This big race 2 back was on a muddy sealed track. Not as good last time, but in a tougher spot.
Here's Pistol for Tom Van Berg.
I think Pistol makes a lot of sense, but he feels like he could get caught up in a fast pace.
Gabriel Saez on a 23-1 shot off ramp.
Yeah, he just looks a cut below these. Picked up the pieces for second in the mud last time.
Luis Saez, rider change on Wildwood Bye.
Well, if you like Luis Saez, you're getting a price on a horse that ran some good figs at Hawthorne.
Fast and Feminine, she put together back-to-back wins at Remington and Sam Houston.
She does cut back in distance, so if like me, you like turnbacks and Lasix on, this is your horse at a price.
28-1 Music app, been off since November of 2021.
Yeah, I don't really love horses off long layoffs that would have to improve to be effective.
She is quick early. Lil Grayson, 7-2. Christian Torres, Diodoro.
Yeah, well, Diodoro, always a dangerous trainer, has been short-priced in recent races.
Keep me in the moment. Should see at least tactical speed from this one. Isaac Castillo aboard.
Yeah, I agree. It could be the pace is so quick. This horse may have trouble even with some speed.
And Perfect Happiness we'll get back to. Went by this. Also eligible draws in Violet Point as well.
Yeah, Perfect Happiness is obviously very logical, and Violet Avenue is another one, but could be part of a pace that may be pretty quick.
2 minutes to post. 8th coming up. It is the start of the Pick 5. Let's go to Lafitte and Gary.
Greg, that stakes racing gets started in the 9th. The 8th race, not a stakes race, but does come equipped with a stakes-sized purse, $104,000 on the line in this 8th race. So how's Christian Torres going to pay this whole thing off and win with Lil Grayson?
He's got to have Little Grayson, the Little Grayson that ran in January going 6 furlongs, not the last Little Grayson, which he faced Violent Point. That was 5.5 furlongs. Today she's getting another half furlong. She was coming to run late, but Little Grayson, I think this extra half a furlong is going to help her today.
She can motor. 12-time winner, 9-year-old mare, Lil Grayson. Yeah, that's her last win, as you mentioned. 2 starts back right here. Torres aboard. Lil Grayson, she fires up the afterburners and defeats Violent Point, who does draw in from the also eligible list today.
They're 1-for-1 against each other so far, facing each other. So as far as who wins the race, but you see that she comes with that big run. There's other speed in the race to keep Violent Point entertained, and I think that that's why you're seeing Little Grayson being beaten and Diodoro so good off the layoff.
Yeah, she was flat in her next start. How will she respond, Lil Grayson? I hope that Father Time didn't just show up all of a sudden here for the 9-year-old mare as we check in with Paul LaDuca. We're looking at Cantex drawn inside. Paul, your thoughts on this 8th race as we've just about reached post time?
Well, I think Gary makes a couple of really good points because the 13 drawn in is a big draw in because this horse, I was actually in the jocks room getting ready to talk to Luis Saez here in a little bit. And I was talking to Ramsey Zimmerman, and he's like, listen, I got speed, I'm sending. So Diodoro's got a pair here that, Little Grayson could be from off the pace. And that played out 3 starts back where the 13 went to the front end and then Little Grayson just ran down his stablemate. But when you look at some of the other ones in here, I liked Perfect Happiness. Then you look down at the record, 10 second place finishes. The plus with the 12 is 2 of the 3 wins are here at Oak Lawn, so I think that horse is a player. Obviously, Little Grayson is a horse that will come off the pace if they go fast early. The outside horses in here, the 11, 12, and 13, and then the one from the inside, like Andy said, was so sharp off that layoff. You kind of wonder if she's going to bounce. I think she might even improve. So, she might have the advantage from the one hole, and all these other horses are going to have to clear and try to get into position. I'm a little, I guess, befuddled is the word. I don't understand why the 5 Pistol is 4-1 in this spot. I thought you'd go so many different ways in here. The horse just kind of runs the same movie every time. Third, fifth, been beaten by Off Ramp, been beaten by the 13 Violent Point, and that brings me to the 6 Off Ramp. You know, this is a horse that if you go back and look at the fast efforts, they're not that awful. And at 18-1, Cody Rosen is a very sharp trainer. I think this horse can hit the board at a big price. I do think the 10 is the horse to beat in here. Little Grazing, Perfect Happiness is the perfect horse to hit the board. But I'm telling you right now, Off Ramp should be rolling late for a very underrated trainer.
16-1 Paul Off Ramp. We've been befuddled several times today, Gary, as we mentioned. Again, 2 $30 horses and a $77 horse.
Yeah, and Cody Rosin's had a heck of a meet here. He's been claiming a lot of horses, and they've been firing. So I don't think he's far off there. This horse, I don't think, should be at the price he is right now at 16-1. But the one horse, plenty of speed down inside. You got to expect Martin Garcia to send away from there, try and clear.
Pedal to the metal, right?
Pedal to the metal out of the one hole. Who knows? I mean, what we're going to see there, but she's been up close or on the lead in her 2 first starts.
Filing into the gate, and Lil Grayson, Gary, again, she had rattled off 5 straight wins before that dull effort in her most recent February 12th. Which version of Lil Grayson do you think shows up today?
I think we see the old Little Grayson. She was coming back on short notice when she ran in that race November 25th. She'd run clear back on November 7th. She fired hard that day with Joe Rocco aboard Churchill Downs. I think we're going to see, or excuse me, I think we're going to see the same Little Grayson today that we saw back in January.
Christian Torres wanted to be a ball player, now a leading rider at Oaklawn Park. Little Grayson still has it. Watch her turn it on in the stretch. Post time for the 8th on the undercard of the Oaklawn Handicap. Here's Jim Byers.
And that leaves Violent Point, the outside mare, to wrap up the loading. Rider having to get reset on Pistol. They're in the gate. And they're off. Good start toward the outside for Perfect Happiness. She's heading toward the lead with Unbridled Twister, Pistol, and Wildwood Bye. Those 4 across the track. Cantex in a prominent spot 5th. Followed by Keep Me in the Moment. Violent Point is only a length and a half from the lead, and the white from the far outside. And then comes Music App on the inside, and Lil Grayson positioned toward the outside. Lil Grayson is beyond mid-pack. She's about 7 lengths from the lead. And then comes Off Ramp, and outside of her is Fast and Feminine as they round the turn. Unbridled Twister, that Arkansas bred, has the advantage here as they come to the head of the stretch. Perfect Happiness 3 wide, splitting them as Pistol. Cantex is looking for a way through. Outside of her is Wildwood Bye, and they move down to the furlong marker, and Perfect Happiness goes to the lead. Cantex is out after her. Pistol in the yellow and black just to the inside. Off Ramp and Wildwood Bye are gaining ground late. Here comes Cantex. Cantex looking to go 3 for 3, and the Arkansas bred wins it. Tight for second, Wildwood Bye or Off Ramp. Finishing 4th was Perfect Happiness.
Least experienced, but she had the most in the stretch. Cantex at 7-2, Martin Garcia in the 8th at Oaklawn.
Yeah, for Randy Morse, they've had a couple of good team-ups here in the last couple of weeks. Cantex, a totally new dimension from this inexperienced filly. Great ride, set down inside. He was able to swing her out midway through the stretch, and it was all over with.
A really good late run from the filly Paul Like Off Ramp, completing the exact at 16-1, but too little too late as Cantex had given this field the slip, Gary. is Street Strategy Filly, undefeated 3 straight now, and as you mentioned, the versatility.
Yeah, she was able to save ground all the way around that turn and then moved out at the 5/16 pole, found running room, and she finished with the flourish.
Results forthcoming. The winner, Can Tex, in the 8th of 12 at Oaklawn Park. Stakes racing still ahead as we take a deep breath and welcome in a new audience from Oaklawn.
Welcome to those just joining us on SNY, those already with us on FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you here in Queens, New York, as we get set for the main event coming up here at Aqueduct, this New York Stallion Series Times Square division, and also some big ones to come in Hot Springs.
For sure. The Oakland Handicap, one of their biggest races all year, and a very nice matchup with shippers coming in to take on the very hot Last Samurai. And I feel like we have to try to stay as hot as the Mets. And SNY, of course, the home of the Mets.
Indeed. On a roll right now. Of course, on a roll, too. You can say about Last Samurai, as you mentioned, trying to win 3 in a row at the meets for D. Wayne Lucas. Here's our New York Stallion Series Times Square division. And we'll start with East Coast girl Kelly Breen. Dominant state-bred maiden 40 win 2-back. That was against a lot softer.
I picked this horse and wouldn't touch her at the current 9-5. Should be third choice by post. She is the inside speed, but the rider has to get her off the rail because the rail has been dead for the last 2 weeks here.
3 wins in a row for Kernis.
Yeah, but she's meeting a faster field, and she's not going to be able to control on the front end. She'll need to improve to win here.
Lifetime of Chance became just a totally different horse and maybe a star last time out.
No, what you need to do to keep a horse, if you lose a horse after a 16-length win and a 91 buyer, but that's what happened to Linda Rice. If she repeats her last, he's a lock.
General Banker went by. We'll get back to the New York bred, who's collected several points on the Derby Trail. Bank Frenzy went by as well.
I think General Banker's the horse to beat.
Dr. Kraft, we just saw for Chris Englehart.
Yeah, I was disappointed in his last. Not impossible, but might be a cut below, but not impossible.
And 10 Cent Town, Manny Franco, Bill Morey.
Could be attending the pace with the hot Manny Franco, looking for his 4th win.
Yeah, big afternoon for him. He's on a 10-1 shot here. We're 3 minutes to post in our Saturday feature here in New York. Let's welcome back to the program Acacia Clement.
And we'll start to the inside, Greg, with your current 9-5 favorite, the #1 East Coast girl, who, as Andy mentioned, she will have to navigate the way that the track has been playing with that inside post. And she has early speed. East Coast girl always confuses me. He's a Ridgeling, and he's been very sharp throughout. Had a big warm-up from Jose Ortiz as well, who's kept him moving, kept him going forward. He's giving every inclination of a horse that he expects to break sharp and be out front. The #3 Lifetime of Chance, oddly enough, this is actually my first time being down in the paddock seeing him. Now, he is a very good-looking individual. He has a lot of size, a lot of good substance to him. The one thing that perturbed me a little bit was that he had a very quiet warm-up. Dylan Davis didn't even really get him more than a jog as staying with a pony out there. Would have liked to see him stretch his legs a little bit more. And the big question is, where did that last race come from? And can he repeat it off of that huge effort? He certainly stacks up nicely with these. And we'll see if he can repeat that last effort. I do agree with Andy that General Banker on the class is the one to beat. But he's raced a lot recently. He does cut back in distance, which I love. I think he's physically a little bit more shorter coupled. He's a short back. He's a little bit more compact. He was one that I wanted to see how he warmed up. He looked just a little bit sticky back in the paddock, but once he kind of got his legs underneath him out on the track, he was moving nicely. I also think that he's really improved in his coat since I last saw him in the Wood Memorial. Just as the weather started to get a little bit warmer, he looks like a horse that's been doing well, even though he has really faced some very tough competition running in Jerome Withers, Gotham, Wood Memorial, and cuts back into a spot now that I think is definitely the place where he should be able to get back to the winner's circle. His last win coming in a race comparable to this. I'm taking a little shot with Dr. Kraft. I agree that he is a horse that is maybe not up to par of the 3 horses that I just mentioned as far as talent does go. But I love the turn back in distance for him. He's compact. compact, he's stout, he's solid, he looks like a dirt sprinter, which is what he gets to do today. It's an interesting piece of equipment on his, I haven't seen him since last fall up close, and that he has an extended cage bit on, and that will allow Jackie Davis a lot more control with him. He made his big run in the Gander 2 starts back up the inside, but he's well posted to the outside today as he cuts back to the distance that I think he prefers. And a lovely warm-up out there. Jackie took him away from the pony. I think this is the right spot for him, and he's going to be a nice price, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. 701, Dr. Kraft for the Chris Engelhart barn, trying to turn the tables on Curtis, who was on that 3-race win streak, who, by the way, is 8-1. But favoritism to General Banker. You thought the horse to beat, and the public right now agrees.
No, I think he is. He also fits the profile of the track. Now, will he get enough pace? But outside closers have done well. If East Coast Girl can somehow get clear of the 7 and Jose Ortiz can drift a couple passes off the rail, I think he's going to be tough. The rail was good last time, but that was a very productive race he comes out of. And who knows what we're going to get from the 3 Lifetime of Chance, because he runs close to that last race, and they're all running for second.
There he is, that 3. I mean, yeah, this horse belongs in some very different races if he can repeat what he did last time out. Public right now seems like, if you're seeing 5-2, not buying that's who he is just yet.
I agree, and how can you? Because he's okay of his, and by the way, he's okay of his other races. He's run some good races, but that was an otherworldly performance. Can he duplicate it? I think he's the most fascinating horse in the race. Because if that's the true horse, if that's who he really is, He's a stake. This is a stakes horse against open company.
Can he do it again? That's the 3 Lifetime of Chance with Dylan Davis, New York Stallion Series, Times Square Division. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
2 more left to load. Dr. Kraft and 10 Cent Town. Again, the New York Stallion Stakes, Times Square Division. Goes in. All set. They're off. Good speed from Lifetime of Chance right out to the front and pressure to the inside. There's East Coast Girl, and now East Coast Girl is alone up front, is clear by a length. Lifetime of Chance is going to track from second. To the inside of that rival comes Kernes, is in the red cap, is moving forward. Outside of them comes 10 Cent Town, who's in the 4th spot. It's another 2 lengths back to General Banker. To the outside of that rival comes Bank Frenzy, who's second to last, and the trailer, late running Dr. Kraft. They're chasing East Coast Girl. East Coast Girl is up by 2, went 22 and 2 for that opening quarter mile. Under drive, here comes Kernes, is being passed to the outside by Lifetime of Chance, and Lifetime of Chance is on the move. Following that rival comes 10 Cent Town. They're second and third, and they move closer to East Coast Girl, who's still up by a length and a half. Here comes a run from Bank Frenzy. From the back, General Banker's in some traffic. Dr. Kraft is starting to rally on late as well as they approach a quarter mile left to go. It's 46.34 for the half-mile time. East Coast Girl is ready to be confronted by Lifetime of Chance. 10 Cent Town down the grandstand side, and Dr. Kraft is rolling late. Little bumping there towards the back end of the field. East Coast Girl, Lifetime of Chance. Dr. Kraft continues to rally on. It's East Coast Girl still in front. Lifetime of Chance is chasing to the outside. Here's Bank Frenzy late as well. Lifetime of Chance is taking the lead. Bank Frenzy is lunging. Lifetime of Chance, Bank Frenzy, Lifetime of Chance. Lifetime of Chance over Bank Frenzy. East Coast Girl, then a photo. Dr. Kraft with General Banker in 1 minute, 18.65 seconds.
Lifetime of Chance. Back-to-back wins now, winning for the new barn on Mark Cassidy and a huge price right behind him in Bank Frenzy, making it tight late.
Yeah, that was a big improved performance by Bank Frenzy and for Lisa Lewis and Sammy Camacho, but Lifetime of Chance was able to stalk in here. East Coast Girl couldn't get that extra 16th of a mile. It feels like she ran okay, and Jose Ortiz did a great job getting her off the rail, or him off the rail, just couldn't finish it up. I don't think Lifetime of Chance ran back to his 91 buyer, but he didn't need it, and he got the job done for the new connections.
3-5-1 finish. Goes off at 2-1. Slight second choice at 2-1. General Banker was your favorite.
Well, he's down on the inside. I mean, he can't go to the... Come on, Eric. What is he doing down the rail?
Losing by a head. This 21-1 shot. What a turnaround for Bank Frenzy.
Yeah.
Lifetime of Chance, though, puts together back-to-back wins now after that monster effort back on March 18th on this track. That was at 7/8, and now takes his Times Square Division.
Well, I'm going to make a comment about Lifetime of Chance because I made this comment back around Christmas when he ran. Why has this horse not been facing New York breds? And no big surprise that I wonder if this horse, the winner, the first finisher, Dylan, drifted late. No idea, but...
Inquiry sign is up. We're going to get a look at the head-on here, so keep your eyes on the 3 red cap there.
But that is not the 5. Oh, he came over on the
7.
other horse, who he came over into the...
I believe that was 10 Cent Town.
Yeah, I got to see that again. I'll tell you what, the 5's coming out there into the horse outside of him, too, at that point. Watch that one again.
We'll play it down to the end here, but yeah, it looks like that's the issue.
I'm assuming it's the 7 top of the stretch. We have some other angles on a TV that Greg and I are looking at here, but we'll try to re-cue that for you guys at home. Okay, that's the 5 in the middle and the 7 outside of him.
So that aqua cap there getting shut off, bumped as well. That was pretty significant.
No question about it. Now, that's not the 5, though. I don't think they're going to do anything here. This feels to me the kind of thing where they may fine Dylan Davis if they feel he did something, but the 7 was finished at that point, and I don't think this is something you should disqualify this horse if they feel he committed some sort of foul that they would fine Dylan, but let's not fine the public who bet the horse that was best.
Another look at it. Here it is, and it was a left-handed crop, too, that initiated him coming in and over and bumping that horse, which does not help Dylan Davis's cause either.
And Dylan's also been involved in a few disqualifications in a few of these incidents lately, and something that probably needs to be addressed as well. He's a terrific rider, but you gotta be attention to what's going on around you.
So you feel the fact that the 7 didn't do really any running after that?
Just seemed like he was probably out of horse at that point. And listen, I'm not involved in this. I just feel like I'd like to see the pan shot of it also. Here I'm watching another angle just to see. Well, I'll tell you what, he definitely
wind out of you a little,
definitely fouled that horse. You know, guys, is there any way we could see the pan shot? Because you can see exactly where the foul hurts. I think a pan shot will give a better idea, perhaps, of if the horse maybe had any horse at that point. And I'm just sort of wondering. So the 7 is outside the 3. The 3 is in the middle, and it's going to happen fairly soon.
White Silks, that teal cap, there it is.
Well, I wouldn't slow it up, but I don't know. You know, it's almost like this rider, the 7, is protecting the 7 at this point, Manny Franco. Wonder if something happened. Listen, this was a foul. Whether or not it's something the horse should be disqualified for, I feel a disqualification unfairly punishes the bettors. And the owners as well.
Horse was in a position, though, to be in the mix at that point, wasn't he?
That's not, when people say, he was never going by. Well, you don't know. Yeah. And there's no way you can know for sure. In my heart, I don't believe the 7 was going to be there at the end, but, it's not fair to say there's no chance it was the case. I believe they'll leave the horse up, but, well, I just feel like Dylan's been in an awful lot of these situations.
And to your point, too, it did seem like, Manny Franco just said, look, today's not our day after that incident. Let's just take our lumps and wait.
Let's protect them after that, right. So they're still looking at it. Listen, I'm not going to, they have gotten tougher here. And in some ways, I agree with them very much in getting tougher. Dylan hits the lefty, comes over, also interfere with the other horse as a result of that. We'll hear what Acacia has to say.
Yeah. Hang on. Dylan Davis joining me here. Dylan, you were just starting to describe what was happening to me. You just spoke to the stewards. Can you tell me what you felt on your horse?
Yeah, sure. Just at the top of the stretch, I went with the left hand. He did come out like a half a path, but I was able to correct him right away. It looked like Manny was on my outside, but he was able to be right. Didn't have any effect with him and bothering. I didn't touch nobody. But, real fighting horse. Left-handed, and once I switched back to the right at the 8th pole, he kicked on again, and he really found some more, which was nice.
A horse that had a huge performance last time out coming into this race, and he backed that up with this win, but instead of kicking away like he did, he dug in today. How encouraging is that from a rider to see that fight in him?
Oh, that was great. To be honest, I thought I was going to be fighting for second because Jose looked really tough up front. He was doing his thing. I kept riding him, and I was really happy that he found some extra. I was trying to save a little bit left, and when I switched over to the right, he found some more, and that was great. It's a good feeling that you can have a good horse and find a little bit extra to get the job done. And to be honest, I think that this is short for him. I think it's too short for him. And I mentioned it to Shane, and I talked to Mark about it, but I think that I kind of had to niggle on him down the backside to keep up pace, and he just kind of was like resenting it a touch. But, I mean, I'm really happy that I got the winner today.
He's such a big, solid horse, too. And I noticed you kept him really quiet in the warm-up, too. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Sure, yeah. Shane told me that he's pretty aggressive. I kept him with the pony. I've been on him twice in the morning, and when I work him, he's a great, straightforward horse. But I guess race day, he gets really on it, so I just stayed with the pony, kept him nice and good, and then just rode my race from there.
He fought for it today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dylan Davis, as that inquiry sign is still posted, Greg, a lot of the jockeys downstairs talking to the stewards. There was a look into the number 5 horse coming over on the 6 on the turn as well. So I'll try to get any other updates I can downstairs.
Acacia, thank you. And I'm not sure a lot of people agree with Dylan's assessment that there was not a lot there. Certainly looked like it, a little more incriminating on the video that we saw, but it looks like a second issue as well, to Acacia's point.
Yeah, surprisingly, Dylan just didn't come out and say, I fouled the guy. I mean, I'm shocked that he wouldn't say it. Well, they've taken the inquiry down, so it's going to stay. And I agree with that decision by the stewards, but I also think they should deal with Dylan. And I'm surprised to be seeing Dylan in as many of these situations as he's been in.
Result will stand despite the bump. 3-5-1-6 finish, lifetime of chance, 2-1 slight second choice in the 8th at Aqueduct. We're going to take a timeout, charge it. Looked like he was going to be the dominant 3-year-old second half of last year. See if he could be a dominant 4-year-old for Todd Pletcher with an equipment change at Last Samurai. He has been the man in Hot Springs. Can he defend his title in the Oak Lawn Handicap?
City of Light to the final 16th, and he's clear now. He's a 2-length leader over Accelerate in second, who is trying to come back at him. City of Light, Accelerate cuts it back to a length. City of Light, Accelerate a half. City of Light.
Rock stars. A couple of Southern California standouts. City of Light out-dueling Accelerate in the 2018 Oaklawn Handicap.
What a runner he was. I was fortunate enough to get to ride him in his first couple of starts, and he was a true athlete.
And later, Gary, like all those two did. City of Light, Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner, Pegasus World Cup Accelerate, the Breeders' Cup Classic winner, and champion older horse, Gary. We have two more horses coming in later this afternoon for the Oaklawn Handicap, who ran 1-2 in the big cap. Stiletto Boy and Proxy, not saying they're City of Light and Accelerate, but running 1-2 in the big cap, that's significant.
Yeah, Stiletto Boy, what a ride he got from Kent DeSormo. He got him away from the gate in good order into the first turn in striking position, saved all the ground. And Proxy fought on, but this race, it looked like he was going to be second or third at best midway through the stretch. When Proxy comes to his outside, he finds some more horse and finds a way to win. Exciting race.
Kent DeSormo, excellent job with Stiletto Boy, who's normally right in the thick of things early. Keeping him a little bit further off the pace on that afternoon may have made all the difference.
I absolutely think it made all the difference. They were going a realistic pace up front. He was able to set just a couple of lengths off the lead, kept him in the clear, and he exploded in that last 50 yards.
It's a story of brothers, the Mojer brothers. Steve owns, Ed Mojer does the training, and according to Ed, training Stiletto Boy, this has been a chance of a lifetime.
I've been training for like 47 years, and I've never had a horse that caliber, and I've been training for a long time, and he's a really, really good horse, and I can tell I've had a lot of horses, and my brother and I have had a great time because we've gone to the Pegasus twice, and we ran in the Breeders' Cup Classic, and it's been great. There's speed on the outside, but probably going to do about the same thing that we did at the Santa Anita Handicap. We'll probably tell him to let him run away from there, and if he's fast enough to be on the lead, that's okay, but if they go too fast, we'll probably lay just off.
Race shape, Gary, this is really interesting. You know, Classic Causeway, he's fast. Charge It drawn on the outside, he's fast. And Mojer has also pointed out, saying, look, if they're in front of us, they're going too fast.
Well, I don't disagree with him the way he said that. I don't think that means he's going to try and put him on the lead. I think they're going to let him skip away from there. And his feeling is that if either one of those two horses is in front of him, you're going to get the same result as what we saw in the Santa Anita Handicap with them coming back to him in the last 50 yards.
Californians in the Oaklawn Handicap, they've made their presence felt, going back to the likes of Tiago, the Wicked North, Best Pal in the early 90s. We'll see how Stiletto Boy and Proxy, runner-up in the big cap, how they perform in the Oaklawn Handicap race 10. First of 3 consecutive stakes races, 3-year-old fillies in the Valley of the Vapors, 1 mile. Short finish line, 9 of them, make it 8 of them with the scratch, and the current favorite, wow, Merlaza, 2-5 odds on.
Yeah, in her first 3 races, she was beaten her first out of her lifetime, and then broke her maiden impressively. Started long at Churchill or at Fairgrounds last time out and won huge.
Stella Lily drawn inside with Luis Saez.
Yeah, coming off of a 3rd place or 4th place finish last time out.
Merlaza favored, devastating in her last pair.
Yeah, she certainly was, and it looks like onward and upward for Brad Cox and Joel Rosario.
Merlaza, Don Alberto Stable, Joel Rosario, who won the Apple Blossom last weekend. Brilliant ride with Claria. There she is, Joel Rosario to pilot aforementioned Proxy in the Oaklawn Handicap number 3, Santa Fe Gold, and David Cabrera.
Yeah, and she's coming off the back-to-back wins at Sam Houston. Big step up for her today.
Serious contender, Classy Bridget. Will she be as effective around 2 turns?
Well, that's the question mark, is the distance of this race. She is coming out of 2 stake races with a 3rd place finish last time out.
9-2, Classy Bridget. Then number 5 on Stable Princess, leading rider Christian Torres.
Yeah, nice win last time out. She's one that's going to be coming from well off the pace.
And a nice long look, Classy Bridget. There she is, Unstable Princess. filly by Cairo Prince, 1 for 6 here at Oaklawn Park. Scratch number 6, T-Max, then Pink Ace and Outsider. Mitchell Merle having a big afternoon.
Big afternoon for Nevada Lifton here, currently at 45 to 1. Hey, stranger things have happened today.
We'll ride to Eagle River a little bit later on in the Bathhouse Row. Sunset Painter towards the outside would be a big surprise.
She would be, and another one that's going to be coming from well off the pace, more than likely. She's had 2 sprint races in her career, stretching out for the first time today.
The filly by Accelerate. Exponential Star cold on the board.
She's cold on the board, and that's a mistake with Lindsay Schultz in 10 Strike Racing. They've had a huge meeting here so far.
Right on cue, trained by Lindsay Schultz, seeking a second win on the afternoon, standing by live with Maggie.
Yeah, the odds work doesn't matter as they had a big winner first time out earlier, Lindsay, with an upset too. And talk a little bit about Exponential Star. She seemed to really relish getting the added ground in her second start.
Yeah, she definitely did. We probably ran her a little bit before she was ready first time, but it gave her some good experience, and she trains like she'll go all day. Her works aren't super fast, and she appreciated the ground.
As you were kind of mentioning to me back in the indoor paddock, a little bit of a high-strung character. From what you've observed from her, do you like what you see?
Absolutely. I mean, we want her to show life and show how she acts in the barn, so I'm happy to see her that way.
You're having such an excellent kind of breakout meet here at Oaklawn. Congratulations to you. But you got your start with 10 Strike Racing. So how meaningful is it to be in these bigger races with Marshall Graham and Clay Sanders and the rest of the crew?
I mean, it's unbelievable. It's huge. Like, this is what I want to do. I want to do well for them. And now we've been able to win 2 maiden special weights, and that's a really big deal.
It really is. Congratulations on your success so far, and best of luck here.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Exponential Star looking the picture on the racetrack for Lindsay and 10 Strike Racing, Lafitte.
This meet, Lindsay Schultz, sleep on Exponential Star at your own risk at 12 to 1.
Yeah, she's hitting at 29% here, which is unheard of. Tough meet, and she didn't have a lot of horses when she came in here. Her stable is built up. She had starters at Keeneland a couple days ago, back here today for this stakes race. So pretty impressive, the type of meet that Lindsay's had.
That can literally start to change a career for a young horseman.
Most definitely. I mean, this is what kicks you off. And with an outfit like 10 Strike Racing behind you, the sky's the limit.
However, Exponential Star and all other 3-year-old fillies have to deal with a heavy favorite, Paul Merlaza, 2 to 5, simply devastating in her last pair.
Yeah, and this horse has been very, very good. I'm surprised at this low of a price, because when you look at a horse like Classy Bridget, she's been in some good races, but Merlaza comes in here with a nice little resume. It's Brad Cox and Joel Rosario. Florent Giroux actually staying at Keeneland did not come in to ride Merlazo. And listen, 50 cents on the dollar, 70 cents on the dollar. She beat the inside filler. She beat Stellar Lady, last time, not Stellar Lily. Yeah, she's talented. You know, is she that far removed at 3 to 5 to the 4 Classy Bridget? I don't know. You know, Classy Bridget has multiple wins, and, you know, so does Merlazo. So, you know, they could be evenly matched here, but I think the 2 obviously is the one to beat. To piggyback on what, you know, Maggie, the interview with Lindsay Schultz, let's not forget Lindsay Schultz is winning at a 28% clip. And they're not 3 to 5 shots, Lafitte, 2 to 1 shots. They're 18 to 1. They're 13 to 1. And this horse, the 9 horse, I thought ran tremendous. And listen, the hardest thing to do is to run against winners for the first time. But I love the way this horse stretched out. The 2's going to be tough in here. I thought maybe try to split this, you know, with the 9 and go 2-9 in here and try to split Classy Bridget. I just think the 9 has a little bit more upside, and Lindsay Schultz has proved me a lot. Like I said, these aren't wins that are like 2 to 5, 3 to 5 layups. She's been winning with horses 7, 8, 9 to 1, and then a 28% clip. It's pretty impressive.
We saw it an hour ago with yesternight. It was 14 to 1 winner in the 7.
Yeah, and I mean, look, let's talk a little bit about Classy Bridget and stretching out for the first time today. the buyer numbers, the speed figures are not a lot different than what Merlaza has had. But Merlaza, with the ease that she has won her last couple of races, you've got to respect her. She's won by open daylight. Classy Bridget, she's game. She tries hard, and she's got Chris Hartman and second leading rider Francisco Arrieta aboard today.
She looked beat. And just watch her dig deep, find more, and claw her way to the wire.
Yeah, she's a scrappy little filly and gives her all every time she's out there. Tried hard in her last race, just was unlucky to lose.
And now she has to pass the two-turn test, as Merlaza, Maggie, already has with flying colors in New Orleans.
Yeah, she has, Lafitte, and she was just very confidently handled, too, last time out by Florent Giroux. She's gorgeous. I mean, there's no two ways around it. She's a beautifully put-together filly, incredibly well-balanced. Her coat is utterly resplendent. She checks all the boxes, though some of the intangibles that kind of not necessarily concern me, but raise question marks. And Brad Cox did this with Iron Clover here back on Arkansas Derby Day. I was questioning him. You know, he went from New Orleans to New York to Kentucky back to here. And look, Merlaza has gone from New Orleans to Kentucky and over here to Oaklawn. So there's been a lot of traveling, whereas she's never really done that before. You know, she trained at Fairgrounds, she raced at Fairgrounds, and now we're throwing in that factor with her. I can't fault her any way, shape, or form in these preliminaries. But another thing that is maybe a slight knock against her is the fact that Ornately came back at a short price earlier on the card and really disappointed. As we'll take a look at Classy Bridget, yes, she's going to try to stretch things out here. She was complimented when Key of Life, who beat her last time, she came back to win the Grade 2 Beaumont at Keeneland with a 90 buyer. And it was kind of a merry-go-round race. You know, nobody was really able to reel in the leader/winner. I respect this filly a lot, and I like her. And there's a lot of substance to her, but there's a lot of substance in the sprinter form. You know, there's big shoulder, big hind end, but a really short back, short coupled, built downhill. So I physically am not 100% sold on this stretch out and distance. The one positive I will say, Lafitte, is she's been so calm, cool, and collected. They did name her right. So if anything, she has the right demeanor/disposition to maybe stretch things out today.
The big question looming over Classy Bridget, the added distance. As a rider, do you know, if you're familiar with the filly, Francisco Arrieta has ridden her in every race. Do you think he has instinctively a pretty good idea of what she is capable of when asked to do something she's never done before, what she's about to do, run a mile distance?
Yeah, most definitely. I'm sure he's had this conversation with Chris Hartman. And Chris Hartman, he's got a pretty good judgment of what horses can do as well. This is flat mile. You've got the short finish line they're running to today for the mile distance. That's at the 16th pole. The race is going to end not at the normal finish line. So that short stretch, I've got a feeling his thinking is that race is going to start 3/8 pole, where generally going a mile and 16th or to that second finish line, you've got to take your time a little bit more and reserve for that last 16th of a mile straightaway, and he's not going to have to worry about that second finish line today.
Arrieta, he'll ride Classic Causeway in about 45 minutes in the $1 Million Oaklawn Handicap first. This mount on Classy Bridget in the Valley of the Vapors 3-year-old fillies. $150,000 purse Merlaza. 3 to 5. Where do you expect Joel Rosario to place her early on?
She's not going to be far off the lead, I can tell you that. Merlaza, you know, you talked about, or they talked about her shipping all over the place. Well, in my eyes, Brad Cox has wanted her in the #1 stable, and that was at Fairgrounds and Churchill Downs. That's where she's been training. They're going to see if she can ship and win today.
Knows how to handle a 3-year-old filly, Brad Cox. A couple of Kentucky Oaks victories. Monomoy Girl, first to come to mind. Wet Paint, top-ranked 3-year-old filly in North America. The Oaks in a couple of weeks. The Valley of the Vapors right now. Post time for the 9th from Oaklawn.
Loading. Exponential Star steps in. 8 of them, all in line. And they're off. Pink Ace is dashing off to the early lead. Stellar Lily on the inside is second. Sunset Painter third, and Merlaza had an alert break. She's racing in fourth, followed to the outside by Exponential Star. Then Santa Fe Gold the Gray. Classy Bridget on the stretch out is next to last as they move around that clubhouse turn. And it's about a 5-length break to Unstable Princess, who trails the field as Pink Ace off that maiden win leads the way to the backstretch here. And Sunset Painter is second, and next Stellar Lily on the inside third. And Exponential Star is racing 3 deep. She's fourth. And then comes Joel Rosario and Merlaza. They are tucked in. They're in between horses. They're about 4 lengths off the lead in fifth, followed by Santa Fe Gold to the outside and Classy Bridget. And Unstable Princess remains the trailer. They move into the far turn, chasing Mitchell Merle and Pink Ace. They lead the way here, and they have the lead by still a length and a quarter to Sunset Painter. Exponential Star a factor to the outside, and then Stellar Lily begins to weaken a tad on the inside. Outside of her is Merlaza, has yet to really kick in a rally, and she's racing along in fifth still. Classy Bridget trying to make a move while wide. They come to the top of the short stretch, and it's Pink Ace with the advantage here. Then Exponential Star. Merlaza is out for the stretch drive, but as they come to deep stretch, it's still Pink Ace, Merlaza, and Exponential Star trying to get her. Here comes Merlaza. Merlaza is rushing up and takes the Valley of the Vapors. Over a game, Pink Ace and Exponential Star.
Looked like she was up against it. Looked like she was in deep water. Merlaza finds another gear, turns it on late to take down the Valley of the Vapors at Oaklawn.
She was crying out, looking for room. She was bottled up down on the inside, and I guarantee you Joel Rosario was wishing that they were running to the second finish line as they were coming into the stretch. He finally got unleashed and came with that furious run. I didn't think she was going to be able to get off Lafitte.
Pink Ace and Mitch Merle trying to give this field the slip. Exponential Star, there she is to her outside. Joel Rosario, Merlaza just took off late, and in the end, wins going away.
Yeah, and a huge run by the big long shot there for Nevada. Lifton. I mean...
Pink Ace.
Pink Ace. I cannot believe that this filly got up.
Pink Ace was 40-some-odd to 1. But here came Merlaza, Don Alberto Stable, for trainer Brad Cox. Joel Rosario, he'll ride Proxy in the Oaklawn Handicap. And Merlaza now 3 straight wins. Filly seriously on the ascend.
Yeah, and look, this filly today, I wouldn't be surprised to see her running a race like the Black Eyed Susan, something like that on Preakness Day.
She's headed in the right direction, Greg. Sharp, 3 straight, and victorious in this Valley of the Vapors, Merlaza.
Impressive to watch, cutting back in distance as well. We return to New York, 7/8 in this finale coming up here in this entry-level allowance. Sterling Silver kicks off the post parade.
Yeah, she's my top choice in here. She got a very useful prep in a tough field down at Tampa last time where she was too close to the pace.
Argentina girl just 1 for 16. Jason Wyas rides.
She's overmatched.
Mashney girl, she is quick early.
She may benefit from a little bit of a respite. Her last race better than it looks as she broke slowly and had to rush up into the pace.
Lightly raced Asset Purchase for Chad Brown and Klarovich.
She's the favorite. Maybe she's the one to beat, but Sterling Silver could be a tough rival, though she should get a good trip. Asset Purchase.
Start number 3 for Asset Purchase. Her Champagne Poetry blinkers off.
Yeah, she looks overmatched on paper.
A will away. Mitchell Friedman trains.
The rain didn't come for her. Her best races are on a wet track.
Chasing Kara is 1 over 300,000.
Another one for Mitch Friedman. She has had her days where she's run okay.
Been at this level trying to break through for a while. Cupid's Girl 4-1.
Dominated cheaper last time, but her last was good.
And to a T, 3 consecutive runner-up finishes for the Orlando Nota barn.
Yeah, she has to hope the race collapses, but if the race collapses, I'm not sure she can beat Sterling Silver.
4 minutes to post here. This nightcap on our Saturday card here in New York. And there is the 8-5 favorite. Obviously, these connections take a ton of attention on the board. She was dominant first time out. She won by 8 lengths sprinting. They stretched her out on the road to the Kentucky Oaks. against Sheeta Beauty, and it was her stablemate getting the better of her. Now it's back to 7/8.
Yeah, she just couldn't get the mile last time out. She ran fine in there. It just feels like it was a little bit too far for her. She's got a lot of upside. Very impressive first time out. Figures to stalk Mashni Girl. I can see why she's the one to beat, but Sterling Silver has run in some tough races. It's an interesting matchup between the speed of this filly and the closer, Sterling Silver.
And, you know, lightly raced, start number 3, and also tackling older company for asset purchase for more. Let's go downstairs to Acacia.
And what she does lack in experience, Greg, I do think that she makes up for in perhaps some raw talent and a touch of class. I completely agree with Andy that the cut back in distance to the 7 furlongs in here should help asset purchase, as she is a bit more of a shorter couple type of build, really rounded out in her hindquarters. She just doesn't look like she's the type that a mile would really suit, on top of the way that she ran last time out. I think this is a better spot for her from a pure just physical standpoint, and comparing her to the field that she's meeting today, she also looks best as well. But I also think that she could be a touch vulnerable, and she has another filly down to the inside in Sterling Silver, who also has some class. She ran against some very good horses, obviously. Her race 2 starts back. Her last one of the year was behind Goodnight Olive in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint. Ran a huge race in the Prioress behind Wicked Halo, being beaten just a neck. This is a cool little New York bred, and as Andy mentioned, she was chasing last time out. I think that she also really needed that race at Tampa in her most recent start. Saw Tom Albertrani start quite a few down at Tampa this winter, and I think as we've seen, it can really be a great place to kind of leg horses up and prepare them for some bigger races in New York, Keeneland, wherever they might go. And seeing Sterling Silver come out of that race, I still wish that she had strengthened up a little bit more, especially behind the saddle. After that last start, you would have liked to see her put on a little bit more muscle mass, but I like her. Again, I think that she is very consistent. She has faced some really good competition, and she will have that closing kick. I don't think she'll be up as close today. The number 8, Cupid's Girl, I've always felt 7 furlongs was the best distance for her. The class is the question for her compared to the other 2 who have been stakes faced, but I really liked the way that she did it last time out. I thought that that was a big effort. It was much faster than anything else she's ever run, and so the question is, can she repeat it coming back here? But again, I think this is the right distance for her. She's a handier, very kind of life type of filly coming in for Jimmy Ryerson. But Jose Ortiz climbs aboard. He's ridden her in the past. She is one that I think, again, the right spot. And we'll see if maybe she's just a filly that seems to be doing well right now at 9-2, posted towards the outside. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. 8-5 favorite. Probably not warranted on what this filly's done on the track. But there's a lot of upside there. Lightly raced from one of the best barns in the business.
Right, but when you've got Chad Brown horses, they're stake-faced, they're going to be overbet. Now, I don't know how much bigger she should be in here, and I think that she and Sterling Silver should be comparable prices. The way this racetrack has been playing, Sterling Silver, assuming Javier Castellano can get her off the inside, she might have a little bit of an edge because horses have been making good runs on this racetrack, a lot to do with the outside flow of track. But asset purchase should be able to stalk Mashni Girl. Now, I don't think Mashni Girl's impossible, so one of the questions is, how well does Mashni Girl run? If she runs well enough to take some of the starch out of asset purchase, that's going to hold a closer. And while I understand Cupid's Girl ran well last time, she's not likely to be the talent of Sterling Silver. And for those that don't think Sterling Silver ran well, I will disagree with them. She ran a very, very good field last time, and she was way too close to the pace. It's not the way she wants to run. I think it's an interesting matchup between the older, more experienced horse, the younger up-and-comer, a horse with more speed, and a closer. I took Sterling Silver, guessing she'd be a better price. I don't like to chalk out, but I think the 2 favorites are the right horses.
8-5, start number 3, asset purchase, who for one start off a big debut, at least in terms of margin of victory. And there she is, was put into that road on the Kentucky Oaks for that first Friday in May for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Now it's a cut back in distance. Does tackle older company, tackles multiple winners. We'll see what she can do here in the nightcap on this Saturday card. Here's Chris Griffin.
Here's to a T. To a T is in. All set. And they're off. Good break from Chasing Kara to the outside has got early speed, and there's Mashney Girl who's in the early mix as well. And in between horses, there's Asset Purchase. Asset Purchase and Chasing Kara, they ensure a quick tempo up front. They're head and head. Just off of them, Argentina Girl is losing some ground to the inside with Mashney Girl who's in that second grouping. Also in there is a Will Away who's towards the far outside, actually the trailer. Moving forward comes Cupid's Girl is in that mix with Champagne Poetry. In the lime green cap, that's To a T at the rail Sterling Silver, and there is a Will Away at the back, but they're chasing Asset Purchase. It's Asset Purchase in front, is up by a half length. Chasing Kara is right there in second. At the rail, Argentina Girl, Mashney Girl, and Cupid's Girl. They're traveling there as a trio right in behind these leaders. To a T in the lime green cap is now progressing to the outside there of Sterling Silver, who starts to lose some ground towards the back end of the field. It's a Will Away, who's second to last as the trailer is Champagne Poetry. Up front, 46 and 4 for that half-mile time, and they are 5 lengths clear of the rest. It's Chasing Kara, a big number. Asset Purchase, the favorite, down to the inside. A quarter mile left to go, and they are head and head at the top of the stretch. Asset Purchase is trying to put away a stubborn Chasing Kara at a big number, 33-1. It's Asset Purchase, Chasing Kara. They approach a final furlong, and Chasing Kara is a nose in front. Asset Purchase is coming back to the inside. Sterling Silver is rolling on. Here comes Sterling Silver out of nowhere. Sterling Silver into a T in it as well. Sterling Silver splits rivals to a T. Sterling Silver gets up. Sterling Silver wins the finale to a T, then Chasing Kara, Cupid's Girl, Asset Purchase in 1 minute 25 and 4.
Sterling Silver from well off the pace. 4th win of her career in 12 starts.
Well, Manny Franco did not make a wise move going down to the inside with the favorite there. She was in front. He should have been drifting in the middle of the track. So while she tired late, it didn't help her chances. They were moving up front. She got pushed by the 7, but you can't really knock it because the 7 horse in here, the long shot Chasing Kara, almost won the race. But there was Sterling Silver waiting in the wings as the race collapsed in the late stages. And Sterling Silver, a horse who'd run some pretty good company, she picked up the pieces. Asset Purchase, the racetrack did her no favors, and Manny is a great rider, but he's got to become more aware of a bias, and this rail has been bad for too long to have gone down there.
Colossal pace collapse here. 1-9-7-8, 2-1 Sterling Silver. Rolls right on by. Javier Castellano, Tom Albertrani, owned by Mark Anderson, 4-year-old filly by Cupid. Now 3 for 5 here at Aqueduct. Take a look at our winner's circle lead-in. Meanwhile, back in Hot Springs, brought to you by Phasic Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Phasic Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.phasictipton.com. Merlaza makes it 3 in a row. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with a winning rider aboard Merlaza, Joel Rosario. And Joel, tell me the truth. Were you worried about the first wire finish that you were going to get there in time?
Well, you never know because, I thought, I was going to be a little, she broke just fine. And then, I got the slow pace in front, look at everybody taking back. And, she just have a so beautiful long stride. And I was just jammed up inside for a little bit there. But I know she was the best horse. I just took my time with her, and then seeing when I say go, tune in for home, she just picked up the horse really quick. So that was very exciting.
Coming up next, aboard Proxy. You've got a grade 1 aboard him in the Clark. Adding cheek pieces today, Mike Stidham. Talk a little bit about what you think that equipment change will do to him.
Yeah, just hopefully he break well and, put himself a little fall in the race and in the. What does also Michael have to say? And, hopefully he liked the track here. We'll see what happens.
Wishing you the best of luck. He looks the picture. Go change colors, Joel.
Thank you.
He's got to get on those Godolphin blues here coming up for this grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap.
Thank you.
Cool, calm, Joel. Odds on Merlaza. 3 in a row. 6 furlongs, mile and a 16th, and the cut back to a mile.
Yeah, she ran well. Yeah, I agree. I'm not sure she exactly won like a 3 to 5 shot should, but she was the best in there and got it done. But Pink Ace, it's certainly been a day for long shots to be filling out exactas here, right? Yeah. We saw it in the stake here, and Pink Ace off the claim. What an improved effort she gave.
Here we go. The main event is coming up next. $1 million Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap, our ABR race of the week, and it is a loaded group. 2 turns, mile and an eighth. Last year's winner, the defending champ, Last Samurai. That was with Dallas Stewart. Now under the care of Dean Wayne Lucas, he comes into this race in much better form than he did when he won it last year.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. And, last year he got that terrific ride by John Court, going to the lead in a paceless race. I thought his last race, even though his speed figure, his Beyer figure dropped 4 points, might have been more impressive because he had to sort of alter his running style and had a wide trip. Let's see if he's got another one in him against a tougher group.
Story of the Horton family and the tremendous legacy Willis Horton has left behind and being carried forward. We'll have that story when we come back.
Want me to tell you more about good magic? I can do that. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. In the vertical 50. $1,950,000. Hit $1,950,000. 50. In the vertical 50. 50. In the vertical 50. We're $1,950,000. $1,950,000. $2 million quickly. $2 million. $2 million. $1. $2 million. $1. $2 million. Hold on. $2 million. $2 million. $50. All through, and I have. Boom. Thank you both. $2 million. Rogers way. Good luck.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Daredevil, returning to stud on U.S. soil. The only first-crop sire to see 2 offspring win the Grade 1 Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes in the same year. She dares the devil, taking the Kentucky Oaks and the Grade 2 Azeri Stakes. And champion Swiss Skydiver, winning the Preakness and the Grade 1 Beholder Mile Stakes. With more exciting prospects on the track and multiple 6-figure sales in the ring, Daredevil's career is just getting started, only at Lane's End.
Tampa Bay Downs has a rich thoroughbred horse racing history in Florida dating back to 1926. Celebrities such as Babe Ruth, Jack Dempsey, and John Ringling all attended opening day. In 1981, Hall of Fame jockey Julie Crone won her first career race here, and in 2007, we saw Street Sense win the Tampa Bay Derby and go on later that year to win the Kentucky Derby. Featuring full fields, great turf racing, and a 15% takeout on our Pick 5. Tampa Bay Downs is live racing every Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Now it gets serious. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual unusually well. Oaklawn Handicap, not quite that old, 77th running. We take you inside the numbers, by the numbers of the Oaklawn Handicap. First run in 1946. My old man was born in 46, so he couldn't have ridden Sty Runner, who struck in 57 and 59. Segue to the most wins. Only two-time winners, Sty Runner and Gay Revoke in the 60s. Who was fastest? Preakness winner Snow Chief, he was fast. 9 furlongs at 146 and 3/5. Most wins by a trainer, shocker, D. Wayne Lucas, 4 of them seeking a 5th in just a few moments. Most wins by an owner, late Alan Paulson. One of those 4, Cigar in 95. Paulson also the Apple Blossoms leading owner. Jockey, most Oaklawn Handicap wins. Pat Day, 5-time winner, including 4 straight in the mid-'80s. Oaklawn Handicap winners to have captured Breeders' Cup glory, only 3, 2 in the Classic. Cigar, Wild again, City of Light in the 18 Dirt Mile. And we focused on this last week in the Apple Blossom Championships. 4 Oaklawn Handicap winners have been crowned champion. Lawyer Ron, the most recent. And then there was one horse who's won the Oaklawn Handicap and secured Horse of the Year honor, Cigar, and he did it twice. And finally, Oaklawn Handicap winners in the Hall of Fame. Cigar in that monster Calbred Best Pal, the Oaklawn Handicap by the numbers. So as illustrated, what Last Samurai is trying to do is quite rare. Only two-time winners of this race. No horse has gone back-to-back since the 60s. But you get beyond the stats, you get beyond the numbers. At the heart of this story is a family, the Horton family. Willis Horton, who was here last spring when this colt won the Oaklawn Handicap. Sadly, he passed away last fall. And now his son, Kevin, is running the racing family operation, continuing that tradition, the legacy of his father's childhood passion.
Well, at an early age, he was, a cowboy, and I think that got
started the love of horses for him and my mother and Dad and one of his brothers. 1 year didn't miss a race. They went every day, you know, got up early and took care of their chores and made it down there for the first race and then come back home. That's the thing about horse racing. I mean, it gets in your blood, and it got in his, and he's been, you know, just passionate about it his whole life. It was a long time later before they got a horse in the stakes.
Lemons Forever winning Kentucky Oaks 132.
Lemons Forever won, I think it was like 40-1. I guess anybody would think they made it if you won the Kentucky Oaks. So he started getting a little bit better horses, which I can't ever remember missing a sale. He would get the books, you know, I don't know, probably a month before the sale, and then we'd go to the sale in Keeneland, which he'd have all these pages turned down. I mean, it'd just be, you know, and man, we'd spend so much time, and it's always hot. 2012, you know, got Will Take Charge.
Will Take Charge running a giant one on the outside. Lucas 1-2. Will Take Charge gets up.
It just took him a while to grow up until he got it all put together.
Will Take Charge is surging, and it's a photo finish. It's too close to call.
And the winner is Will Take Charge.
He put on a speech at the Eclipse Award that, you know, just his joy caused him to nearly dance across the stage.
You know, they say that a poor old country hick from the hillbillies of Arkansas can never accomplish anything. But ladies and gentlemen, we accomplished something. And we are very, very proud.
There's not many times that, you know, you can see somebody's dream come true. Somebody has a dream and then watch it come true. You know, his health started failing him. You know, knew something was gonna have to change, and it's probably 5 years ago. You know, told me, he said, you know, got a sale in Florida. He said, I think you need to go. And he said, I can't go. We was looking for a two-turn horse, and this here was a two-turn horse, and just checked all the boxes.
Look at Last Samurai sprint clear in the Oakland handicap. Last Samurai is first.
You know, he always wanted to pass it down to me. He knew that I could do it. You got to have a lot of luck, and thank God, you know, we've had some luck, and we've been very fortunate, and I just hope the dream, you know, can carry on, and I can do my father proud.
Any father-son watching, if you've never watched a race in your life, can relate to that story, Gary, and how emotional this must be for Kevin, the Horton family on hand, Christian Torres there, who will ride Last Samurai.
Yeah, and it definitely got to be an emotional moment for him. I was with he and his father, Willis, last year, a couple hours before the Oakland Handicap, and they were both a little nervous, but they were confident in Last Samurai, and he knows his father's looking down right now, and he knows that he's proud of what he's accomplished and taking over the racing stable.
Last Samurai, defending champ. Victory would be bittersweet with the absence of Willis not being here as he was last year, as this colt tries to become just the third back-to-back winner of the Oakland Handicap, but not favored. That distinction belongs to Charge It now. Odds on at 3-5 to ridden by Luis Saez. Saez to ride the favorite Charge It with Paula Duca earlier today.
With jockey Luis Saez, who's going to be aboard Charge It in the Oakland Handicap. You were telling me some things a little bit earlier before the race.
Yeah, well, Charge It, he been acting a little weird all this time when we was riding, kind of a little green. So I think that's why Mr. Top put the blinkers. So I think it was a good help, and we just hope he break from the running and see if we get a good position and go from there.
Is he just playing around, Louis, or did you recommend the blinkers? Is he looking around?
Not really. I'm not recommending, but Mr. Top knows what he's doing, and and he was acting a little playing around from the day one. I don't know if you guys remember when he finished second in the Florida Derby. So I think that's why he decided to put the blinker. So I think it's a good thing for him.
So what's the plan going to be from the outside post?
Well, just break running from there and see where we are.
And do you think that this horse, everybody keeps on asking the 2 turns. You don't think that's going to be a problem? It's just going to be about him behaving?
I think he's going to be all right. Yeah.
Who do you think you got to beat?
I don't know. Yes, if we break in front, we're going to go. If not, we're going to sit right there in the clear.
Well, good luck to you. Luis Saez will be on Charge It, and we'll see how good he is today, trying to beat Last Samurai and D. Wayne Lucas.
From the outside, Gary, they break. Luis Saez looks to his left. What is he looking for? What does he do?
He's actually looking for no competition, but he's going to have competition in Classic Causeway just down to his inside. And I think Todd, when he makes this type of move in the 8th race of a horse's career, he's doing it for a purpose, and that is strictly to keep this horse more focused through the running of the stretch drive.
Luis Saez, couple of weeks. They would tap it Trice, Bluegrass winner in the Kentucky Derby. First things first is Oaklawn Handicap as we check in with Maggie for this paddock report.
And Lafitte, we'll take a look at Charge It here. Obviously, a grayson of Tappan, and as I always say, I find that they might be brilliant and talented, but a lot of times it's about harnessing what is in between their ears that can be the most challenging. Now, physically, he looks tremendous, and he has gone on from 3 to 4, everything you want to see. But watching his last effort in that Gulfstream Park mile, he was being tracked by Endorsed, and Endorsed was glued to him the whole way. And when Endorsed went by him while on the inside, he kind of got to wondering about, and then Louis had to really direct him to go to the outside, and he mildly came back on again. And to me, that is just screaming a horse that wants blinkers on. So I like the move, but I don't like him as much as the next 2 horses I'll talk about. I'm in love with Last Samurai. It's hard to believe he's a chestnut. On screen, he looks like a bay. He is a deep, deep liver chestnut. I always have a soft spot for them, and he is standing out here in this infield like he owns it. Look of eagles just standing there looking down upon his kingdom. I love this horse, and I think he gets, yet again, the right setup. But Proxy has made a excellent impression on me. Dappled head to toe. He's always been a little bit of a punk. He was showing that in the indoor paddock. Those cheek pieces hopefully will make some magic for the Godolphin crew, guys.
Kind of a punk, but a talented one. Proxy, Joel Rosario looking for a second stakes win on the afternoon. Do you think the pace will be hot enough, quick enough to enhance his strong late kick?
I most definitely think it will be if he shows up with that big run today, just for the fact that Classic Causeway and Charge It going to take it to each other early on. The good thing about Charge It, he doesn't have to have the lead. He's proved effective sitting just off the pace, and if Classic Causeway is going too fast, that's going to put Stiletto Boy, Last Samurai right where they want to be as well.
Team Tappet Trice, Mandy Pope, Todd Pletcher, Luis Saez, Charge It. 8-5, expecting that breakthrough performance in that Gulfstream Park race. It didn't quite happen that day. We'll see what he does in the Oaklawn Handicap. He is the favorite. Rated our superstar, the 10-year-old, 4th start in this race.
4th start in this race, and listen, he's slowed down a bit. He's going to have to find the old Rated R superstar to get the job done today.
Defending champ, sentimental favorite, Last Samurai.
And you're getting a bargain at 3-1 the way he's been running his last couple of races. He loves Oaklawn Park. He's on his favorite surface.
Stiletto Boy and 2-time Oaklawn Handicap winning jockey Kent DeSormo.
Yeah, and I like the trip that this horse is probably going to be able to sit. If that pace is too fast, he's going to be just off of the pace, probably right alongside Last Samurai.
Don't be a punk, just bring it. There's Proxy.
Yeah, and Proxy getting cheek pieces on for the first time today. Keep him a little bit more focused and entertained through the stretch drive.
Senor Buscador and Ricardo Santana, who won this race in 21.
And coming off of a huge win last time out at Sunland Park.
That was Silver Strike and Classic Causeway, speedy 10-1 with Francisco Arrieta.
And that's a big price for him. He showed that he can show up on the day, and mile and an eighth is going to help him today.
Statement race. Charge It, 9-5, 9 minutes out.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting to see what Charge It does with those blinkers added on today. He's got a great post position drawn on the outside of this field for Luis Saez to look over and see what he wants to do early on.
This is Oaklawn's signature race for older horses, the 77th running of the Grade 2 $1 million Oaklawn Handicap. Last week's Apple Blossom billed as a rematch. Two of the best females in the sport, and this one lived up to the hype.
Here comes Clariere, Secret Oath, Clariere gets up.
Now, it's the boys' turn. And guess what? Another rematch looms.
Stiletto Boy coming at defunded. Stiletto Boy has won the Santa Anita Handicap.
In moments, round 2. Will the brothers celebrate again? Or will Proxy return the favor? In 2 weeks at Churchill Downs, this owner-breeder, Hall of Fame trainer, and star jockey will bid for Derby glory together. But first, a chance to win one of Oaklawn's most prestigious races together.
Charge It's going to come back a winner, and he's going to do it with something in the tank. It's Charge It in front.
And last year's winner. He's here. But it's different today. Should he successfully defend his title, victory would be bittersweet.
Look at Last Samurai sprint clear in the Oaklawn Handicap. Last Samurai is first.
The Grade 2 $1 million Oaklawn Handicap is next. Compelling storylines, 77 years of tradition, the race that crowd's been waiting for. Oaklawn Handicap with $1 million purse, older horses taking center stage. Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap and the favorite, Charge It towards the outside, owned by Mandy Pope, standing by with Maggie.
Here with owner Mandy Pope, sending out number 7 in here. That is Charge It. And Mandy, I almost called him Tap It Trace. That's why I had to look back down at my thing. But adding blinkers today, I know at times he's been brilliant for Todd Pletcher. What are you hoping as he's kind of third off a layoff too?
Well, I think he's going to stay very focused this time. He can get a little wandering at the end of the race. So Todd decided to put the blinkers on. He's practiced with them. He's got his game face on for sure.
Well, now I get to ask you about Tap It Trice. Just an amazing horse, such a step up, an improvement in the bluegrass. Yes. You have to be excited for the Derby coming up.
Yes, we are all very excited. It's hard to keep them separated, both by Tap It and Gainesway, and everything is just tremendous. It's so exciting. Unbelievable.
Well, Mandy, you deserve every bit of success you get, and with everything you put in this game, wishing you the best of luck here.
Thank you so much. We're all just very blessed to be here and doing so well. Thank you.
And he looks as though he's doing well out on the racetrack, too, as Charge It going postward for this Oaklawn Handicap, guys.
I think Mandy has enough going on, Gary.
I think so. What a spot to be in.
It's an enviable position. Tap It Trice in the Derby. Charge It here in the Oaklawn Handicap. We check in with Paul.
Yeah, and Mandy Pope's got to be excited. And you know, this is, I guess, a put up or shut up race. I think a lot of us have been waiting for Charge It to maybe bust out that 123 buyer that he busted out in the Dwyer. But, you know, you look down at his PPs and you go, okay, he lost 60 cents on the dollar. I understand he ran that huge number. He was 1-5. He's also lost as the favorite, and he won at 1-5. So has he really proved that much right now to be 9-5 against a horse that's the 2 Last Samurai that's, you know, won this race last year, is 4 for 9 over this racetrack, and Charge It's never been over this racetrack. So I just thought that the 2 would be the favorite. But listen, the whispers in the morning, obviously Charge It working well, but listen, he's been working well the way he's been getting bet in the afternoon. There's a ton of talent there, obviously, but, you know, we'll see today if there's real talent, because this is a salty field. And, you know, everybody keeps going, you know, Proxy, this and that, Last Samurai. I just don't understand why nobody likes Stiletto Boy. You know, this horse chased Flightline 2 years ago. Life is Good, Flightline again. If you look back off the layoff, he had a no chance slot against Art Collector in the Pegasus and ran a bang up race, and then was behind Country Grammar I'm in agreement with Gary. The horse sits an unbelievable trip in here. Kent DeSormo is one of the best money riders ever on a racehorse. I just can't understand why this horse 5-1. I thought the horse turned out well. I think the horse gets a good trip in here. I just think, listen, if Charge It beats me at 8-5, he beats me. I think the race is between, to me, Last Samurai, and I think Stiletto Boy gets the trip.
Stiletto Boy, Paul DeSormo, that brilliant ride in the big cap, having won this race twice, best pal of the Wicked North, both in from California. What do you think the key to success today is for Stiletto Boy?
Well, I think he is going to set a very good trip, and Kent knows this track well. He adapts to certain situations. I think that we're going to see an honest pace up front, and at least I hope we see an honest pace so everybody gets their best chance to show their best finish in this race. I'd hate to see anybody have excuses in here. There always is excuses for $1 million. It seems that way. They don't give $1 million away for free. The competition showed up, and this is an excellent race.
Stiletto Boy, currently 9-2, the big cap winner. 8-5, Charge It towards the outside, and that's the race within the race. Really interested to see how aggressive DeSormo is with Stiletto Boy, a classic Causeway who's done his best work on dirt while dictating up front, and for Charge It and Saez on the outside and where he decides to place the favorite early on.
Well, I think that Kent is going to ride Stiletto Boy the exact same way as he did the Santa Anita Handicap, and that's to come away from there, let him run under the wire the first time. That was a long run into the first turn of the Santa Anita Handicap. It was 1.25 miles, not 1.8 miles like today's race is, so a longer run into that first turn. You're going to see Kent bounce away from their running and make them commit with Classic Causeway and Charge It.
And just to circle back, Gary, big picture of what this race means. Flightline retired. Taiba disappointing in his first start this year overseas, and some room at the top at the handicap division, and a potential a chance for one of these horses, that statement type performance that, no, I'm one of the best older horses in the country.
Well, I think that this race will define that moving forward for the rest of the year and what they do in their next couple of starts. But if Last Samurai does happen to win this back-to-back years and leaves Oaklawn Park, they're still going to say until he proves that he can take this Oaklawn Park form to other racetracks around the country. Look, he's got Wayne Lucas training him. I'm sure that he has marked his calendar from the Breeders' Cup backwards to today's race, and today's race being part of it. He's going to space his races, try and find races that are close to a month apart.
We mentioned earlier some upsets throughout the afternoon. Rated R superstar who we're looking at trying to pull off an upset. The 10-year-old in his 4th appearance in this Oaklawn Handicap.
It's just amazing to see a 10-year-old still performing at the highest level in this type of race today for $1 million, and hats off to the Connections for being able to keep him active as they have.
Kevin Horton looking on, son of Willis Horton, owner of Last Samurai, and what that must mean. Last Samurai trying to go back-to-back, become just the 3rd back-to-back winner of the Oaklawn Handicap. Mandy Pope, as we mentioned, it's an exciting time. Owner, breeder, Tapit Trice in the Derby, couple of weeks looking on to see if Charge It puts forth that breakthrough performance we've been expecting to see. Always high expectations, and here he is, the 8-5 favorite as they've reached the starting gate, Gary. Final thoughts as we've reached post time.
Well, I think that we're going to see an exciting race here. I hope that the form holds up, and I think we're going to see a blanket finish coming down to the finish.
$1 million on the line, 77th running, Grade 2 Oaklawn Handicap. It is post time. Final check of the tote board reading 8-5. Charge It with Luis Saez.
Charge It on the outside at 8-5 currently. They're in the gate. And they're off. In the Oaklawn Handicap, Stiletto Boy had a good break on the inside. And as they come to the wire the first time, he and Classic Causeway share the lead with Charge It, blinkers on the outside in 3rd. Proxy is racing in 4th. Last Samurai is 5th on the inside. Then a 3-length break to Rated R Superstar and Senor Buscadores. Trailing the field, Stiletto Boy and Kent DeSormo lead the way to the backstretch here. It's only a half-length lead, and Classic Causeway is alongside him. And then nearly 2 lengths, and Charge It, being rated here by Luis Saez, settles in third with 3/4 of a mile to go. Last Samurai saves ground to the backstretch, and then to the outside comes Proxy. He's in the clear. He's a bit wide off the rail. He's racing in 5th. Then a gap of 4.5 or 5 back to Rated R Superstar and Senor Buscador as they continue to the half-mile marker here. And it's Stiletto Boy who went right to the front. He leads the way by a neck. And Classic Causeway, that multiple graded winner, right to the outside in second. Charge It is within range. He's racing in third. And now Proxy and Joel Rosario share the 4th spot with Last Samurai. Rosario is getting after Proxy. Last Samurai, Christian Torres on the inside, racing in 4th. Senor Buscador is splitting horses. Proxy is not responding much. They straighten away at the top of the stretch in the Oaklawn Handicap. And right on the inside, Last Samurai trying to move through. He brushed the rail. Here's Charge It moving up. Stiletto Boy still there. Some rough housing in the upper stretch. Meanwhile, Senor Buscador. Proxy is coming on the far outside. Here comes Proxy. Proxy and Joel Rosario rallying on the far outside. And he almost got there. He may have gotten there. Last Samurai was right with him. Stiletto Boy was third. Proxy on the outside adds the cheek pieces. He rallied late in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Thriller in the Oaklawn Handicap, rough and tumble edition of the Oaklawn Handicap, and in the end, Proxy, Joe Rosario up in the final strides.
Yeah, it's like Clariere last week in the Apple Blossom. There's going to be an inquiry, I'm sure, into the stretch running here. Man, Last Samurai in extremely tight. When Stiletto Boy drifted in on him, then drifted back out with Proxy, and it was rough and tumble.
Here's the head-on, Gary. What do you see?
See Kent DeSormo tightening things up. He didn't come all the way over, and that was more Last Samurai shying away from the inside rail. From what I'm seeing there was still room to get up in there. It was a tight hole. It was a tight opening. That was race riding right there, in my opinion.
Last Samurai, Christian Torres, bothered in tight quarters. He lost, what, by a head?
Yes.
How much did that contact cost him? Again, so much to unpack here, but let's get down live to Maggie.
I can't say that the man to my right here, Michael Vanahan, a Godolphin, thought he won it, but I think you did.
I think when we saw the replay, I think maybe we did, but first time around, I wasn't sure at all.
This angle here has gotten me.
Yeah, exactly. But one good thing, I don't think we were involved in the inquiry anyway. I think we were safe. We were out on the outside. But he ran a big race, but I would have been desperately disappointed if he lost another close finish like that and not be able to get there. But fingers crossed, I think we did.
It was a heartbreaker in the Santa Anita Handicap last time. Talk about Mike Stidham and the work he's done with this horse and the equipment change today.
Yeah, Mike has done a great job with this horse, and Hillary as well. And we were trying to figure him out for the last 2 years. What do we need to do to get him over the hump? And we talked about the cheek pieces, because he had blinkers before. We didn't think that really helped him, and he worked in the cheek pieces. He worked well in them. Joel worked them a couple of weeks ago at Keeneland and was really enthusiastic about them. And we said, okay, let's go with the cheek pieces and see if we can get that extra little piece that we need out of him. And hopefully we got that here today anyway. So he's been he's always been a consistent horse. But as we saw at the top of the stretch, he's dropped himself out of it again. I said, oh no. And the commentator is saying, Proxy's not doing enough. But then he just comes with this great run down the stretch, and he kills us every time he does this. But lucky we got there today, or at least I think we got there today, so that's been fantastic.
Boom, you got it. Congratulations. Go get your picture taken.
Thanks a lot, Maggie.
All right, Proxy, he does get up in the shadow of the wire, guys. And another big win for the Godolphin team.
Way out in the clear, away from all the congestion, Proxy, 4-2-3-5 in the Oaklawn Handicap. Last Samurai coming through on the inside, battling bravely Stiletto Boy, but Joel Rosario times it beautifully and taking advantage of Clear, running with all that traffic towards his inside. And right in the middle of it was Stiletto Boy and Kent DeSormo standing by with Paul.
I'm with Kent DeSormo, who is aboard Stiletto Boy. You're taking a look right now, Kent. Did you think there was anything? You're just trying to make it tight for Last Samurai?
No, he had plenty of room. I think his horse is shying from the fence.
Now, at the top of the lane, you obviously, when this horse started coming back, you wanted to squeeze. Did you see Proxy coming on the outside of the floor?
No, I heard him coming, but the difference was my horse didn't see him.
Well, Kent DeSormo a little disappointed. Stiletto Boy ran his heart out. And here's the thing, guys. If there is an inquiry with the 3, I don't think there's going to be any change because the 2 end up finishing in front of Kent DeSormo.
Gary?
Well, all I can say is I'm watching that head-on the live feed, and watch when it tightens up on Last Samurai, and I agree. I think that Last Samurai was shying away, but watch him drift out right here. Does he bother charge it? That's the question. Did and they just announced no change.
They just announced
no change.
No change. No change. 4, 2, 3, 5. Gut-wrenching defeat Last Samurai. Gut-wrenching defeat Stiletto Boy. And taking full advantage, Godolphin and Proxy. Oaklawn Handicap winner. Another big Saturday in Hot Springs for Joel Rosario.
850, 875, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. 1 by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Those with us on SNY as well. Oaklawn Handicap in the books, and it's Proxy coming in from the West Coast. Mike Stidham, Godolphin, Joel Rosario once again.
Never count Joel out. He gave his patented patient ride and was able to run down the field and get the job done to Proxy. Last Samurai, probably, I'm not blaming Torres. Maybe he just made a decision to commit to the inside. Horses like that probably better off making their runs out in the clear. Not giving him a major excuse, but probably better off down on the outside like Proxy ended up being. It was sort of an illusion. Charge It clearly came in. I do think Stiletto Boy was coming out a little because he had to get off of the 2, but he didn't come out that much. Charge It was coming in. He is the disappointment of this race. moment.
He had no punch in the lane even after that as well.
And he had a perfect trip. I mean, he's sitting behind the duelers up there. I think Stiletto Boy was very game. I mean, he did get to back it down after a quick first quarter. Classic Causeway should have been running in the Churchill Downs handicap in 2 weeks. He's not a distance horse on the dirt against this caliber horse. If he's going to be successful in big race, be going shorter. Charge it to disappointment. It has to be frustrating because he is immensely talented. But you wonder if all those physical problems just finally have caught up to him a bit.
Grade 1 winner who has a versatile running style. It's a wide open year in this division with no big name out there. Is he a major player?
Of course he is. At this point in this division, they're all major players.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. It is Proxy, Rosario, Michael Stidham in the Oaklawn Handicap.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The Run Happies are running. The Run Happies are selling. The Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day at the Races, still to come, the Bathhouse Row with a berth to the Preakness, assuming you're Triple Crown nominated to the winner.
So there you go. That's an unusual route. You haven't heard too many horses taking the Bathhouse Row Preakness route. Preakness is going to be loaded, by the way, with new shooters this year.
Seems like it will be. Take a look at the field coming up in this 3-year-old group. Mile and an eighth. And Red Route 1, that closer for Steve Asmussen, who tried the Arkansas Derby, taking this spot instead. He comes from very far out of it.
But if anybody can time it right with a deep closer, Joel Rosario, the right guy to be riding. I'm kind of interested in the horse in the outside Tappet shoes. Dennington ran respectably out of that race after having a wide trip in the Louisiana Derby. I thought he was a little bit interesting as the outside one to pick it up. It feels like there could be a little bit of pace in here.
We'll get more on it coming up. Steve Asmussen, nobody in the Kentucky Derby. Can he get this horse to the Preakness? We will see coming up. Berth on the line. If you win this race, we'll have it for you when we come back. Red Route 1, maiden win. It came on the grass at Kentucky Downs back as a 2-year-old. His first dirt win, it would come today. We'll be back.
The Belmont Stakes is coming to Fox June 10th, the Test of the Champion. If you see a Triple Crown winner this year, this is where you'll see it. Belmont Stakes, only on Fox. Brad Ortiz celebrating last year, his second Belmont Stakes victory. Mo Donegal last year, 3 Triple Crown races, as always, 3 different winners. And that's what this race is all about. The Kentucky Derby in a couple of weeks. But as Greg mentioned, for horses that are Triple Crown nominated, the winner of this Bathhouse Row, an invite to the Preakness Stakes. So it's significant. A lot on the line. 9 3-year-olds running 1 1/8 miles, same distance as the Arkansas Derby for Team Red Route 1. They're hoping for a different result than the Arkansas Derby. The deep closer, a little bit flat a few weeks ago. Red Route 1 prior, though, this explosive acceleration in the Rebel and a solid second-place finish.
Yeah, and if he runs this race back that he ran in the Rebel, he's going to be very, very tough to beat today. He was super impressive, but that's what the effort that we need to see, not the Arkansas Derby.
What do you think went wrong in the Arkansas Derby? They had the blinkers on, but then again, the blinkers stay on today.
Well, he's facing a lot different company today, other than Two Eagles River, who's probably going to be setting the pace in here. He finished 7th, beaten 8 lengths in the Arkansas Derby. He's probably going to be loose on the lead. So Red Route 1, he's still going to have to put in that big run to be able to run by Two Eagles River.
Triple Crown nominated, of course, Red Route 1. And for those that are nominated to the winner, as we mentioned, an invite to the Preakness Stakes. And here's a recent trend, Gary, that we've seen in recent winners that won the Preakness who did not race in the Kentucky Derby. The last 3 years, a little different during the pandemic with Swiss Skydiver the filly, and then Rombauer in 21, early voting last year, Preakness winners that did not race in the Derby.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of times it's easier on them, getting that little bit of time in between the race. And the horses that run in the Derby, they're coming back on, you know, short rest, on 2 weeks rest, and that does its duty on a lot of these Derby horses anyway. Just the rigors of running in the Kentucky Derby. They can avoid all of that hustle and bustle of Derby week, going and focus on the Preakness itself, where the Derby horses have already done battle.
That's the Bathhouse Row coming up, the 3rd and final of the stakes races this afternoon. A thriller in the Oaklawn Handicap as we just catch our breath, but still, the 3-year-olds in this Bathhouse Row that's coming up here from Oaklawn. What will Red Route 1 do? Rebounding from the dull effort in the Arkansas Derby, the Bathhouse Row riders up post-parade, post-time in 19 minutes.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Lexitonian, a consistent top-level performer from east to west, a debut winner at 2, winning and placing in multiple Grade 1 races, following the footsteps of his sire Speightstown to win the Grade 1 Vanderbilt at Saratoga, and placing second in the Grade 1 Bing Crosby and Grade 1 Churchill Downs Stakes, out of the daughter of a Grade 1 test winner. He has the pedigree, the speed, and the looks to succeed. Lexitonian, standing at Lane's End.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Really important. Tomorrow, the PDJF telethon last year raised more than $400,000, Gary. Incredibly significant, difference-making cause.
It certainly is a difference-making cause. The Permanent Disabled Jockeys Fund was put together to look after jockeys that are permanently disabled, and whether it's equipment that are needed for rehabilitation, anything, help pay bills, and they rely on that. It's a great cause, and so they're going to be manning the phones trying to raise that money, and we appreciate all the help that we can get.
The support, again, $400,000 raised last year. Incredible.
There are several events throughout the year, but this one is the big day, the telethon.
Coming up tomorrow, the PDJF telethon, as you see the jockeys getting ready to ride in this third and final stakes race at Oaklawn Park. This Bathhouse Row Stakes, 3-year-olds going 1 mile and 1/8, 8-5 currently. Red Route 1, or Victory Formation correction. Smarty Jones winner. There are the updated odds. Victory Formation. We didn't know about the distance going back to New Year's Day. How would he handle added real estate? He answered that in a big way. And keep in mind, the defeated but post-time favorite in the Risen Star.
Yeah, he was the post-time favorite, and what went wrong that day, I don't know really. He was beaten 15 lengths. He's been off since February 18th, regrouping right now for Brad Cox, and he's coming back to the scene of his earliest crime. That was a win in the Smarty Jones.
Loss in the Risen Star doesn't look quite as bad, considering it was won by Angel of Empire on that short list of contenders. Legit contenders for the Kentucky Derby. Impressive in the Arkansas Derby. Angel of Empire. Luis Saez defeated on Charge It, the favorite, in the Oaklawn Handicap. Victory Formation at 9-5. There's a look at Aristocracy trying to pull off a massive upset. Riders on their way to the infield. Riders up. Post parade coming up next. 14 minutes out. 3-year-olds in the Bathhouse Row Stakes.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Welcome back, and thanks for tuning in to America's Day at the Races. Continued live racing coverage from Oaklawn Park. It's the third stake of the afternoon. The Bathhouse Row, $200,000 on the line, and a berth to the second jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness, as we'll check in with the favorites here. Victory Formation, we haven't seen him since being disappointing in the Risen Star, but I will say that race featured a pretty quick pace in which we've seen maybe two horses that will be short prices in the Kentucky Derby in 2 weeks in Angel of Empire, as well as two fills. Looking at Victory Formation here, he looks great. I mean, he's fit as can be. He's poised. He's classy acting. I have no problems with him, and he projects to kind of sit that stalking pace. Or I think there's some quicker horses than he early, but he checks every box for me as he's your current second choice at 9-5. Slight favoritism going to Red Route 1, who he's going to hope that they do some hitting up front. Last time in the Arkansas Derby, which wasn't that long ago, actually, he applied blinkers for the first time. And in the prelims, he was way more energetic, just really on his toes, kind of all over. And it kind of ran that way, too. Well, he did his typical drop out the back. When he tried to launch a rally down the stretch, he was kind of all over the place. Today, so much more settled. It looks the picture here. Would not be surprised if he is able to pull off the win, though I'm a little intrigued by his stablemate. And that's a horse I've been following. I'm a little married to Powerful. Last time, Tyler Gaffalione kind of dragged him back off the pace. And when they hit the backside in that 1 mile hot springs, he kind of said, well, you're going to drag me back? All right, I'm done. I don't want to run. And he literally dropped out of it like he wasn't going to do anything. And then all of a sudden he comes on again down the stretch. And I just thought it was intriguing. And I talked to Connections, and they say, obviously, we're going to keep him separated, and we're going to the front. He has the numbers to say that he could very well be the lone leader. We're going to let him bound along on the front end. And, Greg, I'm still really intrigued, and I think there's some talent there with Powerful. Maybe you can get a piece of this at a price.
It would be a price. Thank you, Maggie. 29-1. Asmussen with a dead closer. He's got a horse that wants to be forward and powerful. 1-2 punch.
Right. He got the wrong ride last time. There's no doubt about it. I don't see him being contentious if they're aggressive here, though, because Victory Formation and Two Eagles River, probably better horses, also have speed. So while I think he missed the opportunity to be aggressive last time out, they forced the pace today. Yeah, I think Maggie's right. They should be more forward, and he's a big price. I just don't think he's good enough.
And one of the bigger prices we're both a little surprised by in here at Tapit Shoes, the fact that he is 5-1 from that outside post for Brad Cox.
Dennington confirmed that 90 figure with his performance last week and finishing fourth in the Lexington, and I think he's extremely dangerous in here, and he's way too big a price. When Greg and I agree, they never lose, ever.
We've had some good success together.
Yes, we have.
There's a look at the 5, Aristocracy, Robertino Diodor's only dirt start. It was a win. It was against softer competition. We don't exactly know how good he is on dirt. It was a slowish figure. He's been on synthetic since.
Private purchase. Listen, you got Robertino Diodor at 17-1 in a private purchase. He's a little tough to make, but hey, I've bet crazier Diodor horses and see him win, and it is a route.
There is the aforementioned Tapit Shoes for Brad Cox, Spendthrift Farm, and Kent Desormeaux. Post-parade coming up. Bathhouse Row, mile and an eighth. These 3-year-olds trying to punch a ticket to the middle jewel of the Triple Crown and the Preakness. And we'll begin here in a moment with Interlock Empire. Kenny McPeak, he takes shots in big races. He took a shot in the Arkansas Derby with his horse off a maiden win.
He's had some big success in doing it. The problem with him is he has the same running style as Red Route 1. Now, I'm not a big fan of that one, but this one's just not as good. But at least if you like him, he's a big price.
David Cabrera will be aboard next door, a horse who's been on turf the last couple of starts. His maiden win came in a stake at Delta Downs.
You can't win it if you don't take a shot, right?
Amazing Mark, 29-1. Here's Powerful, 27-1, the other Asmussen runner.
He shouldn't be the same price as Amazing Mark, and Maggie's right. It was a foolish mistake to rate him. He was lone speed last time. I just feel like this race, there's better speeds.
Here's his stablemate, Red Route 1, the gun runner with Joel Rosario.
Well, if you're Steve Asmussen, you're thinking, I want Powerful forward here because it can't hurt Red Route 1. I'm not his biggest fan, but I guess he has a chance.
19-1. Here's your aristocracy for Diodoro.
He's strictly a play. If you want to bet Diodoro at a huge price in the trainer change, I'm not going to knock you.
This horse for Brad Cox looked like he was going to be a major player on the Derby Trail. He won his first 3 starts.
And he did chase a fast pace in the Risen Star that fell apart last time out, so I can't knock him here. He, to me, is the speed that you would want.
Pace here as well with 2 Eagles River, Chris Hartman.
He's another speed, but he's got to get a 1 1/8. And at the best, he's just going to be part of a pace that I think could be at least honest.
Tough to make line to gain. His win, it came against 20 maiden claiming.
Yeah, it's a little tough. Now the trainer did have a big upset in the finished second place finish, a huge price, but I agree. Tough to make.
And 5-1 outside, Brad Cox, his other runner, Tappet Shoes, coming in from Fairgrounds.
I like that he can be a little, he's not a speed, but he's not that slow. Get some good position here, and I'm betting Tappet Shoes. And when I heard you liked him too, Greg, I bet even more.
Put you over the top, didn't it? 4 minutes away. Bathhouse Row up next. 3-year-olds with a chance to get to an automatic berth into the Preakness Stakes. We'll have it for you live when we come back.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
This season at Oaklawn, we've got more of everything. More of the top thoroughbreds in the world. More days of live racing. And the largest purses in our history. All at a completely reimagined Oaklawn. Come be a part of this historic season at Arkansas's only casino resort.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Exciting day of thoroughbred racing. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Getting closer to the Bathhouse Row Stakes. 3-year-olds for Triple Crown nominated runners. An invite to the middle jewel of the Triple Crown, the Preakness Stakes. Who will it be? Tappet Shoes pictured it 9-2. He just needs to do what Big Brother did last year. Cyberknife's brother Tappet Shoes. Cyberknife, Arkansas Derby victor a season ago.
Yeah, and look, his buyer speed figure was equal to victory formation in his win in the Smarty Jones. So how often do we see a trainer with multiple horses in a race, one of them getting pounded, and that being victory formation at 8-5, and you're getting 9-2 on Tappet Shoes, well rested coming into here, acting classy on the racetrack.
Trained by Brad Cox, Tappet Shoes currently 9-2. Paul, there were 3 stakes races today. Brad Cox won the first with a 3-year-old filly. What do you make of his chances with the 3-year-old here at Tappet Shoes in this upcoming Bathhouse Row?
Yeah, it seems like Brad, whenever he comes in here, he gets his stakes wins. I do think he's got a good pair here. I think victory formation is going to run way better than he ran last time out. You know, he had a no-chance slot in the 13. He got hung out way wide. Flavian Pratt tried to push him towards the front end, and he was hung out like 5 or 6 wide on the turn and just gave way. I think you draw a line through that. I think Brad Cox, you hit the reset button, lay 6 for the first time, and I do think the 6 and the 9, Tappet Shoes, it's really hard to figure out, 2 starts back, the horse did have a little bit of trouble, a little bit of bobble started, and it probably took a little bit of punch out of him late, and then came back to win his next start. So there's a lot of upside with the 9. You really don't know where you're getting. I just think the 6 is the class of this field, and I think that this horse is going to be tough to beat. And when you get to Red Route 1, okay, so here's a horse that comes from way out of it, and I've been a lover of this horse because he always brings his A game. Now blinkers went on, didn't work. Now Lakes go on. We're starting to see a lot of tinkering from a Hall of Fame trainer, and I just can't see a horse. If this horse comes from dead last and beats me, I understand Joel Rosario is one of the best. We saw it with Clairiere when the storm was coming down the stretch in the Apple Blossom. But if Red Route 1 wins this race from off the pace, you can have him. Maggie, I hope you feel the same way.
I am always apt to not particularly gravitate to horses that are devoid of early speed, and boy, that is Red Route 1, Paul. You're right. I will say, like I said, he's acting better than what he was for that Arkansas Derby, but it's a short price, and there's so many things that have to go right for those deep closers. So let's take a look at 2 horses that will be more forward, and that does include number 9. It feels as though everybody likes Tappet Shoes. He's that half-brother to Cyberknife, and boy, the damn Awesome Flower, who was an awesome race horse in her own right, she stamps him. She definitely does not let any of the sires' bloodlines come through in their physical presence, because both of her sons look exactly alike. And Tappet Shoes, he looks fine. I have no problems with him. And last time, I think he was the first one to make a move into a pace that did come apart a bit and was incredibly game to still only be beaten 3/4 of a length. So I respect him in here, incredibly fit with that 2-month gap. Number 7, 2 Eagles River. He looked really content on the front end, going 1 1/8. Ears pricked, but then he was just engulfed as they came to the head of the lane. Now, does he really want to go this far? The 9 furlongs is a question. The one thing I will say last time is he did have a shoe repair, and it could mean absolutely nothing, but sometimes though you're not able to secure the shoe as properly as you would hope. Sometimes they have corrective shoeing. He doesn't have that, but still, it's food for thought, and all things going accordingly in these prelims leading up to this Bathhouse Row. Guys?
2 Eagles River, Maggie. The question of just overmatched in the Arkansas Derby against that kind of company, and the added distance of 1 1/8, as good as he looked running a mile to earn that spot in the Arkansas Derby starting gate. The distance is still a question, but 2 Eagles River, if you hand him the racetrack against softer company and such a soft trip, yeah, that's what he can do to you.
That's what he can do, but I think that the trouble line on the race, there is no trouble line. It says realistic pace gave way, and that's exactly what I saw in the Arkansas Derby. His ears were fluttering back and forth during the running of the race, telling me that he was running extremely easy. Well, they turned the pressure up about 5/16 pole, and I'd asked Nick Warris, who was aboarding that day, I said, did he just cave in or what? And he said, Gary, he said, the winner, Angel of Empire, came flying by us so quickly. He said, it took the wind out of his sails. Basically, if you can imagine yourself running in high school and you think that you're running and a real runner runs by you and it knocks the wind out of you, you just kind of give up.
I'm good.
That's what I saw.
I'm good. 2 Eagles River, a softer company, yes, but there are some quick horses in here, and still has to prove he can carry his speed the 9 furlongs demanded in this Bathhouse Row Stakes. Back to Tappet Shoes. We saw Kent DeSormo take it to him in the Oaklawn Handicap with Stiletto Boy, almost steal that thing. What do you think he does from the outside here?
Well, I think he's going to come away from there with the same intent and make the other speed commit to going and setting an honest pace. I don't think he's going to be far away, but I think he'll get the pace fast enough going into that turn, into the first turn, that he's going to be able to slot over and lay about third early on.
It's been a couple of days. Steve Asmussen yesterday, there he is looking on, having tied Bob Haltis for most wins all time here at Oaklawn Park. He has a combination of Powerful, Red Route 1. Do you expect Powerful to try to turn things up early, turn up the heat, enhance things, set the table for Red Route 1 as stablemate?
I can tell you this, Powerful will keep the other speed horses entertained early on.
Saw it in the Belmont Stakes 2016. Gettysburg, Creator, yes. It worked on that afternoon. We'll see about this one. The Bathhouse Row Stakes to the winner. An invite to the Preakness Stakes for those Triple Crown nominated. It is post time. To Jim Byers.
Fourth running of the Bathhouse Row Stakes. They're in the gate. And now the 2, Amazing Mark was rearing. They're getting him settled. All in line. They're off. And off to a clean start. Victory Formation is moving out forwardly with Powerful to his inside and Two Eagles River to his outside. Tappet Shoes is racing into 4th. Aristocracy is 5th. Line to Gain splits those two in 6th. And then it is a long distance back to Amazing Mark, Red Route 1, who's a path off the rail, and Interlock Empire on the inside. Red Route 1 already at least 10 lengths off the lead as they turn onto the backstretch. The speedy Victory Formation with the advantage here by a neck, and Two Eagles River. Another one that's eager early is outside of him. Tappet Shoes pokes his head into 3rd. Powerful on the inside 4th. Just outside of him is Aristocracy. And that gray is 5th up the backstretch and nearly 2 lengths clear of Line to Gain. Then it's about 8 lengths back to the long shot Amazing Mark. Red Route 1 is in front of only Interlock Empire as they advance past the half-mile pole. It's Victory Formation trying to spread that speed over 9 furlongs. Two Eagles River is racing 2nd. Tappet Shoes is a bold 3rd toward the outside. And then comes Line to Gain. He's showing interest from the outside. Aristocracy needs some clear sailing with the white blinkers. Powerful drops back a bit. And now Interlock Empire is starting to pass horses from the back. He and Red Route 1 just went by Amazing Mark as they swing into the stretch. Tappet Shoes 3 wide. Victory Formation is game on the inside. Then comes Two Eagles River. Red Route 1 is moving in high gear on the outside in the white cap. It's Tappet Shoes with the lead to Victory Formation. Red Route 1 to the outside. Final 16th in the Bathhouse Row. Tappet Shoes. Red Route 1 trying to get him. Tappet Shoes. Red Route 1. Very close between those two. Victory Formation was 3rd, and it was well back to Two Eagles River 4th.
Thriller. Bathhouse Row, bang, bang finish. Red Route 1, Tappet Shoes. You saw Steve Asmussen. Did he just become Oaklawn's all-time leading trainer? We don't know. Did he get there, Gary?
With this angle, I'm not going to call it Lafitte. It's just a head bob here at the finish. I'll call it. I think that he did get up. Red Route 1.
Red Route 1, Steve Asmussen looking on, and he's looking frustrated. Maybe from his angle, he doesn't think he got there. Hard to say. Crowd reacting. In the replay from that funky angle, it does look like Red Route 1 got there, but we have been wrong on that angle before.
Well, I can tell you on this shot that we just looked at, from the angle, that the outside horse notoriously has the advantage on those head bobs, but it's not a perfect shot.
Think Kent DeSormo's seen about enough of Joel Rosario on this afternoon, if in fact Rosario and Red Route 1 did get up in time in the Oaklawn Handicap. Stiletto Boy, DeSormo in between horses battling. Rosario on the outside. It was Proxy then. Now Red Route 1 lengthening his stride and apparently picking off Tappet Shoes in the shadow of the wire.
I can guarantee you that
Photos down.
Joel Rosario's agent, Ron Anderson, loves what the results that are coming, but he's not liking watching it.
Paul LeDuc is standing by with Oaklawn Park's all-time leading trainer, Steve Asmussen.
With winning trainer here, Steve Asmussen, in some anxious moments. Did you think he got up, Steve?
I didn't. I mean, I honestly didn't think he got up, but boy,
glad the wire is exactly where it was.
Is Joel Rosario just the key to the engine, or what? Clariere and now Red Route 1. I mean, he can literally time it right on the line.
Well, yeah. Last 2 weeks have been very spectacular. Him cutting the corner with this horse today, not losing any momentum, was the key to it today.
And you know, you had the blinkers on, now Lasix, and now everything kind of in. Are you going to enter the Preakness from here?
Well, most likely. Yeah. We're going to wait and see how Disarm does. We're obviously still real high on him. I think that I thought he really needs to learn how to win. You know what I mean?
That's true.
You watched him, like he got there, and then it took him a little bit to accelerate again, and then he gallops out so huge. We just feel like it's in him, you know, and hopefully with the success today, you know, getting in the winner's circle, we can get a little bit better at getting him to the front end.
Sometimes it just takes a horse to figure things out, and got the job done in Joel Rosario, which is amazing timing. He also's got the all-time leading trainer in North America behind him as well.
What a day. An incredible day of thoroughbred racing. Thanks so much for joining us on America's Day at the Races. Joel Rosario, the stakes sweep and proxy in the end in the Oaklawn Handicap, the winner's share of $1 million purse. Have a great night, everyone.